is it just something you say? Or is it the same with that girl you texting when I look away? 'Cause in the echo of your silence, I only hear what's best for me. Yeah, in the echo of your silence, I'm thinking more of her. She who wants to study your body, who gets the better version of you. I need the bitter, bitter truth. I need the better version of you. Oh, I need, oh, I need. I need the better version of you. Oh, I need, oh, I need. I need the better, better you.
It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. Misunderstood. Get up, had to beat those eyes. Got up and I beat those eyes. It's understood. It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. And now I'm good. Wake up and I do my part. Wake up and I do my job. Just how I should. It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. Misunderstood. Get up, had to beat those eyes. Got up and I beat those eyes. That's understood. It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. And now I'm good. Wake up and I do my part. Wake up and I do my job. Just how I should. I feel it all. I feel it all. I'm feeling numb. I'm feeling numb. I lost my soul. It's on the run. I need a spark. I need a spark. I need some fun. I need that fun. I'm in the dark. Like what's to come? It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. Misunderstood. Get up, had to beat those eyes. Got up and I beat those eyes. That's understood. It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. And now I'm good. Wake up and I do my part. Wake up and I do my job. Just how I should. It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. Misunderstood. Get up, had to beat those eyes. Got up and I beat those eyes. That's understood. It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. And now I'm good. Wake up and I do my part. Wake up and I do my job. Just how I should. It's me versus me. It's you and I. The time is now. It's do or die. I chose my path. No choosing sides. I'll take what comes. Hit for the ride. I'm that guy. No more time for the bad guy. Never going back to the bad side. Need the holy water, get baptized. Yeah, yeah, I'm that guy. No more time for the bad guy. Never going back to the bad side. Need the holy water, get baptized. I'm that guy. It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. Misunderstood. Get up, had to beat those eyes. Got up and I beat those eyes. It's understood. It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. And now I'm good. Wake up and I do my part. Wake up and I do my job. Just how I should. It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. Misunderstood. Get up, had to beat those eyes. Got up and I beat those eyes. It's understood. It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. And now I'm good. Wake up and I do my part. Wake up and I do my job. Just how I should. feelings bittersweet, yeah. Gotta move, can't stay here no more. 여기 계속 있다가 나만 손해가 돼. 'Cause we can't keep making these rain clouds stay overhead. Don't wanna keep this going. Can't fix what's already broken.
생각을 돌이켜봐도 혼자 되뇌어봐도 추억을 돌이켜봐도 그때 우리를 봐도 Raindrops falling, break it, 네 속에서 Raindrops falling, break it, 다 쏟아, it's pouring. 잡으려 하면 할수록
In the clouds we hear just as I feared. We're falling just like these tears.
흩어져가는 in the clouds. Raindrops falling, break it, 네 속에서 Raindrops falling, break it, 다 쏟아, it's pouring. I've always admired those who just do it and they conquer their fears. They fall back down and they keep getting up and they try to steer clear. I'm afraid, I'll admit. What if I'm stuck in my mind? I'm not great, neither rich, but will you stay here by my side? All the good times turn into memories and the revelry goes on.
Wait, why is Vox so short? Wait, Vox is like, wait, Vox, how tall are you? Like 10 feet tall? What
I'm about 7'2", yeah.
Oh, so
I'm squatting. I'm squatting right now.
the Asian squat to get it to my head. I'm so sorry. You know, we're gonna.
It's all good. It's all good. I can pretend I'm sat down. That's fine.
Yeah. You work out, right? Like I'm sure Asian squatting or popping like a halfway squat for like 3 hours should be like it's okay for you.
Yeah, light work, honestly.
We'll be cool. Oh, Oni bro, the volume is way too loud. Let me give Oni bro a chance to adjust. Okay. Audio check, chat. How's the audio? 1 2 3. 1 2 3. How is everything in relation to the music, to us, to each other, to you? Test. 1 2 3.
I'm looking a little crispy. I'm looking a little crispy.
Yeah.
If we can totally run ahead like this. If you wanted to like figure something else out, we can definitely give that a try. But I don't want to interrupt your flow. It's all up to you.
No, it's all good because we only just started, so it's okay. If we maybe I can tell Onibro to try Discord. What is it called? Like the OBS virtual camera and stuff like that.
Yeah, I can try that.
Probably.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
If you go ahead and like hide this.
He completely just.
No.
He went to 10 pixels. No.
I wish I had my voice changer set up to be all crisp. I was like, no. Hang on a minute. Okay, so.
I will. In the meantime, hi chat.
Let's see if
Hello.
that works.
I see a lot of new time chatters. Welcome in. We're still settling in. So grab your blankie and your drink. We'll get there eventually. We'll give Vox a chance to become 4000p and not 10p.
I only need 10 pixels.
Stop staring at me, chat. I'm getting nervous. I know Vox is here, but it feels like I'm by myself, and I'm just like, So, welcome to today's show.
I'm invisible.
Welcome, chat. This is very fun and entertaining, and you guys are super entertained and having lots of fun. They're looking. I feel so much pride. You know what? I've been doing this for about a little bit more than 2 years now. But as soon as they start staring like that, I always get so nervous. I don't know why it always gets to me, but I'm always just like, oh no, they're not having fun.
I get the exact same thing.
You know,
I get the exact the moment I'm streaming and suddenly it feels like I think in my head, I don't know what to say now. I'm like, what do I do? And then you kind of freeze.
Yeah, like so, like I don't know if chat has realized, but I try my best to hide it. But sometimes if I do run out of topics to say, so I'm just like, yo, chat, like, anyone do anything fun on the weekend? And it'll be like fucking Wednesday, you know? Like it's not Monday or Friday. It's like, yo, anything done on the weekend? On a hump day? I'm just literally like fishing for any possible like topic to hook onto. It's so bad.
My favorite sort of random conversation filler is one that my dad says a lot, and it's because we're gonna be talking about a lot of like British stuff today, and this is a very British one. He'll always, every time there's a lull in conversation, be like, "Did you see the match last night?" It doesn't matter if there was a football game. It doesn't matter if anyone saw it. It's just something you say. Did you see the match last night? And then if you want, you can run with it and pretend you saw it, but I don't watch football, and so whenever he asks me that, I'm just like, you know, I haven't seen the match, old man. I'd start telling him about like esports I was watching. He'd be like, okay, you and your video games.
Well, I mean, I guess you can just say you watched what was the football? I guess when you say football, you I'm gonna assume you mean soccer, like.
Yeah, I mean, it's soccer. Yes, British.
What's
football.
that?
Football.
What's that computer game that's like cars and soccer? What was it called again? Not
Rocket League.
Rocket League. So you can be like, yo,
Yeah.
I did watch the match, Dad, on Rocket League. At least it's
We're
something
playing
similar.
Rocket League, yeah. Oh, that'd be good. I was thinking maybe you were talking about FIFA for a second, and a lot. It's like,
oh, no.
It's funny how that's one of the. I've never played it. I think it's kind of funny how accurately it recreates like an actual football match, like from the perspective
is
of
it
the
really?
camera. Yeah, it's kind of cool, but then, you know, I've never really played it. It's one of those games like NBA 2K and Call of Duty, which is where like there are some people who that's like the only games that they play.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I remember it was funny with the Game Awards because everybody watches the Game Awards, and the Game Awards I think is more popular than the Oscars now, which is pretty cool. But there are a lot of people who have only ever played FIFA, NBA 2K, and Call of Duty, and they see Baldur's Gate winning all these awards, and they're like, "What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this all about?" and it's I don't know, it's just really really funny to see like all of these games that for us we're so familiar with, to then realize that the vast majority of people have never heard of these kinds of games. It's quite funny.
Yeah, I'm always really because cause I'm not much of a game player. Onibro is the one that plays the games in the house. So the types of games he plays is like League of Legends, you know, Apex, Team Fortress. Like these are the ones that like Ragnarok back in the day, like WoW or Dota. Like those are the kind of games that he plays. So I'm familiar with watching him play these kind of games. So when I have friends that tell me their favorite game is FIFA, and I'm just like, why don't you just go out and do it? Like I didn't get it because I was like, okay, yes, I understand it's realistic, but I'm just like, just play the basketball, like play the soccer. Like, wouldn't it be more fun to actually kick the ball or like touch it or something? I didn't say it out loud.
Stopping you. Yeah, go. We call it a kickabout. You know, when it's like not really a massive, like, you know, you don't have the rules set up. You're just going out to play some football. It's like, yeah, go out for a kickabout. Go on, go and get your friends 5-a-side and start playing some football. What's stopping you? You don't have to buy anything. You don't need an Xbox. You don't need to buy the game. You need to buy a football, which will cost you like, I don't know.
It's like $20.
Probably get a decent enough. I think I can't imagine it'd be $20. I imagine it'd be a lot cheaper than that, like £5 or something like that, or less.
Yeah.
But you just do that, kick it about with your friends, have a laugh. You don't need to spend all that money on cards trying to get Ronaldo or whatever.
Yeah, that was one thing I never got. It was collecting baseball. I understand that like everything can't be a collectible, but collecting baseball cards and all these things were definitely a little bit of a like I didn't really know what they were talking about as far as FIFA goes. I'm just like, just play the damn game, you know. And there was also, what is it called? The imaginary football. Chat's gonna hate me. What is it called?
Fantasy football. Yeah.
Yeah, I sound like such an old grandma, but like fantasy football. I have no idea how that works. I remember when I was like, obviously not streaming and like a regular normie, people would be like, oh yeah, like my fantasy football team is doing well, and I'm just like make believe. Like, do you just literally grab characters from the air and put them together? Like, I have no idea how that works. It's way beyond me.
Yeah, I don't really know how fantasy football works either, to be honest. I just know that it's like drafting your own team, and then apparently the team plays an imaginary game of football or something like that. I don't really know how it works. Am I going to be invisible? How is the progress on releasing me from my invisible prison? No rush. I'm just curious.
Maybe Onibro will have to telepathically communicate to you, and maybe you guys can figure that out.
Hey, and it's the exact same.
What is this?
I'm screen sharing on I'm doing the virtual webcam on Discord, so it might look a little bit better if you were to share that, like pop it out. After all that, I think if you try a different source, like if you screen record the virtual camera, that might be the best way of doing it. I don't mean a backseat. I mean a backseat. I know you're a professional.
Oh no, I don't know jack shit, bro. That's why Onibro is over there to be like, I'm like, I hope Onibro is catching all this. I hope he's hearing everything that Vox is saying right now, because I literally cannot repeat that word for word. He says something about something. Hopefully it's gonna work.
We'll see. That's funny.
Are you proficient in tech, or do you also find yourself kind of like being like the boomer in the room?
Kind of. I'm really bad at learning things. You know, I'm using my virtual camera through the camera thingy on Discord. Hooray. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, like especially with stuff like editing, like After Effects and stuff. I think I'm pretty good at learning software and stuff, but there are so many like settings and things that you can do that I don't understand. Do you know?
Like the
I made my film this year, and it wasn't until, and I've been editing various different things for like a long time, like years, and it was only like, hello. It was only halfway through editing my film that I realized that you can press a certain button to pre-render the preview. So that the preview window runs at more than 30 or like 3 FPS. And so for years, I had just been watching a very slow preview and not been able to understand what I was creating until it was long, like, dead already. So fascinating stuff that I only learned recently because I just sort of thought, I wonder if I can do that. And it was like, I could have done that this whole time. It was bad. But now I'm on screen and I'm made of more than 3 pixels. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, nice. I was literally like earlier when you popped into the middle, I was like, what is it called? Palinmiming? What is it? When I was like pretending that my hands are your hands are, while you were explaining. No, but I feel you. I remember. I was just like, do something quick, funny. Do something funny, quick, Gary. make it less jarring.
It's all good.
But I feel you. Like, I remember when I first started streaming, I used to do all my editing for, like, I used to do so many TikToks. I would find, like, the most popular, like, audio and try to make my own spin on, like, the audio and et cetera, et cetera. I used to edit my own YouTube videos and stuff like that, too. And I had to learn all of that stuff. Like, Onibro had to teach me some. I had to watch some tutorials and things. But a lot of it is, like, just repetition, macros, and finding your own setting to see what's comfortable for you. But that's where the hump occurs for me, where it's like, yeah, I know how to cut, I know how to splice, I know how to do all these things in theory, but to do it quickly and to like kind of understand where things fit logically, that's where like my mind kind of like breaks and I'm just like, I don't get it anymore.
Honestly, anyone who can keep up with TikTok is like a wizard to me, because it's fascinating how huge it's become and how many people use it as a tool for video creation and stuff like that. Yeah. But it moves so fast, and if there's one thing that I struggle to do, it's keeping up with trends and seeing like the new audios that get big. I feel like I could do such a great job but keeping up with that. Oh my God, I can't. I feel like it would need to become your entire life to be like, oh, trend, make a thing, edit this. I just don't feel like I can. I just don't feel like I can do it. If I ever did that, I would need to like get some kind of account manager who I'd be like, this is my TikTok. Yeah. You are going to edit clips. You are going to edit the clips and post them yourself. And I don't want to have to think about it because I'm going to get stressed out.
No, it really is. I feel like you have to be like 4 people in one just to think fast enough to keep up with the trends. Also, just small tangent, but don't worry, it's not an earthquake. Onibro's adjusting my main camera, so he was like twisting knobs and stuff, so it was shaking. It's not an earthquake. Don't worry. But thank you for the concern. Everybody was like, "Is Gary okay?" And I'm like, "No, it's fine. It's fine. It's not an earthquake. It's even yesterday's earthquake. I live in Tokyo, so it's very far from where the earthquake happened or the epicenter of it. So Tokyo got a few shakes, slightly bigger than the normal ones, but it's not enough to like topple anything. So I don't want to worry anybody. But yeah, I remember when I was doing the TikToks when I just started, Onibro would be like, "Okay, Gary, so every day 3 videos," and I'm like, okay. And he was like, this is what I want you to do. I want you to go through your For You page and I want you to scroll through everything that has the top likes, okay? And I want you to watch those. I want you to tell me why they have a top like, and then you're going to tell me how you can recreate those, but I want you to do 3 a day. And I'm like, okay.
You like, got it, bro. I get it. Yeah, that's a really good idea. But 2 things. Number 1, I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream as well after that. Like editing 3 TikToks a day, studying TikTok, and doing a stream in a day, nightmare. Especially for you with like the amount of hard work and setup you must do to get this fantastic cooking setup going. And you want to know something else? I don't want to watch TikTok that much. Like, I feel like scrolling social media always makes me depressed. Like, if I any time that I get stuck doom scrolling on Twitter and I'm just looking at everything, I just kind of lose hope. I lose faith in humanity and everything, and I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want. Yeah. If I had to do that for a living, oh my God, it would hurt so much after a while, you know.
Yeah, that's why I've met a few like cooking content creators that do TikTok, and I watch their content and they do like minimum 1 a day, and that's minimum, sometimes twice a day, and I'm just like, I applaud you because I literally cannot. Like after my like my average is maybe a 3-hour stream, 4-hour stream, whether I'm cooking or not. That's maybe the average. After that, I'm just like, bro, I am so fucking tired. I don't know how my friends can stream for like 8 hours to like 12. Sometimes that's their average, and I'm just like, I don't know how you. I don't know. I don't have the energy for that. I don't know how that's done.
A 12-hour stream has to be something that you genuinely love doing. You know, if it's like a highly produced thing, like with my charity stream, that was 24 hours, and I was able to do that because it was like I felt motivated to like do it for the charity. But with everything else, if it's a game I don't particularly like, I can manage 3 to 4 hours max. If it's like, and I can still enjoy it, but if it's not something that I really into, after I reach the 4-hour mark, I'm like, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. You know. But then obviously, like whenever I've played Dark Souls, it's on stream. It's difficult not to do up to 12 hours because I just sink into that so easily. You know.
So do you have like a top game, whether it's like on stream or when you're just playing like by yourself offline? Do you have that one comfort game where you can spend hours on?
You cannot ask me about this because I will talk your ear off for hours. For the past 2 months, I've been playing old school RuneScape. They've had this thing called the League happening, which is like special servers with different rules and like sped up experience rates and powers and stuff where you make a new character. And I have been so addicted to it. I have played hundreds of hours of this in the past few months alone. I am playing this game on 3 separate accounts at the same time. I shrink the windows and I squeeze 3 different accounts onto one monitor, and I'm playing 3 different accounts at the same time. I cannot get enough of this game. It's so good. It's so fun and addictive, and it's got such a quaint, charming style. The music is brilliant. If you've ever played it, like, because it's such a popular game over the past 20 or so years, I've played it like a good decade ago and then got back into it with old school when they kind of brought back the old style of the game. And nowadays, I think it reached its new peak concurrent player count at 200,000 players at once. And one day, I swear to God, I am going to do everything in my power to get sponsored because I shill this game to my stream at every possible opportunity.
Make that big while you're having fun, bro.
Exactly. Someone brought it up on my stream today, and I literally said out loud, I cannot stop talking about this game. I cannot stop talking about it because I will not stop talking about it. I care about it so much, and I would market it for free. I would market it for free, literally. You just sponsor me and just say you're sponsored. I'd be like, yes, you don't need to pay me. I do this in my spare time anyway.
That's like literally me if KitchenAid sponsored me, but it was for free. I'll be like, yo, fuck that shit. I'll do it. But one thing about me, because I don't play many games, you actually can talk my ear off because I'm like a brand new, like it's a brand new topic for me. So RuneScape, I actually don't know much about. I don't even think Onipro played RuneScape that much. A recent new friend that I made was playing it when we were eating dinner. He was playing it on his phone. So that's how I know about it. But I'm like a blank slate when it comes to RuneScape, or a lot of games in general, actually. So I actually don't mind it. It's nice to learn. It's like, because I don't have any preconceived notions of the game.
I don't know if you're gonna be able to stop me. You might want to get started with the cooking before you start me on that, because we will have like an hour-long preamble if I get started.
Well, okay. But there is one question about what you said about the RuneScape. About that was like an immediate curiosity. So why 3 accounts at the same time? Are you min-maxing so you can play like different characters, let's say, or you're mining and farming and whatever it is?
Right now, you've got the League. It's the 4th League, and they're custom servers that get launched by the devs once a year for about 2 months' time. And when it starts, what you have to do is the game world has all of these different regions, but in the League, you can only choose 3. And you have to complete tasks within the game to unlock points, and after a certain number of points, you'll gain access, you can unlock a new area. Once you've unlocked your 3rd area, you're stuck in those, and you can do the content in those regions. And so basically, I made one account where I unlocked the desert and a couple other places, and I'd done everything I wanted to do on that character. And then I thought, well, I want to try the other areas. So I made a 2nd character. I started playing that at the same time as I was working on some more tasks for the first one. And then I made a 3rd one to try some different ones. And I've now played in almost every region. I've got all of and I'm working on all of these different goals, and I'm grinding for all of these different items and stuff. And You earn points towards different powers and stuff, and so each relic that you pick, there's also the fact that you can pick a different combat style. So normally your character will be able to do every combat style, magic, ranged, and melee, but with the League, when you unlock your 4th relic, that is like, okay, which combat style do you want to superpower? So you can do a melee, you can do a magic, you can do range, and it doubles your attack speed, and it gives you all of these extra bonuses to it. So one character is a mage, one of them is a melee, and one of them is ranged. And so I've got all 3 combat styles, trying to get all of the best gear in all of them. And there's only about 8 days of the League left, and so I am like doubling down and trying to get all of my goals figured out before the end.
The
of
last
it.
rush.
And, the last rush to get it all finished, and it's been so much fun. I've spent so much time that I could have spent doing other things, but you know what? It has made me very happy, and that
if it
is
makes
the
you
point at the
happy,
end of the day.
it's not a waste of time. That's what I always say. If it makes you happy and you feel refreshed doing it, and it makes you work harder, like after for your actual work and whatever, then it's not a waste of time. Sure, maybe you devoted like 14 hours that day to one game, and maybe you forgot to eat and go washroom and do your laundry, you know. But if the next day you're more motivated to do your recordings and do stream and you're hyped and everything, then it's not a waste of time.
Time well wasted is not time wasted at all.
Exactly. Okay. Well, so usually what we do here, before we actually do the cooking, I tend to make my streams into a YouTube video. So I like to do a YouTube intro and outro. Obviously, you're from the land of YouTube. Do you have like a cool little swag YouTube intro you like to do? Because I'm still terrible at YouTube intros. I just go on and on for like 4 minutes. No one wants that YouTube intro for 4 minutes.
Honestly, I don't. I do not have any kind of catchphrase for the intro. Like whenever I start my stream, I'm just like, you can hear the mic turn on like quite loudly. It's like, and then it's just me clicking around like, yo, and like I just kind of move on from there. Maybe I should have some sort of intro. Maybe I should have some kind of like phrase that I do, but I mostly just like, hey guys, what's good? And like that's sort of it. So if I had I don't know, maybe we can figure one out right now. We can figure out some kind of YouTube intro. We were talking about Mr. Beast earlier, so it'd be like, Onigiri invited me out to show you how to cook this meal, but these ingredients were purchased for $10,000. That's not real.
I was gonna say, but there's a catch. Everything is $1 million or something.
We're gonna see how this works, and we're starting with this $1 food. I mean, if you were making this meal with ingredients that cost like anything more than like slightly expensive, I'd be very surprised, because this dish arose from the need for very, very cheap, healthy food in kind of a poorer part of the UK. So yeah, I'm really excited to see how you work with this one.
So it's like a struggle meal, I guess.
It kind of is, yeah. It kind of is. I mean, it sort of arose in, particularly in East London, for these people, for a lot of people who obviously at that time did not have a lot of money. There was a lot of poverty in the UK at the time, and this food was very easy to come by. It was very, very cheap, and it was essentially one of the, I'm not sure if it's the or one of the first ever fast foods. I believe the first ever restaurant that served this opened literally in like the late 1800s, and that same shop is still open to this day.
Really? Oh, okay. Good to know. I just feel like British food has such a rich history. Sometimes when I do end up talking to people about it, like, oh, it comes from this, it comes from a very long time ago, this is the reason why it's here. But it's still, everything to the end, it still boils down to fried carbs on meat with a side of carbs with like a side of like butter sauce and more fats, and then like throw some raisins in there and maybe some like some like, God forbid, some haggis or something, or like a penis of an animal or something, and then they like mush it all together and they're like, well, there you go. And I'm just like, well, this was great research. Good research. This was really good to learn. I really wanted to know that.
That was a lot of my experience going back to Japan and sort of trying a lot of that food, because I for a long time I actually didn't. I thought I didn't like seafood until I tried really good seafood from Japan, and then I was completely changed, and now I love all sorts of seafood. Scallops as well. It just recently become like a real fascination. I think they're so good. But Yeah, so what was I going to say? Yeah, and I tried, last time I went to Japan, I tried sea urchin as well, and I wound up really liking that as well. And I know that's kind of an acquired taste, so I tried that and I was like, oh, I felt proud of myself for learning to enjoy that.
I would have to say though, urchin is something that if you haven't tried it before, definitely go to Japan or like an oceanside country that specializes in seafood to try it, because chances are that's going to be like the freshest and like the best quality. Because I originally come from Canada, so when I would eat urchin in Canada, I remember the first time I ate it, it was so shit. It was bitter. It was like kind of like medicinal. It was like kind of gooey, and I was like, because that was my first time, I don't know if that was supposed to taste like. And the person who I was eating it with looked like she enjoyed it. And I don't know if she was coping because she spent mad money on it, or so I'm just like, I was looking at her, I was like fishing for a reaction, and she was like, this is so good, and I'm like, yes girl, yes, this is so good. And I was like looking, and I'm like, is everyone else enjoying this, or am I the crazy one? But the one that was treating us was like, oh, this is really good. And then I came to Japan, and then I was like, oh,
right,
that's why people like urchin. This is what it's supposed to taste like. I see the difference now. So I don't recommend eating it in an inland country. Go to like an oceanside country and eat it and have it properly.
Yeah. It's funny because for the longest time, while I thought I didn't like seafood, you know, obviously living in the UK, it's an island, and so there is quite a big like maritime culture and a lot of fishing culture, and you can tell from the you know, the jellied eels that go into this dish. What's funny is there's a documentary about this dish which I really enjoy, and there's the owner of one of those shops, and he's talking about how it's like people in his big East London accent, he's like, people say, you know, an eel is just a snake. It's not. It's very good for you, very nutritious, and very easily digested. And it's really nice to hear him talk about kind of the practicalities of the food and why it's made, because originally, obviously, it's not meant to be a luxury. It's meant to be, you know, just a way that people get by because the food is easy to come across. But of course, those shops are still around, and the food itself is still really, really good. I really enjoy it, honestly.
Okay, so I don't want to say too much, but we do have jellied eel today.
Yes.
It might not be what you expect, but I won't delve too much into it just yet. We'll get there when we get there. You will either like unfriend me instantly, and like bitch slap me across the face, or you're just gonna like have a laugh, like friends having a laugh. We chortled together, and we're like, oh, that's really funny, Giri, and I'm like,
We'll
right,
see.
right.
We'll
You know,
see.
like it could go either way.
I'll wait and see what happens. It's I mean, I would say that if you tried to make it in as authentically as possible, it might be a bit of a challenge, because typically the eels that you would have in a pie and mash shop are prepared live. They're quite like I watched, you know, I went back, and because I never worked there, but I had this food quite a lot in the kitchen. When you're watching this documentary, he's got an eel. He's like, yeah, I've got this eel. I've got an eel right here. He's still alive, but he's quite sort of subdued and tired. And what you do is you take your knife, and he's dead. And it was like, oh, right, that's
It's literally a nail through the eye hole, and then you just Japanese way anyways. But
it doesn't even do that so he obviously is not quite as, I think UK chef culture very different from the precision and like the, you know, the dedication that is in Japanese chef culture. He just gets a knife, just cuts its head off while it's still alive, just like that, and it's seemingly quite tired, and so it doesn't really do anything, and that's pretty wild. It's quite scary, you know, to think about. It always makes me think about like live animals being used in food, like octopus as well.
Yeah, no,
I always think about Old Boy. Have you seen the movie Old Boy?
I have. Oh, I love that movie. It's really good.
He eats the live octopus. Do you know the actor is actually, I believe he's I don't think he's vegetarian, but he is Buddhist, and I believe that they did that shot with the octopus. It's a real octopus. There was live when he ate it, and they did 4 takes of that scene, which meant he went through 4 octopus, and every time he ate one, he would finish the scene and then he would pray, you know, to sort of for forgiveness for eating the octopus. Yeah.
Oh, the poor guy. I remember because it was actually one of my cousins that recommended the movie to me, and he was like, "Yo, Gary, best movie ever. You should really watch it. Trust me. If you like action movie, that's the movie for you. I'm like, okay, all right, let's go. And then I picked like a weekend. I'm like, okay. So I remember my cousin told me it was a really good movie. I'm gonna get all comfy and cozy. It's gonna be the best Marvel movie ever, you know, like Marvel movie-esque. And I watched it and I was like, huh. Is this like a horror? I wasn't really sure where it was going because the beginning clearly is very, very different. And I was watching it and I was like, okay, all right. And then at the end, I almost barfed. I felt so unsettled and confused at the same time.
Twist,
yeah. I literally called him.
No spoilers for people in chat, but when you see that and you're like, it's just that I don't think there's been like very few twists in movies have been delivered as powerfully as that, and it tells such a great story about revenge, and I love the the bravery, because you don't see that a lot in American sort of Western movies, to have a main character who is very sort of like outwardly flawed and motivated purely by revenge. It's interesting because there was an American remake of Oldboy with Josh Brolin, and they don't stick to the original character's motivations. He's not motivated by revenge. He's not. He's just like, I just want to save my daughter, you know. And it becomes like this whole, like, they need to find a way to make it palpable, or like, what's the word, palatable for an American viewer base who are like, well, I can't relate to a character if they don't have something like objectively morally good. Whereas, you know, there's something. The remake is very bad. But it's interesting to see kind of the cultural difference, you know, between the way that those two different cultures make films and how they choose to make their main characters. It's really interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely like, I think someone said that I'm not gonna watch it because it's scary. It's not like scary. It definitely kind of fucks with your head a little bit and makes you kind of think things. When I mean like I wanted to barf, it was more so just like, it was so unsettling, but I highly recommend it. Like, I feel like it's one of those movies that will linger for a very, very long time, and after you watch it, you wouldn't think that it's a bad movie at all. Like, it'll just be, wow, that was a great movie. It was very disturbing, but a great movie kind of thing.
Yeah, chat, like, even if you have some hang-ups, or if you're a little, like, yes, the film is very violent in parts, very, very disturbing. Not in like in a direct way, but in a very, like, the concepts it presents you with are very, like, very disturbing, but it is just one of the finest films ever made, and you will not be able to stop thinking about it after you watch it. So I would really, really suggest, like, put some of those hang-ups aside and give it a try, because it is really just one of the greats.
Yeah. When we're saying it's disturbing, what we say in a very, very high praise kind of way. I know that sounds very like counterintuitive, but we mean it in a good way, not like, oh, don't watch it because it's trash. Like, it's very good. It's I think it's worth your time. But we ended up going on a tangent for another like 20 minutes. So let's go back to the YouTube video. Let's go back to the YouTube intro, right? while you're not crispy, because you were phasing in and out of dimensional space for a little bit, but we finally have you. You're back. We'll do the YouTube intro while you're still nice and clear before you phase out again.
Very nice.
Okay, then how about I'll take the lead. Usually I'm just like, okay, this is Gary, we're cooking stream. I have my guest, and then I'll like point to you. You can do a quick little self intro, and that's it. It's nothing too crazy. It's pretty boring. Very actually.
Nice. Okay, yeah, let's do it. All
right, everyone, spam hi YouTube for a second. I'll let stream delay catch up. I'm gonna lubricate and all that stuff, and then we'll do the intro. Gary, take the lead. Well, I gotta take the lead somehow, chat. I'm the host. I like to have my guests do all the work, but sometimes I can. I find that every single time I have a friend over, I'm like, yo, girl, you're good at intros, right? They're like, no. And I'm like, oh, you got it. And then I just stand there and I just go like, wave, and then they say the intro. I'm like, okay, great. Let's get on to the cooking. Okay, YouTube intro. 3, 2, 1. Hey everyone, welcome back to another episode of Giris Kitchen. This week we have a special guest. He is also an Oni just like me, and we have mods. Yay!
Hey everybody, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I'm glad I made it. I just got done a couple days ago. I escaped from being captured, and I was tortured, but I killed those motherfuckers and I escaped with my life. Got back in time for New Year's, and now we're gonna make some delicious classic East London food, and I'm excited for it.
Wow, what an intro. Wait, what happened? What an intro.
Oh, it's a fascinating story. So end of my last stream, guy broke into my house. He was another demon. He wanted something with me, but he was bait. The other guys, they didn't like him. Killed him. And then when I lost my shit and flew off, I got captured. They held me in a basement and they chained me up and they started tearing off my limbs so that they could try and extract the souls from my body. But then they didn't realize that I'm actually goated as fuck, and I just headbutted them and broke free, killed them all. So the world is far safer with those guys not running around. Flew off, lost both my wings in the process, but I've still got my horns, and so I am back, and I'm ready to get back to streaming because you know, we can't let every bad thing stop us in our tracks, you know.
Right. So my New Year's was a little uneventful. So for mine, so I just, you know, gosh, I don't even know what I did compared to that. How am I supposed to follow up with that story? I got
you had
nothing.
a very relaxing Christmas and a really happy New Year.
Yeah. I don't got the lore. One thing you need to know about me is like I originally came into streaming going like, yo, sorry guys, my name is Giri. I got teleported from, like, I used to be a warlord back in the day. I got teleported. A grandma that likes to make onigiris saved me, so I developed a fascination for onigiris. Hence, I changed my name to Oni and then Giri, and then I have my own like convenience store. Blah 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 blah. And then after like 2 weeks, I'm just like, you know, fuck it, guys. I just, you know what, immersion break or like this and that. Like, I don't give a shit if you can see my blue suit. It's whatever. I gave up after like a month into streaming. I completely forgot what my lore was.
Yeah, it's quite fascinating. It's quite fascinating because for me it was kind of like a different process where I think I had sort of the same pattern, but it didn't really feel like I was quote unquote giving up. I was sort of like, I don't know, I was so new to this whole community and this whole experience that when I joined, I thought people would want to know more about like that side of my life, but people wanted just to know more about like my casual life, you know, like when I'm playing games and stuff. And so that became kind of, you know, my intention with it really got very sidetracked, and I really enjoyed doing that as well. But I've been having fun recently kind of opening up more about the sort of shit that goes on in my day-to-day life, because it's very terrifying and quite interesting, but you know, it always used to happen, but I did a better job of hiding it because I thought, you know, it wouldn't really do all that well. But the best thing one of the best decisions that I made was making the film as a way of like showing people what was going on in a way that felt digestible and sort of in a way that felt more cathartic, you know, because if I just sat down, I was like, guys, I just want to tell you right now, everything's fucked up. I can't be around people or else I will harm them and stuff like that. It's just doing it through the film is a fascinating way of doing it, and I had so much fun. So yeah, it's been strange. It's been a bit of a tumultuous past couple of months. People getting used to, you know, the way that I've changed things, but I'm having so much fun. Honestly, it's been a much more interesting time for me to kind of really not have to hide that shit anymore, you know?
Yeah, no, that's really good. I feel like a lot of the times for streaming, like it's okay to play a character and whatnot, but you have to genuinely enjoy it or have fun with it. I feel like you can maintain it for a little bit, but if you're really not like vibing or connecting with it on a personal level, it's hard to kind of continue and still be passionate about like your character or whatever it is.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, you know, it's quite funny because it's sort of, for me, like at the start, I felt like I was playing a character, you know. It felt like sort of being casual all the time, and you know, and just and also trying to be this sort of like suave lover character, because I felt like that's what I was almost typecast as, and I felt like that's my job, that's what I've got to be, that's who I am, and I'm good at it, and I'm going to keep doing that. But then you really have to do something that you feel passionate about, and so that I guess that side of my of who I've come to be, you know, it got a little bit difficult to keep up with after a while. And with this, I feel like I get to be a lot more expressive, and it's so much fun. And yeah, you know, I've been having an amazing time with it.
Yeah, no, that's really good. Sorry, chat is spamming shower gamba. Okay, so I'll get that out of the way so they can shut the fuck up. Holy shit, chat. You guys are pissing me off. Okay, I don't know what YouTube chat is doing because I can't see them right now. I'm sure they're lovely as always. Okay, but Twitch chat needs to stick a carrot up their fucking ass and shut up. Okay. All right, so let's do the shower gamba so I can like not see like annoyance every single time in the corner of my eye, so I can enjoy what Vox is actually talking about. So shower gamba, did I shower today? Okay, so don't judge me, but like I kind of forgot. I didn't have time to shower today because I woke up at like noon, and I had to get groceries and stuff. So no, I didn't shower today. Okay. I showered yesterday.
No. Based evening shower. This honestly kind of a better way of doing it, because that way you wash off all the muck and dirt of the day, and then you get into bed and you're all nice and cozy and
It's
clean,
clean,
and lovely.
yeah.
Instead of
Are you a
bringing
nighttime
all
shower?
of that muck. It varies. I'm not very good with my daily schedule. Me personally, I kind of prefer to shower at night because it means that, again, like you can have a really nice clean sleep. But some days I will shower in the morning. It just depends on what the day allows for, I guess.
Yeah, I think it depends on the schedule. If I have somewhere to be in the morning, I would prefer to look as fresh as possible. So maybe I'll shower in the morning. But if it's really late and I like don't want to wake up extra early the next day, I'll probably just shower at night. Or like if I really stink, right? If I went to an izakaya or a yakitori and the charcoal fumes are just fumigating me for the last 2 hours, I'll probably go home and shower. Anyways, not important. Let's get on. Let's start cooking. So, what do you? Okay. Also, just to let you know what we have and we don't have, so we can kind of like bid our time accordingly. I will default, since you do like to cook, you know what you're doing. I will trust you on this. I was looking into the ingredient list, and it looked like one of the ingredients needed was fish stock. In Japan, what they need to know, they don't really sell stock. They will sell like consomme pebblets, like dashi powder or chicken consomme, or like the beef powder thing to make beef stock. But I don't have beef stock ready. However, I do have the beef consomme that we can just whip together really quickly. The other thing is there's no fish stock. So I actually looked online on how to make it, which is just basically a very simple like mirepoix, and then you put fish in there, and then you just boil it. So that is one thing we do need to do. That's one extra step that we'll like need to make time for.
You know,
but
it's kind of interesting you say that, because fish stock in the sauce, in the liquor, is actually a more modern version of the recipe. Originally, that you've mentioned was the original recipe, because obviously back sort of in the late 1800s, early 1900s, fish stock wasn't as readily available. So the process of jellying the eels, the leftover water from jellying the eels, that became the base for the sauce. So, you know, we've got the jellied eels here, and so I'm not sure how similar it'll be, but the sauce on the fish stock coming straight from the fish is really the closest way you could get to the original recipe. So that works out quite well.
Okay, all right. I literally was fighting tooth and nail for groceries because I got the bulk of the rest of the groceries New Year's Eve. I was telling this to my chat, but I wanted to get everything ready because I anticipated that yesterday, New Year's Day, is going to be closed. So I was fighting against all the grandmas, shoulder to shoulder. I was like elbowing everybody in the fucking face to get to like all the groceries and produce that I needed to get to. I was fighting for my life for this collab box. You need to understand this. Like, look at my carrot. I think it's because it's New Year's. Everything has to be very long because it symbolizes like longevity and long life. So there's no fucking regular carrot. They have carrots like 2 meters tall. So this is my carrot that we're gonna be using today for the stock. But I shit you not, there's no regular length anything. Everything is very, very long.
It reminds me of that line from Shrek. What does he say? Do you think he's compensating for something?
I'm definitely not. This is literally the shortest one. I really tried, chat. This is average.
Oh wow, fair enough.
Yeah. This was the shortest one that I can find. There was much longer. That was like breaking at the tip a little bit. We don't want that. We want one whole length to reign in the new year. Okay, so what do you suggest we do first?
Well, I obviously very familiar with this type of dish. I'm not terribly familiar with cooking it myself, but I've done a lot of research, and so I think the first thing to do most likely would be to I'm not sure. How long do you think preparing the fish sauce is going to take?
When I read it online, they said maybe about 40 minutes or so. You gotta saute it, and then you put the water in, and then you simmer for about 30 minutes. So like cutting and sauteing will take, let's say, 10 minutes or whatever.
Sure. I would say let's start with the pastry. So you've got to get the pastry in the pie tin ready, and then once that's all done, then we can make the fish stock and move on with the rest. Yeah.
Okay, so let's do that then. I have bowls. I think we have to do 2 kinds of pastry. So this might sound like a stupid question to ask, considering I'm supposed to know how to cook, but what is the difference between lard and suet? I'm
gonna be so real with you. I don't know.
Because I I was like, I
I'm
think
gonna
it's
Google
fat.
it. What is it's fat, yeah, but what's the difference between lard and suet? I've had both. Lard is made from rendered pork fat, while suet is made from the hard fat around the kidneys and loins of cattle and sheep. That makes a lot more sense as to why suet was used, because cattle, sheep, a big part of farming in the UK, and that hard fat, most likely a lot easier to come across, cheaper ingredients and stuff like that. So that makes sense, actually.
Okay. So this says purimalado, which just means that it's lard. It's like squeezable. I don't know why it's squeezable, but it is. So we have lard for one of it. However, because I didn't really know the difference between suet and lard, I did procure something from the grocery store. It's not going to be enough, but you're not allowed to judge me, okay? It's not going to be enough because I actually felt guilty halfway through. But I actually stealing is a very strong word, okay? I don't like the word to steal, but if it's free, it's not stealing. Cause like you know how when you do yakiniku, they give you like the little. So I was like, can I steal 75 of these? Cause we need 75 grams, and I was like, how far can I manage
Terrible
before
behavior.
someone kicks me out?
How dare you? It's like, see, I mean, they are free, so it's like,
Right?
it's like that question of like, I go to the bathroom in a restaurant. Technically, the soap is free when you go to the bathroom.
Yes.
What's to stop me from just standing there and pumping all of the soap out of the soap dispenser? It's all free, so I'm not stealing anything.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a weird gray area.
I'm just using their resources. So literally, like for the beef section, they'll just have a bucket of this. I legit was like hovering like a freaking eagle, just kind of like, yeah, I'm looking at the meat. I'm looking at the meat. And then I look left, I look right, and like, okay, no grandma's looking at me. So I just went like.
Listen, I think.
I just kept on walking, and I was like, anyone see? Anyone see?
If you think you would have used these at yakiniku anyway, then I think it's fine. I think that these would have some way or another been used by you, and you gave that yakiniku place your business, you paid for your meal. I think that that's fine, personally.
I will definitely use these. I will, yes, I will. Yes, I will. Yep. I will definitely make use of the ingredients, but we can probably like combine the two, maybe, if that works. Again, I don't really know if this is like suet in particular, but this is typically what you use to grease sukiyaki pots and like the grill when you make yakiniku at home. This is what they do actually offer this for free. You're supposed to take one, obviously, but I just took whatever could fit in my hands, which isn't much, and then I found the lard, so I just took everything home. I was too embarrassed to put it back. At a certain point, I was like, should I literally grab it out of my bag and put it back? But I was like, that's literally admitting, guilty. So I was just like, you know what? I'll just continue. I'll just pretend that nothing happened. So let's hope that's okay. All right. So what do we need first for the pastries and stuff?
Hell if I know.
You're the one with the.
I don't know. I don't know how to make pastry from scratch. I mean,
Does
you've
the
got your own
recipe say?
ingredients. Like, wait. Let me get up the recipe that I sent you.
I will say though, we can probably have the recipe just because I don't think we need a 4-person serving. I think 2-person is fine. And also I don't have that many pie tins, so we're gonna half the recipe according to the one that you sent me.
Yeah, I mean the thing about the pie filling is that it's a very sort of small but very thick, not thick as in like diameter, but thick as in it's quite tough, and it doesn't really, you can sort of pull on it and stretch it and it won't. Well, obviously if you pull on hard enough, it's going to break, but it's it's quite a firm pastry.
Okay.
So I'm taking a look at it now. So typically the way it works is you would get the pastry done, put it in a dish, and then fill that with the beef mince, and then they've got the mash. Oh, lovely. Oh, lovely. It's funny because I have to get used to saying mashed potatoes, but in the UK we just call it mash.
Oh, it's just called mash. Ah.
Mash. Yeah, it's a pie and mash shop, and so you say, "Oh, go down, have some pie and mash." Lovely. So let me have a quick look. So for the suet pastry, sieve flour into a mixing bowl.
Okay. Sift. Oh, I don't got. Okay. Well, chat. Don't look. Don't look, chat.
Time to get sifting. What's that? The fabric of reality is being disturbed.
Don't look. I can easily phase into my old isekai life whenever I want to, guys. Yeah, that's what's happening.
Easy money.
Yeah. I forgot to grab my sifter. All right, how much flour was it that you said?
Let me have a quick look. So 250 grams of plain flour. So if you're just making it for 2, I guess that'd be 125 grams of plain flour.
Okay, 125. Do you like baking a lot, or do you find cooking to be your forte?
Yeah, I don't really bake at all. I'm mostly a cook, and so when you asked me about the pastry, I was like, But usually, a lot of my food, I like to make stuff that's quite quick to prepare. I love kind of stuff like, I love quickly preparing stuff like stir-fry fried dishes would definitely be my thing, because I love getting a big wok. I love getting a wok, I love seasoning a wok, and I love making a really big dish. And I love, one of my favorite things that recently, in the last few years when I kind of got big into cooking, was learning how to properly, like, toss shit while you're cooking. And it just made me feel
like
so
the,
cool.
the pan flip thing. Okay, gotcha.
Exactly. You give that a real good toss. And learning how to do that was good. And I love making fried rice. I love making stir fry of any kind. It's great because whatever you have in the house, you can just be like, oh, bung a bit of that in, a bit of onion, bit of this vegetable, da 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 da, and you can turn really anything into something good. I did make a mistake. I did make a steak a little while ago. Because I had I got this special kind of, like, I got it as a gift. I got this kind of black salt, and I was like, ooh, this looks fun. But I made the mistake of pre-seasoning my chicken with this salt rather than seasoning it after it was all done. So typically, you'd sprinkle it on top. Me,
like a finishing salt, right?
I seasoned my raw chicken with this, and when it was cooked and when it was in the pan, it went from being this really cool, flaky black salt, it turned blue almost, and so I had weird spotty blue chicken. It tasted fantastic, but it looked really bad.
Oh, no. Well, if you're not showing it to anyone, if you're not sharing with anybody, I think that's fine. Whatever. And if you eat with your eyes, it turned black to blue.
Like,
it's fine.
And I ate it, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, black salt is is this charcoal salt? I know there's some that's called lava salt, so it's like a salt derived from like lava rocks or whatever.
Yeah.
It could also be charcoal salt. I actually have some black salt myself. I think.
Ooh.
I was gifted a set of like finishing salts, but I forgot where I left it. It's somewhere here though. I'll find it when I find it. It's not a big deal. But yeah, it's like some kind of there's minerals involved in it. Okay, so how much lard do we need?
So after you've done that, it should be a pinch, just a pinch of salt, suet, and baking powder.
Only a pinch of suet? Not. I thought it was like I stole 75 grams worth of because I thought it was.
Let me check, because what I don't want you to do is use it all, and then maybe we need suet later on. Maybe. Let me have a look at them.
Because I know one requires butter, one requires lard or suet.
Yeah. Let me have a quick check of the recipe at which parts we would use suet.
They look like dishwasher tabs a little bit. They're really hard too, but if it's at room temperature, they get really, really soft. This one I squeezed accidentally.
I think they've sort of.
It says Wagyu fat in Japanese. This is Wagyu. And then if it can just fucking focus,
I would say
this means like
go
fat.
for the. Nowhere else in the recipe mentions suet, so I'd say go for the 75 grams.
75 grams of lard.
And a pinch of salt.
Pinch of salt.
Of lard.
75 grams.
Hi.
Oh, it's not. Oh, it's okay. It's coming out like that's a stiff. That's a stiff lard. It's like
that's a stiff. Oh my god.
Oh dear. Okay. All right. Okay.
Love that.
Wow. I've never seen lard like this before. It's. Okay. Okay. I was like, is it gonna drop down at any moment? I'm at 58, so 70. 5 grams, maybe 2 grams short. That's the one thing about baking. I feel like when people say that it has to be very, very exact, that is true, but I feel like it also comes from like people who maybe only just started tinkering with baking. I feel like once you get really comfortable with it, if you're 5 grams off your flour, it's not gonna make your bread explode. It's whatever.
It's gonna be
It's
fine.
whatever. It really is like not as precise as people tend to think that it is. Okay, so salt is in,
And
fat
I
is in.
believe
What
a
else?
pinch of baking powder as well.
Oh, baking powder. Baking, and don't worry
Yeah,
if
honestly,
you see
this
the camera.
this is not the kind of dish that would need razor sharp precision. Like this, again, is just a quick meal that made with love in the East End of London, you know, for not a lot of money. And so, you know, I think that embracing kind of the fun of it and embracing like, yeah, this is just some food. We're making a pie. We've got, you know, whatever giblets meat we can get our hands on, sticking it into a pie in order to make a really, really nice dinner.
I kind of want to see Kay's. Do you find Kay's cooking to be authentic? Like, do you know if the style that she cooks with is like authentic British food or not? Kay's cooking.
Oh, Kay's cooking. Isn't that the lady? What was it? Uncle Roger.
Yeah. The,
like,
with
I
the
remember
wet
it was
rice
like,
and shit.
Hello,
Yeah.
This is welcome back to Kay's Cooking. Today we're making special fried rice. I don't know
love
if I
her.
can call what she does cooking at all.
I
mean,
love her though. She
She's
is
so
such
sweet.
a
She's so
precious
sweet.
little
I love her. And is it her son that she gives the fried rice to, and she hasn't cooked it previously, so it's just raw rice that she stuck in some oil, and he eats it. He's like, well, rice is a bit crunchy.
Yeah, the son is so precious. Like, it's a little bit crunchy, mom. So he's like, he's not saying it's raw.
That's her hobby, you know. She's getting into YouTube and cooking, and he wants her to feel happy. He's like, well, you know, it's a bit crunchy, but you know, it's pretty good.
I love
It
them.
was horrible to watch, but I have to say she is very sweet for just attacking the recipe head on and just doing what she thought the idea was.
Yeah, it's either like way too wet, or she's just like mixing her stir-fried ham with like raw eggs, and she thinks that's like scrambled eggs. And I'm just
that
like,
was really bad. I was like
watching
oh.
it. I know this is going back to like her most infamous clip, which is the fried rice. She does more than that. However, going back to the fried rice one, she was like, oh, you want to stir fry the garlic, right? So she literally videotapes herself chopping garlic for literally 10 minutes, like sliver by sliver. And they're not even slivers, they're just big chunks. And then she's like, okay, now you saute the garlic. So she puts it in the pan, and then literally it cuts to all the garlic turning black. And I'm just like, what happened in between all that time? You showed 10 minutes of chopping garlic, but you can't show 10 minutes of you literally burning the garlic alive. Everything just turned black. She's trying her best, guys. I fucking love Kay.
Oh god, and then burning the shit
yeah.
out of the garlic as well. I remember, I love the part where she's cutting it with like this sort of cheap
small
like
ceramic knife.
Tesco knife, or I think it's a metal knife. Borderline looks like a plastic knife. Like I've seen knives like those in shops, and they're very cheap. And I think the thing is, obviously, it must have been quite an old one. You know, it doesn't see any reason to replace the knife nor sharpen it. So it's like the garlic. I love the part where she tries to chop the garlic and it hits out from under the knife and it flies away, and she goes, "Oh!" Like it's so afraid of where the garlic is going. I'm glad she managed to do it in the end, but ay.
I really don't think she's trolling. I think she genuinely wants to improve or learn to cook. So I think that's actually how she cooks. But I heard from comments that is like maybe half or maybe even like the majority of how British people cook. It's just like potatoes. They gotta like mash it together into like some shape or form, some kind of carb together. If it's heated through, honestly, it's edible kind of thing.
I wouldn't. Yeah, that's it, right? I mean, I wouldn't be at all surprised. Her accent, she sounds like she's from up north, and that again is like a part of the country that's been characterized by a lot of poverty, and so a lot of the time, you know, it's all about making good on what ingredients you have. And fried rice is more, at least to my knowledge, is more of an Asian dish, and that is also typically a dish where any leftovers you've got, anything that you don't plan on using for anything else, can go quite well into fried rice.
Yeah.
For in the UK, a lot of obviously like has been for a while a little bit of a melting pot for a lot of different cultures. Curry very popular in the UK, and so curry is sort of a really popular option for using up like leftover meat and stuff like that. Obviously, more preparation required, but you know, beef mince pie, very cheap meat, that kind of stuff, this sort of thing. And then, yeah, I think honestly, in this country, probably curry is like one of the main ones.
I was told that curry is like Britain's like national dish or something like that. Like,
it's funny because curry, obviously, or sort of like the curry that we are used to. Typically, the curry you would have in the UK is sort of styled after an Indian curry. And so it's funny to think of curry as the British national dish when we got it from India, you know. But, well, actually, chat, I would like to argue that our national dish is fish and chips, or the full English breakfast, both of which are really, really good, actually. And and there's this idea that British food is bad, and I have fed into this idea because a lot of British food is bad, but a full English breakfast and fish and chips. I had fish and chips just a few days before I disappeared for a while, and good lord, I can still taste it now. Fish and chips is so good, and it is so cheap as well. It is so cheap, so easy to get a hold of. Every little town in the UK has its own fish and chip shop, and they have similar food and everything like that. It's great. I love the chicken nuggets at fish and chip shops as well. Those are really good.
I recently did like a British food episode, if you will. That was my first time cooking British food, and they said that one of the quintessential things, obvious, was fish and chips. I tried making it myself. It actually turned out really well, and I was like, "This is great." I use cod instead because cod is my favorite fish to use here in Japan.
Cod is a lovely fish to go for fish and chips.
And
yeah,
it's
that's
also
typical.
very affordable here. Yeah, so in Canada it's very expensive. But yeah, I think it turned out really well. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I think it actually was very, very yummy. It was crunchy, it was flaky. The chips, Oni Bro said that it was very, very good. If Oni Bro says so, it must be true, you know. But
oh yeah, I believe it.
Yummy.
Honestly, I believe it. I imagine, you know, you're a very experienced cook. I imagine it's quite difficult to get fish and chips truly, utterly wrong, because I think, again, like I've said, it's sort of built by how easy it is to make and how cheap the ingredients are to obtain. Even though cod, as you said, is a lot more expensive in Japan.
Although I feel like because I watch a lot of like videos from like Chris and Connor and whatever, right? Like it seems like they make it very hard. Like it seems like they make it that like fish and chips is very, very hard to come by in Japan, or like good ones. So I always get very intimidated when it's like, oh no, like what if it's not good? Like what is a good fish and chip, you know? Like it always makes me very nervous. I don't actually know if it truly is as easy as people say it is or think it is, because Connor and Chris make it sound like in their videos anyways that it's like a very hard dish to get right. They're always complaining about something.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, as far as British food goes, I don't have the most fish and chips compared to other people, and I also haven't gone out of my way to try and make it myself. If I want fish and chips, I'll go and get it from a fish and chip shop. But I can imagine maybe it's difficult to get it right. We'll have to see. I love the chips as well. The chips you get from there are really good. It's one of the things when I go abroad, I miss British chips because we have, you know, or fries, I guess. You know, big chunky chips, almost like potato wedges, but very fluffy on the inside and really crispy on the outside. A perfectly made chip, so good.
Are you more of a chip person or like an American fry person? Like I guess like
more of a chip, 100% more of a chip person. Fries are fine, and if I need to have fries, I will have fries. They're fine. But when I eat French fries, like thin fries, I'm just thinking about chips, because chips are, I'm sorry, they're so much better. With the light fluffiness on the inside and that perfect flaky salt, really nice crispy on the outside. They're so good. They're so good, especially with ketchup. Just dipping it in ketchup with that nice balance of flavor. Oh God, I actually need. You know what? I have not cooked in a long time, given my circumstances. I want to make some chips tonight. I'm gonna get some potatoes. I'm gonna try and make myself some fish and chips tonight. That's gonna be good.
You should. You should. He's thinking about chips so hard that he's literally like phasing in and out of reality again. He's just like,
It's
I
classic.
gotta go get the
Classic
chips. I
British
can't
person
stay.
thinks so hard about fish and chips that the internet starts slowing down.
Is it also
The
true that like
waves.
is it also true that like during a dispute a cup of tea will solve anything? Is this just like a thing they say
100%.
or is this
Oh no,
true?
genuinely, this is true. This is true. No matter, literally, there was a book I read a while ago. It was a book I read a little while ago that was all about the healing power of a cup of tea. It was like, and it specifically says like if like in Britain, a cup of tea can solve anything. You've ended your relationship, just have a nice cup of tea. You've lost your job, nice cup of tea. And then the book said a Tyrannosaurus Rex came out of a space-time portal and ate your entire family and destroyed your house in front of you. Nice cup
Have
of
a
tea.
cup of tea.
And to be honest, I think that that's actually pretty true. There has not been a single time where I've been really stressed or upset or anxious or worried or angry or whatever, that then when I have a cup of tea, immediately I'm like, it's the warmth of the cup. It's the way that you
Really?
can make whatever cup of tea you happen to like best. You can make it however you like. You can add or remove sugar, milk to your preference, and there's something about it. It just feels
Yeah.
like coming home. And I actually can't get enough of it. I was a bit stressed out yesterday evening, not for any serious reason. It's just a lot of work going on. I had a lot to finish. And I went and I had a cup of tea, and I was just like, God, everything's gonna be all right. It's just immediately when you have a cup of tea, you will just
The
feel
world
better
carries
every
on.
time.
It'll be fine. I'll get it. It's like, are you the cuck of the relationship? Have a cup of tea. It's totally
Have
fine. It's
a
totally
cup of tea.
fine.
Have a cup
Failed
of
your
tea.
test, didn't make it into college, whatever. Have a cup of tea. Invite your professor for a cup of tea too. Maybe he'll change it back to an A.
Literally, no
everything's
matter
gonna be great.
what, no matter what is going on in my life, I am like, you know what? I've got my cup of tea, so like, I've got that going for me, which is nice.
That's literally like an emotional support tea. Like I'm Chinese, so clearly I drink a lot of tea, but I've never really think about it. Like I usually drink tea if I'm eating a lot of like heavy foods, for example, like dim sum and stuff. So we have like a big cup of like pu'er tea or like bolei tea in Cantonese.
Okay.
It's supposed to be like really bitter and really strong, but it really cuts a lot of the fattiness away. For us, it's not like an afternoon thing. It's just like I always see my mom drinking tea, and my mom would be like the ratchet kind where it's like the same loose leaf tea. She will drink it for 2 days, and that's what I grew up with. That's how I do it. So when I
Wow.
see like friends come over and they're like, "Oh, Giri, your tea is like really pale," I'm like, "Oh, I know, it's fine. There's no color in it." I will literally keep drinking it until it completely runs clear, because that's how my mom drinks it, and I thought that was normal. And then like I can't change back now because I feel very guilty for throwing away like quote unquote good tea leaves because it's still like steeping color out. So in my opinion, it's still like pungent enough to make the tea. So like that's how I drink my tea.
Yeah,
I just
I
drink it
mean,
like water.
I can definitely understand that thought process. I guess maybe the way that we have tea is different because with tea bags, which in the UK I don't think, like, apart from if you're having like really artisanal tea, usually you would not make it with tea leaves. It would just be with, a classic tea bag. You can get like 250 English breakfast tea bags for like £3. Like, it is so cheap. And that, if you have a cup of tea a day, that box of tea that you paid for like £3, that's tea almost for the rest of the year. So
Yeah.
you for obviously the average British person has 3 to 4 cups a day. I'm usually pushing 5, but in that way, yeah, you'll use up a lot more than that. But it is so cheap that I can't really imagine feeling too conscious about throwing away a tea bag. Also, with English breakfast tea, usually we don't leave the tea bag in the tea. Usually you brew it for a little bit and then you
Oh no,
strain it and then throw the tea bag away.
I keep that in there for like hours. I never like when I found out the proper way, or like the quote unquote Western way, like McDonald's would be like, "Oh, do you want do you want to keep the bag in there?" I'm like, "No shit." Like I didn't say it out loud, but I thought in my head. I'm like, "No fucking shit. I want my tea left in my water. Why do I want to just like dunk it for 5 times and then just throw it out? Like where's where's the rest of the money? That's money I pay for. I pay $165 for that tea bag. I better get my $165 out of that Tim Hortons tea, So every
But
time I'm like, no,
it's-
leave the
that's
bag in there. Thank you.
That's
Don't ask
the
stupid
thing.
questions.
That's the thing. It's like, I don't know. I guess it's just we make it differently. Me personally, like I like all strengths of tea. If I'm having English breakfast, I kind of prefer the tea to be a little bit weak, honestly. I'll leave it in for maybe 20 seconds or so, and then give it a big squeeze with a spoon on the side of the cup, and then I'll throw the tea bag out. And that with a bit of milk and sugar is perfect. If I have like not loose leaf tea, but if I have like a herbal tea, I'll tend to leave the tea bag in and have it a lot stronger. My favorites: saffron, peppermint, and Earl Grey. I really like as well.
Oh yeah, I like peppermint if I'm a little bit bloated, but Earl Grey is my go-to. I love it. Okay, before we keep talking about teas, because I could talk about teas forever. The other pastry, there's two. So I made the lard one. You might need to walk me through the measurements for the butter one.
Okay, so from what I know, so you've got the dough. Have you got it rolled? Have you rolled it into like a flat shape yet?
Yeah, I roll it into like a discus, and then I put it in the fridge just to kind of let it sit there
it's
for
the
now.
pie shell and the pie lid. I mean, as far as I'm aware, like it's pretty much the same process. It's just the same exact process. You would just use the butter as opposed to the lard. Let me check the measurement for the butter just to make sure.
I'm just not sure about the measurement.
It seems like it's pie lid, 75 grams of cold butter cut into cubes. So half of that, around like 37 grams of
How much
37 grams,
flour?
probably enough. How much flour? So half 150, 75 grams of plain flour.
75 and 37. 75. Oh, I forgot to sift it. Oh well, YOLO. 75. Okay. Okay, whatever. 1 gram more. It's fine.
I see chat mentioning builder's tea, and it's true that it's sort of like a tradition that English breakfast is the tea of of handymen and stuff. If you have ever got someone like a plumber or maybe moving people coming over, tradition is it's quite rude that when they're over there, if you don't offer to make them a cup of tea. And it's going back to RuneScape, actually, it's quite funny because there are different skills and stats that you can train for your character, and one of them is construction, where you build your player-owned house. And one of the only ways to boost your construction level temporarily so you can build something more advanced in a short space of time is to brew yourself in your player-owned kitchen, yourself a cup of tea.
Really?
And it will boost your construction level by 3 levels. Because RuneScape is a British game. It was made in Cambridge. And and when your character drinks it, they will automatically say, "Nothing like a nice cup of tea." So you can tell that it's a British game.
Oh, really? Oh, that's so cute. I love that. I was going to say, is it a British game then? Because it's so lore accurate.
It is, yeah, accurate to British law. You know, what's funny about it? There's a documentary about the making of the game, which I really like, and I find it quite a heartwarming story because the game originally it's more than 20 years old at this point. It's been going for such a long time, and it originally was made by 2 brothers who were living in their parents' house. It's an MMO made by just 2 people originally, and it was so kind of like an indie effort and such like a family effort because they love making games, and they were like, yeah, let's make this sort of like an RPG type thing. And originally, if you cook something in the game, they needed a sound effect for this. When they started adding sounds, they started thinking of what to do. And with cooking in the game, the sound effect for cooking sounded really weird originally, and it's because the sound effect, whenever your character cooked something, it was the same sound, and that sound was them getting a really, really, really cheap microphone and pointing it at a pan while their mum was cooking them breakfast. She was making eggs, and they just aimed the microphone at that, and in the game, it's been replaced now, but in the early days, that sound was used in the game for years, and the game became millions of people heard that sound of their mum cooking eggs, and it's just, I just think it's such a heartwarming story. Game development, especially with MMOs, so rare to find something that's genuinely a really independent effort, and I think I find it so charming for that reason, among a million others.
Well, that's really cool. I did not know that, but I feel like one of the most comforting sounds that you can hear that's like nostalgic or whatever is just the sound of like someone cooking in the kitchen. I feel like if you're lucky enough to have like a memory that links back to that as well, or if you don't, it doesn't matter, but I feel like that's such a comforting sound to listen to, just like chopping sounds and stuff.
It's chopping, particularly frying, like oil spitting, going like that, but obviously nothing can ever compare to coming home and smelling food being cooked and having a really good smell. And just think, again, nothing makes me hungry like a really, really good smell. If something's been in the oven for a little while, it's like, ooh, what's going to be for dinner tonight?
I do like how like there's literally just a cheat though where as long as you're just sauteing some garlic and onions, you don't even know how to, you don't have to know how to cook, chat. If you're trying to impress a person and you're inviting them to their house and you're like, oh, I can cook, and you're trying to like fake it till you make it, literally just put some like garlic and onions on some oil and saute that, and she's gonna be fucking swooning over you. That doesn't even take much effort. Just something about garlic and onions just smells the best. It smells like the fanciest dish ever, but just literally two ingredients.
Best thing you can do, chat, it's so simple. Learn how to chop an onion. Just do the proper way of chopping an onion. You know, like there's a Gordon Ramsay video, 2 minutes, teaches you how to chop an onion. Just thin it out, and then chop it out and dice the onion. If you can do that, Riz, infinite Riz. They will love that.
Yep, they're gonna be like, ooh, you can chop an onion? Okay, what else can you do? You must be good with your hands, huh? And then you're like, oh, babe, well, let me show
and you. Know what? It's so much Riz that neither of you will, because obviously later on, if you know how to make food with onions and garlic, you are definitely going to wind up at least making out later. And it won't matter that you both have had a mouthful of onions and garlic and your breath smells terrible, because you're just that into each other. It's that powerful.
Exactly. I feel like everybody, it doesn't matter like what gender you are or whatever, if you find the other person knows how to cook, it is kind of sexy, right? It doesn't have to be a make or break, obviously, but to know that the other person knows how to cook, like, okay, all right, you got some like other extra skills or things that you're passionate about or good at. It's a nice thing to know how to do. It doesn't have to be like complicated. But it's just, yeah, like even capable. As like a survival instinct, it's just innate. Yeah. Being able to cook is really sexy because it like on that primal like monkey level where like, hey, this person will make sure that I have food and I won't die, and that is really sexy. So you know, it just works on or deep down inside, it will work. And you know, so guys, learn how to chop an onion, chuck it in a pan with some oil, bada bing, get laid, easy. Learn how to touch grass. Or unless you're very, very easy to please, like your case, like son or something. Then I mean, hey, if it's crunchy rice and you fuck with that, you fuck with that. You know, there's nothing wrong. It just depends on your preference. We stand Kay's cooking and her son and the way that he would eat raw rice that's been chucked into a pan full of oil because he just wants to support his mum's hobby. Which is so sweet. I wish that every person that I meet is as supportive as Kay's son. And I wish that for you, chat, okay? I wish that you find a person, it doesn't have to be a significant other, a friend, a family member, that supports you the way that Kay's son supports her. What do we gotta do to find someone who supports you? You gotta learn how to cook. Or at least chop some onions. Okay, so the lid is done. I'm just assuming it's like butter, flour, and water. If I remember the recipe correctly, it might be just those ingredients. If I missed it, again, YOLO. That's too bad. It's too late now. We'll just continue on as normal. So I'll let that sit in the fridge until we need it. I'm gonna assume we don't need it right now, hopefully. But we'll get back to it when the time comes. Let me clean up a little. Are you the type to like clean up as you go, or are you the type to wait until the very, very end to clean everything? I always clean everything right at the end. Usually I will clean everything maybe several days after I've made the dish. We are not gonna get a long box. Uh-oh. We're not off to a very good start now, are we? Getting around the barriers that my mind puts around cleaning up after myself, that is one of my New Year's resolutions. Keeping up with a clean home, a healthy home. It's tough. It's tough. You know, some people in the business call me the attention deficit hyperactivity demon, and sometimes your brain just decides you can't clean that up. That plate that weighs 500 pounds, and I was like, damn. All right, I guess it's gonna stay there then. It's like, oh shit, I guess it is, man. It's okay that I'm 5'8" and I'm super built and stuff, but I can't. That pot is just I might, heavy. It's like, damn, even in this, I feel like I could pick up a truck and throw it, but that plate right there, ooh, that's nasty. It's probably made of whatever the densest element in the world is. So I just. I'm clearly the exact opposite. I remember so back in Canada when I used to do the cooking streams, I used to cook off of a set. This is clearly my real kitchen now that I moved to Japan, but back in Canada it was a set. I had to like bring in my own stoves and everything. And I can't, because the sink was very far away from, like, my real kitchen was far away from the set. I had to basically like walk all the used dishes to the sink and leave it there. Because I'm physically away from the camera, I don't want to take the time to wash dishes and let them just look at a blank screen for 10 minutes, you know? Part of me doesn't really like that. So by the end it would drive me crazy knowing that by the end of it, I would have 10 bajillion dishes waiting for me to be done, because I can't actively wash while I cook, but I like to wash while I cook. I like to keep things very like as organized as I can while I'm streaming.
Idea. It is a brilliant thing to do, a fantastic habit to have. The only thing that I'm able to, I have a very nice set of cooking knives. I got them. They're specifically Japanese knives, sort of Damascus steel, like folded steel knives, and those have very delicate metal. And so if I'm cooking with those, the moment I know I'm done using it, I will immediately wash it, dry it, and put it back in the block. You know, but everything else, stick it in the dishwasher. Worry about it another time. Whatever.
Oh man, I don't have a dishwasher.
I just thought of a really funny meme. I want to show you.
Okay, Oni bro, you might have to pop it up onto the stream though, cause I can't see it from here. Oni bro might need to go grab it.
It's like an old Tumblr post, but I only saw it recently. It's so funny. Just check this out.
I'm gonna give Oni bro a second to put it on the stream so I can see it too.
I love derailing the stream so I can show someone a meme.
I'm pause champing just as hard as chat right now. I
love this one so much.
Pause champing. We're waiting. We're people hypers. Fuck you, runs your cast iron heard through. Oh no!
This is my sinoning. It's the way it's misspelled. My sinoning.
My sinoning.
My sinoning.
Oh no, that would drive a poor guy. That would drive me crazy.
It's like, I don't know, maybe you have a guest over and you've made dinner in your cast iron pan, and then they wake up before you and it's like, oh, I took the liberty of running a dishwasher cycle, and you're like, no.
No,
What have you done?
That literally happened to me. I was using my cast iron. I was like kind of showing it off to my mom, because my mom and I like to have friendly competition for our cooking and baking. And then I showed my mom, like, yo, mommy, check this out. I got it. Look what I have, right? She's like, oh, wow, daughter, very, very impressive. So heavy. Do you know how to use, you know? And I'm like, oh, mom, come on. It's me. And then I made something. I think I made steak or something. And then my mom offered to wash it. And we were literally just like, no! And she was like, are you sure you made such a nice, like, steak and everything? And it's like, no! Don't fucking touch that shit. My mom literally was like running the water already. She was about to get the fucking seal wool and everything because it was kind of like crusted on from the steak. And we were all like screaming. I was like, no, put your hands down right now. Thank God it was only water that got on, but it would have been very, very bad.
Just the idea of thinking about a well-seasoned cast iron pan and someone going at it with steel wool, that's like horrifying to me.
I saw
scraping all of it off. Oh.
I saw another friend. We were doing a barbecue, and this was his cast iron, not mine or anything like that. I was at his place, and he was hosting. I think he was making like buttered lobster or something on his cast iron. He was cooking it on the barbecue grill because the inside stoves were all occupied, and the food was amazing. And then I went outside. And I was looking, like, this was like already after the party. I was in the middle of the night and we were cleaning up, and I was like, dude, your cast iron is like still there. And he was like, oh, that's fine, I'll clean it. I'm like, okay. And then like 3 weeks go by. I'll go back to his house for another party or whatever, and his cast iron is still there. And I'm like, did you just cook, like, did you have lunch recently? Or, and he was like, oh shoot, I forgot about it. And I brought it in. It was completely rusted through. Like literally the lobster remains were still there and it completely became one with the cast iron. It was bright orange from the rust. And I was like, he was like, I can still wash this, right? And I'm like,
That
know about that,
lobster
sir.
was
I
like
don't know
one of the sailors on Davy Jones's ship, just slowly becoming part of the boat itself.
Yeah, literally.
Emerging from the wall, like, Davy Jones wants to win a game of fucker's dice or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah. It literally was that, and I felt so bad. He wasn't as phased as I was expecting him to be, but in my head, I was like, "Oh, this is painful to watch." He threw it away, obviously, but maybe he got another one. But it was so ratchet looking. But anyways, next step. So we have the pastries. What should we do next? The filling or the stock?
I think let's. It depends.
Or
Let
we
me
can have the
check
stock
recipe.
going.
Let me check
while
the
we
recipe.
make
I'll see how
everything else.
long the pie itself would take to cook. So the mashed potatoes will be about 20 minutes. That's fine.
That's quite easy.
That's quite easy. Let me have a look. So
I
make the
think
pie
it'll
lid,
make
blah, blah, blah.
sense if we let the stock
And then
go
the
first.
so the filling goes in 25 minutes. So yeah, start with stock, then mashed potatoes, then the pie filling, and yeah, that should be good.
Okay. All right. Let's grab my Dutch oven. We're gonna make our stock in here. We're gonna make our mirepoix, is what they say, which is just onion, carrot, and celery. But I got my long carrot. Everything is longer in Japan, I think. I don't know. Maybe. Don't watch me wash my carrot, chat, please. This is really awkward. Maybe I should have washed this earlier. I didn't have the foresight to wash it beforehand. But it has to be very clean, though. I'm so sorry.
I am watching this and I am resisting the urge to make a joke. I am a professional and I don't know if I could make any kind of comment without well, yeah, great job washing the carrot. That sounds like a joke in and of itself.
As long as anything is like, as long as this carrot, I feel like it's already going to be an innuendo. It's already built in. Do you think I should start from like the thin tip or like the girthy bottom?
Well, I imagine the
you
carrot
suppose?
should be sort of quite fine, you know, diced. Or I mean, I'll have a quick look, but I'm pretty sure the carrot you don't have to worry about it being too. Yeah, I'd say make it quite fine. So start on the small end and then slice and then reduce the size as necessary.
Then maybe we'll let's just cut the whole. Okay. Yep.
Very nice.
I cut the whole thing out. Oh, I'm like, this is gonna take forever to peel. I just realized.
Oh
Because
God,
it's so
yeah.
long. I hope I didn't.
When you chop the top off of that carrot, I thought you were gonna pick it up and throw it behind you, like whoop.
No, but that's
need
gonna be
this.
what I have to clean later. Oh, this is a long.
This is a long carrot. Considering the innuendos, I'm now incredibly uncomfortable.
It's like shaving it so slowly because I can't shave it any faster because it's so wiggly on the bottom.
No.
I'm so sorry, Karen. I'm so sorry. I wonder if I can go forwards and backwards on this. Like a peeler can go forwards and backwards. Did you know that?
It can, yeah.
Oh, I can't. Oh, I can't. Look. I can go back and up. And then down again.
You got a license for that
Ooh.
potato peeler, mate.
Oh God, I'm a licensed chef. I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing. I know how to handle my own long
Very nice.
carrots.
Hello. What's all this then?
Okay, we're almost there. I'm almost. I'm gonna pick up the pace. I think it's time for us to hasten. So I'm almost done with this carrot, chat. I'm almost done. Okay, we're done. Let's clean all this away.
You wanna know something funny about potato peelers? Overall, a very good thing. But the UK has very strong like anti-weapons laws. Like you know, there's a minimum age to buy even cooking knives from a shop. There's like, you know, you're not allowed to carry anything that's sharp out in public. There's a story from 2018 of a man who was arrested and sentenced for carrying a potato peeler in public.
Okay. What
Because
the
it
hell?
has a sharp point. And if you think about it, a sharp potato peeler could actually do some damage as a weapon. So it makes sense given the law, but it's just quite funny that he was probably just walking around like, oh, yeah, I'm going to a cookout or something. I'm going to bring my potato peeler. And then a police officer saw him and was like, where are you going with that potato peeler then? I mean, maybe it's a little bit of like an overuse, like an overstretch of the law where that man clearly isn't a danger to anybody. But still, it's quite funny, you know.
That's hilarious. Like, what is he even doing with that potato peeler? And potato peelers are quite small. Was he flinging it? Was he like showcasing it? So much so that the cop was able to see? Like, there's actually a lot of questions that beg
I
to
guess
be
that's the
answered.
thing, right? Is that if you're walking around with a potato peeler, he must have been holding it like he's holding it by the handle out. You know, he's just walking around with a potato peeler. I can see how a person might be a little bit like, you know, a police will be like, where are you going with that? You know, if you need to bring a potato peeler to like a barbecue or something you go to, just put it in your pocket or in your bag or something. Then again, kind of dangerous to put in your pocket. It might like rub something. So I don't know. An offensive
It might
weapon,
rub
a potato peeler. That is quite funny, isn't it?
It might rub something. I think that's also one of the reasons why, like, I believe this is in Canada, but I can't quite remember. I feel like it's happened quite a long time ago. But nail clippers were banned. I don't remember if it was on long haul bus rides or if it was like the airport or something. But apparently there was like a heinous crime that was committed with a nail clipper or something like that, something crazy like But yeah, like I guess if you're really, really creative, you can do a lot of bad things. Or someone, because it's a little bit morbid. I won't give you the details, but someone did something bad on one of those like long haul buses, and a person passed away due to like scissors. Just scissors.
Yeah, just
yeah.
Yeah, no, that's pretty nasty. I could imagine that being a thing. So to be honest, like a lot of people talk about this story, and it is funny in a way, but I think overall, definitely a good thing to have very strict laws around weapons. One thing that I do feel quite strongly about is the fact that pepper spray is also illegal, and I feel that should not be the case, you know, because that is a really important, you know, people need that for self-defense, you know, women especially. And so I feel, you know, people have a lot less options for self-defense in the UK. And in some instances, yes, making sure that people are less armed is good, but also I'm worried, you know, for a lot of people who might be in a position where they need to defend themselves, but they can't, you know. It's quite upsetting, but obviously, you know, it's a conversation for another day.
Yeah, I was telling my chat because I grew up in Canada. Like 90% of my life was in Canada, so I was very lucky to grow up in a very safe part of town in Canada. Now that I live in Japan, clearly it is also very, very safe. But I recently came back from New York for a business trip, and it was the first time where I actually understood what my American friends were talking about. Or when you see like like videos online where like they're trying to, like, women are trying to order these keychains with like sharp knuckles on them and tiny little pepper spray bottles or like little jabby things that are like concealed to like self-defense at a moment's notice kind of thing. I never really understood why they were really anxious about that. Like, I understand danger, but how bad can it be was my naive way of thinking. And when I came back from New York, I was like, I get it now. I get it. I'm not trying to say New York specifically, but just like I just happened to be in New York, and I was walking around Times Square and even like smaller roads like off the side and stuff, and I'm like, oh, I see.
Yeah,
I understand.
It's interesting because like I would love to be able to say more about it and to have more to say about it, but like as a man, like I don't really understand. Or no, I understand that perspective, but I can't pretend to have lived that. And so when it comes to like that sort of an opinion on like, you know, people being able to defend themselves, it's it's definitely something where I feel like I need to kind of take like a woman's word for it, because like it pretty much every single woman that I've ever spoken to has talked about like walking home in wherever, you know, in their hometown, in their country, wherever, and have felt unsafe. And it's insane because I can't imagine that pepper spray is like dangerous enough to be lethal. Surely, maybe I'm wrong. But
I don't think it's meant to be. It's more of a deterrent, like stay back, and then they get stunned, and then you can run away, kind of thing.
See, that's the thing, right? Is that you're allowed to purchase a knife for cooking if you're 18 or older, And a knife is a very clearly an easily lethal weapon, and so that is sold in shops all the time. Surely, I imagine there will be some crimes committed with people using pepper spray offensively, but it just sort of seems like it's a little bit topsy-turvy. Yeah, it really hurts, of course, and so I guess, but I feel as though maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. There's probably some people in chat with more statistics about it, but I feel as though giving people more ability to defend themselves in a way that is non-lethal, like with pepper spray, is a really good idea.
Yeah, that's why I feel really I felt like I should have learned maybe things like self-defense or just basic things. Again, I've been very spoiled with living in safe cities most of my life, but after that trip I was like, maybe I should just in case, you just never know. Like it'll never do you wrong to know some self-defense no matter where you live, right?
Exactly. I mean, a lot of people that I've met will do the thing where they kind of keep their keys in between their knuckles.
Yeah.
So they kind of be like a little sharp weapon. And
Yeah.
what I think about it is like, that's what you're dealing with, and that's what you're capable of using at the time. But wouldn't it be a lot safer and a lot less lethal if people were allowed to use pepper spray instead? Like, that's going to do a lot less damage, but be a lot more useful in that situation than trying to stab somebody with your keys. It's quite scary stuff.
Yeah. So I don't know. I've never really handled things like pepper spray before in my life. I just heard that it like really burns and stuff. But
yeah.
But yeah, like even in Canada, I've been catcalled. I've been approached. People ask me what's my Instagram. They're like, oh my god, cute dog. What's your Instagram? And I'm like, teehee. No, thank you. but that's the extent. Like they never really made me feel like I was in danger. It was just more like, oh, that's a weird guy that's approaching me, but never in danger. But yeah, New York was the first time where I was like, ooh. just keep on walking. Don't make eye contact. Keep on walking.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no. I'm glad you managed to keep safe. It's a scary world out there.
Yeah. Why is Oni bro? I get catcalled sometimes, Chad. Okay, it's not like every single day, but I like to think that I'm good enough to get called. Do you see this? Do you see my chat? They're literally, oh sure, Gary, sure. You get catcalled, sure. I may be old, but I'm not fucking ancient. Okay, I'm not dust. I can still get catcalled occasionally because I'm like 21,
It's quite funny because I've been catcalled quite a few times, and I guess maybe that's another thing from the male perspective, because it never feels threatening for me. Like if I get catcalled even in like a very crass way, I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm sexy,
Ah, okay.
But obviously that's a privilege that I'm enjoying, and I know it's a lot more threatening, in different circumstances.
Yeah, it's tough to kind of balance what is flirt. I don't know. Like I'm pretty bad with like the flirting stuff too. So I was like, what would be considered flirting? What would be considered something that's like yucky? Things like that. I think it's difficult to navigate.
With stuff like that, I think just common sense. Like if someone is like rolls down the window of their car and makes an extremely crass comment, that's not flirting.
Right.
Like I feel like the only acceptable way to flirt with a complete stranger would be to go up and say, "Hey, I just wanted to say I think you're really pretty," or "Hey, I just wanted to say I love your hair." I was like, "Oh, I love your outfit. Like, let's go." Like I feel like that's a really reasonable way. And anytime that's happened to me, I'm like, oh wow, like that makes my entire day. It's such a fantastic experience. Like if they're just like, "Yeah, have a good day," and they leave,
like a genuine
really nice
compliment,
I'm like,
right?
Wow, that is so nice. So yeah, if a person makes an incredibly rude, crass comment about your body or whatever it is, they don't have your best interests at heart, and that's clearly just not flirting. That's harassment, and that's all it is.
Yeah, no one's ever said this to me. I've never heard it personally. However, my favorite pickup line is still like, "Did it hurt?" And you go like, "Wait, what? What happened?" It's like, "When you fell from heaven." No one said it to me, but I love that line. I think it's so cute. It's so like stupid and overused or whatever it is. But in my head, if someone said that, I would be giggling, bro. I would be like,
I'd be like, I love that line. I love that line especially because I had a friend where he had a massive crush on this one girl. And from what I'm aware of, she didn't really like him back. And it was kind of bad because she was like bullying him. But one day she came up to him and she made that line. She was like, "Hey, did it hurt?" And he was like, "What?" And she said, "When you fell from heaven." And he went, "Yes." And he was just so confused. He thought he was so nervous. He was like, Yes.
That is
Wow,
he knows he's hot. Okay, that is a confident king. He's like, yeah, look at me, bro. I'm a fucking catch. Okay.
No, at that time I knew him. That was a fight or flight. Stop dead in your tracks. What? She became
Literally,
up and
the
spoke
cogs
to me
are
and said,
spinning.
Pico, did it hurt when you fall from heaven? Yes. Like, it wasn't a confident. Yeah, no, it did. It was nasty, you know. But I'm doing better now. It was a.
That's so adorable. But I tend to like the shy, nerdy ones. So that seems like a very cute, like genuine reaction when they're kind of like taken aback.
That is really. It's. I feel like if I said that line and someone turned into like a pile of jelly and they're like that on its own, I'm like, okay, this worked. You know, that's a very attractive quality on its own.
Do you usually have a go-to pickup line, like if you're trying to like impress somebody, or if you're trying to like get to know a person?
I don't know.
Or are you ever in that
I don't
situation?
know if I really have the confidence for that. Like I remember it was a thing on my streams like a couple of years ago. People would ask me like, people send me super chats with pickup lines in it, and they would ask like, can you say this pickup line? And I would say it, and I'd try to say it with confidence and like a heh, and then the moment I said, I'd be like, it just feels so cringe to say out loud. It's like finding an actual good one that's like, but then again, I feel like a good pickup line is a little bit cringe. You know, it kind of owns it.
It's supposed to be like get a giggle out and stuff like that, but it's true. Someone in chat says anything sounds good if you had Vox's voice. I guess also true. It does definitely help a lot. Did you have to like practice to have like a smooth voice like this? Because Onibro always tells me I have a very abrasive voice. I don't know if this is true or not, but he always tells me to like practice to sound a bit more smoother. Do you actually like practice or do any like exercises to get yourself to sound like this? You were born like this?
I think really it's just a matter of time. I mean, I think I've just been speaking like this for so long that it's like you organically kind of sink into it after a while. Because like I've never, even though like in the past I've done some sort of like amateur voiceover work and stuff like that, and I've done all sorts of different stuff like that. A lot of the time people ask, how do you warm up your voice? How do you do vocal exercises? I have never done any of this. I'm like 100% so self-taught to the point where I just kind of try. I just sort of start talking, you know, and the more you talk, the more practice you get, and the more you talk in a specific way, the more you'll sort of stretch your range, you know, like I can do a fairly high-pitched voice, but not nearly as high-pitched as I can talk, you know, when I'm kind of speaking low. But I imagine if I went around talking like this all the time, I imagine that I'd be able to get quite a lot further into the higher ranges as well. It's all about practice. Ow.
Right. No, of course. I feel you. Yep. Exactly.
Just try and do the thing. Try and do the thing and do it lots, and eventually you will do the thing good.
Elmo doesn't know how to make food. Oh no.
Oh no, poor Elmo. I think the only sound I know is like, hi everybody, this is Mickey, Today we're at the Vox, and we're gonna be cooking some British food,
Did somebody mention the door to darkness?
I love RuneScape.
Oh, I love RuneScape.
It's one. I've never played Kingdom Hearts, but that's one of my favorite out of context clips is when Mickey is wearing like the shadow robes and he walks in to Sora and Goofy and he's like,
"Say, fellas, did somebody mention the door to darkness?"
It's like just out of context. I can't imagine what that must be about. I love how even in like the pot, even in the baking tray, you've arranged the carrots and the celery and the onion like separately. You know, it looked beautiful before you put it in, and it's still
I just like to
now,
do
like,
mise en place. I like to have everything separate, so it's like.
What did you say? Mise en what?
Mise en place basically just means to prepare everything ahead of time. So when you're actually cooking, you don't have to cut on the fly. Everything is already kind of set on the side already.
That's really funny. I mean, my familiarity is with filmmaking, and typically when you're talking about the blend of production design and soundtrack, sound design, and everything, that's called mise en scène, right? I imagine maybe you knew that, but it's I hadn't heard mise en place before, but then hearing it, I was like, oh, you know, sort of thought about it. That's interesting.
Yeah, I like to do that just because I'm a very like anal and neurotic person. Maybe I got it from my mom because my mom is also very like detail oriented. So I kind of rubbed off on me, but I always watch my parents cook, and this is how they always like. I learned to clean as I go from my dad. My dad is very much like that. My mom is the type of person to clean afterwards, but I see how it makes my dad very stressed out. But he doesn't say anything for the betterment of the marriage. My dad's not gonna like pick a fight for no reason, right? So, but I can see how he's very stressed about it. So I have learned that maybe to make sure that my dad is happy, I will clean as I go, and I have realized that it works in my favor. But my mom likes to like prepare everything on the side, have everything ready, so that when everything, because for Chinese cooking it's a lot of sautéing and like fast heat. If you're using a wok or whatever, things go by within like seconds, and you got to add the next thing. So they're always just like, you just hear like screaming fire, and then my mom just like throwing shit in, but everything is already like pre-prepared. So I was just kind of used to that. That's all.
Interesting. I feel very much the opposite, like especially with stuff like travel. You know, travel can be a very stressful experience, but for me, I'm so unbothered a lot of the time, and it's like if I'm about to walk up and miss a flight, I'll be like, whatever, we'll figure it out. Because I think the most important thing, I'm very well planned, and I always make sure I'm there early. I do my very best to make sure I do it properly, but the important part is not letting yourself lose your mind if something goes wrong. Like, if you're walking around, you can't find where you need to go in the airport, it's not, oh, for fucking God's sake, I can't stay in the airport. It's like, I'm just gonna, let me ask someone, hey, excuse me, which way do we go? He was like, oh, thank you so much. And if something goes wrong, if I need to figure out an alternate route, I'm like, whatever, I'll get there eventually, you know?
I feel like I'm that, but like anxious turned up to like 100. So I'm like, okay guys, okay, follow me. Okay, we can ask someone right there. Okay. Excuse me, miss, where's gate 5? Okay, so okay guys, gate 5 is right here. Follow me, gate 5. Okay. It's just like, it's okay, we can pivot. Don't worry about it, we can pivot. I'm just like freaking out.
Like an hour before the gate opens, you're just like, oh, we made it.
Like literally, I will always arrive. You know, like baggage check usually opens 3 hours or 2 hours and a half before the actual like loading time or whatever, just the baggage claim, not even like the security check. I will be there an hour before the baggage claim is even opened because I'm so anxious to like be last in line or the middle of the line. I always have to be first in line, so I know that like they cleared my baggage for sure, for real, and it's not a joke. So I can like sit and like, you know, just do nothing for the next like 2 hours and a half. I'd rather that than risk being in the middle of the line and knowing that they could have fucked up my luggage and sent it God knows where, you know?
Oh yeah, no, me too. I'm very much the same way. I prefer, especially with the airport, I prefer to get there very, very early.
Yeah.
Because even if I don't have like lounge access at that time, like I just love the vibe of airports, especially if you're getting your flight very, very early in the morning. You know, like showing up to the airport at like 6 a.m. and it's quite quiet and you've got so you see the sun coming up, but everyone's there and everyone's busy. I think there's a word for it. There's a word for that specific emotion of being in a very busy place when it's empty and that feeling of like that surreal feeling. And I get that a lot.
I bet that word is German.
I bet
that word's probably German.
I think it's Canopsia, I think it is. There's a word for that feeling. And it's and I really enjoy that. So even just sitting like on the chairs and getting my getting my phone out and watching some YouTube, playing a game or something, and just kind of looking and being like, man, this is cool. I'm excited to go on my flight. And then you can go get some food, you go all sorts of restaurants in the airport. I always have a lot of fun with it. When the first time I ever went to Japan, I traveled with Mr. God rest his soul, and we went to Heathrow Airport. There's a pub like before you even go into the gate. So at the very beginning of the airport, there's a gate you can go into, and we went to the pub and we drank for like 4.5 hours because we were just so early. And then we went in and it was just so easy. You know, we were just chilling. It was like we're excited because we're going on a plane. You know, it was really cool.
Yeah, I think having like the proper company is important. Like, because I usually travel with my parents prior to like being old enough or have enough money to travel myself. But I would always be with my parents. And my mom is very neurotic. I get it from her. So it's always like a very high-strung situation. But I did genuinely enjoy like the airport vibes for me, because it might sound a little bit spoiled, but because I'm an immigrant to Canada, all my family is in China. So every 2 years or so, I would go back to China to visit grandparents and cousins, aunts and uncles. So for me, long distance travel, I never thought it was abnormal. It was only when I grew up in high school and adulthood where I'm just like, oh, people actually never left the country or they never left the continent, and that's actually more normal than doing like long haul flights that are like minimum 12 hours. For me, 12 hours, it's not great, but it's still kind of a breeze because I'm very used to it. So I always like kind of linked airport with going to see my grandparents, going quote unquote back home and getting to eat yummy food and stuff. So I do enjoy the airport, but some friends do not have that kind of memory tied to
right
it.
There
so,
with you.
yeah.
I'm right there with you. I love to fly so much. Like, you know, even no matter what, I always find so much charm in just getting on a plane, having an in-flight meal. I've been lucky enough to try and fly business and first class a couple times recently. Not affordable kind of on the long term, but even when just flying economy, I still really love just being on a plane and having my little in-flight meal. And sometimes if you're at lowest level, you get to watch a film at the same time. There's something about it that I've always really, really liked.
Yeah, like I never really complained too much about it. Like airplane food, I think objectively is quite ass, but I never hated it because it was synonymous to going back home to visiting my grandparents. So I never complained about it. I thought it was like the best shit ever. I love airplane food, even if it tastes like so bad.
No, me too. Like, you know, when I have flown economy, it's like, and they bring out this food. I don't mind if it doesn't taste great because to me, I'm hungry, I'm up, and there's something about being in the sky makes you really emotional, you know. Yeah. And so I'm sat there and I'm looking out the window. I've got my little like tray of like chili chicken or mushroom risotto, or and I'm just like, oh, this is fun. Ooh, yeah. You know, I don't think I'll ever like get bothered or too bothered by it, which is really great. You know, I love that experience so much.
I remember, but they don't do it the way they used to anymore because of inflation and the economy and blah, blah, blah. But I remember back in the day, if I would do a long haul flight to Japan or China or whatever, their snack would be like cup noodles, like the styrofoam cup of cup noodles, and they would roll that shit out. That would be the highlight of my 12-hour flight. Not like the airplane food is great and all, but when they start rolling out the cup noodles and everything, it was so fucking delicious when you're like high in the sky. It just smelled great. It tasted great. They don't do it anymore.
I've never had. Oh yeah, I think I've had a cup noodle on a flight a few years ago, but I'm thinking about like only ever on a short haul. But if I was on a long haul flight and I was like really hungry and they served cup noodle, I genuinely think, like in a good way, if I was sat there on a plane, looking out the window, having a little pot noodle, I actually think I would cry tears of joy. There's something about that just sounds so nice, so heartwarming. I'd just be like, I've got that. Ooh, this is so good.
I literally cried tears of sadness when I realized that they stopped serving that shit, and I was just like, I can't believe it! The world is collapsing. I hated life. Everything is horrible. I paid like $1,000 for this round trip not to get cup noodle. Like I remember like losing my mind. Like next to my parents, like when we found out that there was no cup noodle, we were very, very pissed to say the least.
Yeah.
We deserved those cup noodles.
One of my favorite like flying stories that I will tell all the time, and whenever I go to see my mum, she brings this story up every time because she'll say, I love the story you told on your stream where you told them about it was the earlier this year. I had to take a long break from streaming for about a month and a half, and and during that I thought I needed to like get away. I needed a bit of a break, and I went to America, and this is the first time that I decided, you know what, I'm going to treat myself and I'm going to fly first class, and it was such a brilliant experience. But the one story from it that I remember the most was on the way back, because when you upgrade to first class, you get lounge access as well, and in the lounges you get loads and loads of free food, lots of nice drinks and stuff. And at the time I was drinking a lot more, and I was flying from JFK back to Heathrow, and I was at this place called the Chelsea Lounge, which is only for British Airways passengers, so it's very exclusive. And I was there, and they give you as much champagne as you want. And so I was drinking champagne, and then I thought, oh, well, the plane's leaving soon. I better go. So I grabbed my champagne, I swigged the rest of it. It was pretty much a full glass of, and then I got up and I went to go leave. And they said, no, sir, please, we'll let you know when the plane is ready to board. You'll be waiting for quite a while. And I went, okay, sure. And I sat back down, and they poured me another glass of champagne, and so I went and drank that. And then when you take off on the plane, they hand you, on the plane, another glass of complimentary champagne. So I was drunk as shit on this plane. I was
stumbling into your seat.
I was white girl wasted on this plane. It was really embarrassing. And I was looking through the in-flight entertainment, and I found they had Forrest Gump. And I started watching Forrest Gump, and I don't know what it is about Forrest Gump. It's such a sweet, endearing film. It's got such great emotional messages. Tom Hanks is such a fantastic actor to play this character. I watched it. I just burst into floods of tears every time anything happened. I was there in one of 8 first-class passengers with mostly like these old businessmen who were just trying to get some sleep, and I was just sat there silently like, and every time Forrest, he would say, Jenna, my life is like a box of chocolates. I'd be like, oh yeah.
He said the thing. You said the thing.
And then I passed out after like about 2/3 of the way through the movie. But I'll never forget. Just like it was being in the sky, it was being drunk, it was watching this emotional movie, and just being grateful that I'd gotten to a point in my life where I could like do that.
Right.
And I was just so grateful for everything, and all the emotions hit me at once, and I just sat there. And the nice thing about it is the concierge, the staff. They're professional, and no one brought anything up. They didn't mention it to me. They just sort of silently were like, they just walked past and occasionally brought me some water. I was like,
oh, that's so sweet of them.
I'll never forget that. Even though it was embarrassing, that was a really positive experience.
Oh,
definitely.
that's really cute. The New York trip was the very first time I also myself splurged on not first class, but it was what was it called? Business economy. It wasn't. I don't think they had true.
Like premium economy.
Premium economy. It wasn't even. Yeah. It was just one step up from economy. However,
it's still a good upgrade. It's still exciting to get.
However, I was just like, shit, I made it, yo, I made it, let's fucking go. Because I also had the lounge access, but it wasn't like, I definitely felt more superior than everyone else who didn't have the lounge. However, when I went to the lounge, it was like an escalator. So I was like, oh, wow, everyone's going to the lounge, nice. And then you see us separate. So I'm on the second floor. So after the first flight of stairs, that's where my lounge is supposed to go. And I see everyone else just keep on going up and up and up, and they look down at me from their almighty like escalator because they know they're on the 5th level lounge. I'm only on the filthy 2nd level lounge. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get no free flowing champagne. I did have like free water and like free orange juice, which is actually pretty nice. But I didn't get free champagne. I'm like poor rich, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I mean, it is fascinating to kind of like you know, I've been quite like sort of like never, well, for a long time since I've been like properly poor like I used to be, but even for the last like few decades I've definitely sort of been you know, like paycheck to paycheck certainly, but enough to like you know, be somewhat comfortable. But going from that level and then finding this level of success, it is fascinating how your perspective changes and how much you become aware of how much further it goes. You know, before I used to think about like, oh, lifelong pipe dream would be flying first class once, like at some point in, you know, saving my pennies for decades to do that. And then you go on it once and you think, well, there are some people who fly private, and there are some people who fly on, and there are different ones where people fly in different ones, and then you see these people on these planes who have more expensive clothes than you, and then you see these people who have all of this other stuff with them, and you think, in my mind, my current self was so successful compared to how I used to be, but now I'm like, you know, there's so much farther to go. It just doesn't end. And then I don't know.
It's always greener on the other side. I feel like it's never enough.
It always is. Yeah.
Yeah, I like when Oni, so like the business trip, obviously like Oni bro was gonna come as well. He's my tech guy, so I was like, so Oni bro was ordering the tickets, and he was like, yo Giri, like, cause we're both quite tall, obviously not like 8 feet tall like yourself, my lord, but like I'm like 5'9" and he's like 6 feet or whatever. So like usually economy gets a little bit cramped, just a little bit. So he was like, yo Giri, should we get economy plus? And I'm like, how much more? And he drops he says 1K, but it's basically 1K round trip for 2 people, which means it's only 250. I think if the math is right, it's 250 per person.
That's pretty reasonable,
each way.
for a long
but he
flight.
said 1K, so my Asian head was like $1,000. No. 1,000. That's like an extra round trip to Japan. No. We don't do 1,000 in this household. Not with my money. Not with my hard-earned money. I would rather sit hugging my niece the whole 13 hours and spend $1,000. Anyways, but he did. But he was like, oh come on. It's okay. We deserve it. It's just once. Let's just try it. If we don't like it, and there's a lounge. So he's trying to convince me. So I did fall for it, but. Again, now that we've kind of tasted what economy plus feels like, and the leg room, the extra waiting area, and the lounge, the free food, it just makes my Asian heart soar when there's free anything. So I'm just $250 extra for a very, very long haul flight with the free amenities and space and everything. They give you free slippers, chat. Free slippers. It's not even free blankie and free pillow. It's free toothbrush, free mouthwash, free eye patch thingy, free slippers. It's crazy. They go crazy in economy plus, bro. For $250, it's kind of a steal.
It's kind of a steal. And I am the exact same way. I mean, after I flew for the first time, after that I was like, I don't know if I can go back. I don't know if I can get on a plane knowing that there are people at the front of that plane having that amazing experience while I'm in the back. And I would just be mad the whole time. We sat there thinking, I hope you're enjoying all of that.
Literally, when you pass and the seats get smaller and smaller, and you're just well, row 32, that's me. And cabin number 5, the last one to board, that's me. So you see every other seat. So now that I did economy plus once, I'm just now I know what it means to be kind of semi cool. But I was actually very happy with economy plus. I would love to fly what is it called, first class one day, but I feel it's not something that I would I'm not pining for. It's if I have $1 million, maybe, but
It's a super frivolous expense, and I think, to be honest, even though I had a wonderful time, the amount of money that you spend relative to what you get out of it is it's a bit much. It's you'd probably get a lot more, because remember, once you're off that flight, the experience is kind of over, you know, and it's it's for that much money, you've got to really have that much to just throw away. And even when you are, I'm very lucky to be in a position where I can do that. Even for me, I was it's a bit silly. This is actually getting a bit silly now. I just need to. I did it a couple times, and I was okay, I think I'm done. I think I'm all good now.
It's it was great, but was it however, let's say was it 10,000 great? I don't know how much business class costs. Sorry, first class costs, but I'm just throwing a number out there. But is it that great,
It varies, but yeah, I think for one of the better ones, my favorite I ever did with the last, I decided this is the last time I'm ever going to do this because it is so expensive and it's such a stupid expense. But it was ANA to Japan, which have one of the best first class products in the world. It's brand new seats, and they serve a whiskey, Hibiki 21, which is one of the rarest, most expensive whiskeys in the world. $2,000 a bottle ordinarily for that whiskey. And I thought I need to try it. And because it was a work-related trip and staff were paying for part of the ticket,
business
they pay for the ticket. They pay for the ticket, but obviously you can choose to upgrade if you want. And so I upgraded to first, and that if staff hadn't paid for it, it would have been about 11, both for both ways.
Wow.
So that's I'm glad that I'm not in a position where I feel I need to keep doing that, because I don't know, when you start earning good money, suddenly you almost feel you need to live that way. But this is all just a big ploy by the real rich people out there to try and sap any success away from ordinary people who get their success. So don't let, if anyone in chat has come across a lot of money in some way, don't let people who are buying Balenciaga shoes I got tricked into a long time ago. I tricked myself into feeling I needed it, but I'm past that now. Don't get fooled by designer clothes. Don't get fooled by any of that, because the people who sell that shit, the people who design that shit, they want you to get fooled by those labels. Real rich people, real elite people, they don't wear clothes like that.
Yeah, it's silent luxury that you can't tell what brand they're wearing and all these things.
Buy the things that you care about and invest wisely. If you've got the money for it, like put your money into something smart instead of buying things that like really expensive clothing that will very quickly go down in value. You know, you need to be so careful because the world is you know, if you're a person who's like a lower middle like, sort of working class person who gets lucky and makes a lot of money, you need to be really smart about it because the people on the upper classes, they want to take that off of you. They really don't want you to have that, and they will find any way of tricking you into spending it on stupid things. So yeah, just be smart, you know, and find an advisor who genuinely cares about you and isn't trying to trick you, because some of them are trying to do that too.
Yeah, it really is. I saw someone in chat say that like brand names is like poverty in disguise or whatever. It's very, very much an Asian mentality as well. Like I remember my mom was like, if you don't have a house, if you don't have a car, if you don't have like, for Chinese people it's an LV bag. If you don't have an LV bag, blah 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 blah. Like you're falling behind or whatever, right? And my mom would be like, she would never like ask, but I know that she would like a status object, like let's say an LV bag or an LV wallet. I did save up and I bought my mom one. She was very happy with it. But unfortunately, it's very competitive in my culture as well, where it's less like who has the biggest fucking logo and who is wearing like the most like, you know, belts and shoes and everything. It really is like that sometimes. And it's really unfortunate. But now I just spend money on lights and cameras and no one actually sees. But hey, I guess I like my toys.
I have to say this. I mean, I'm not terribly familiar with the scene, but this has to be the best hand cam cooking setup I have ever seen. So it definitely worked.
I'm very lucky that Oni Bro knows exactly what he's doing and he knows what he wants. But I told chat this, but yesterday there was a really bad earthquake, and then like a few of my friends were checking up on me, and one friend who's been visiting me for a little bit, she knows what my house looks like, she knows what my setup looks like. Literally the first thing she was like, "Oh Giri, I heard about the earthquake," and the second sentence was not "Are you okay?" or "Are you fine?" The second sentence was like, "Is the equipment okay?" Because she knows the extent of what's going on in my house, and it's quite a lot of money. If things were to actually fall and break, I would actually like break down and cry and probably just like be depressed for like 5 months because I wouldn't know what to do to recuperate all that. But yeah, she literally was like, "Is the equipment okay?" And Oni Bro was like, "Don't worry, Gary. If an accident happens, grab the earthquake helmet that I bought you, and you hold on to those poles where all the cameras are mounted, and you hold on to dear life. It's not like hide under a table, you know, like run outside where it's safe or whatever you're supposed to do in an earthquake." He says, "Wear the helmet so you don't like die from things falling on your head, but hold on to that camera like your life depends on it while like a magnitude 8 is happening, you know?" That's what he wants me to do. Camera and lights first. Yeah. This is my life now. I'm worth nothing.
I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back, okay?
Yeah, you're good. My fish stock is I'm so fucking hot from like the steam of my soup. That's like continuously rendering out from my side. But my life truly does depend on it. You're right. So like that's why I was like, if it actually did happen, if there was like a magnitude 8 earthquake or whatever, and things started to fall and break and everything, just to replenish like all the equipment would take forever. It will definitely cost a pretty penny. Who asked? Literally, I asked. Business expense? Well, it's already a business expense. It's not like a business insurance, I guess. I don't know if Japan has things like house insurance or office earthquake insurance. I don't know if that's a thing, but I don't think I'm insured. So I'm kind of I know I pay for house insurance, but I don't know if that counts for earthquakes. But I do use my house as my office. I don't know if that's any different. I'm glad you're okay. Thank you. It's fine. Like I mentioned earlier, the earthquake happened quite far away from Tokyo, so Tokyo felt like small tremors, but it wasn't anything super crazy. Was the first time experiencing one? Oh no, I've experienced tons of earthquakes while I was here, but they're all like quite tiny. It wasn't actually enough to rattle anything onto the floor. But if it did happen, if the 7.5 happened in Tokyo, I would be completely fucked. It sounds scary. Thank God that it didn't happen in Tokyo, but I really hope that the people who were affected are okay and safe. And it's just really it's really daunting to see the aftermath of everything. Like pavements looked like they were breathing because they were actively like cracking and everything, which was really crazy. Why is everyone staring at me? What? Why is everyone staring at me? What happened? Why is everyone all of a sudden just looking at me? What? I literally was talking and then collectively everyone just shut the fuck up and started staring at me. Hi. My name is Giri. And I'm cooking. And hi. Do a trick. Okay. Okay. If only. Okay. Maybe I hope Onibro catches the hint. But. Wee backflip. Okay. Onibro did not catch the hint. Okay. Okay. So let me do a little dance. The twist. Do you see the twist? A little boogie woogie. Yeah, this is good. This is good. I banished my. No, he went to go use the washroom while I'm still rendering down my fish stew. But I hope you guys are fine. I do see a lot of like chatters that I don't recognize. I'm gonna assume that you guys are from Vox's channel. But if you guys are new here, welcome. I hope that you are enjoying your stay. Also, YouTube chat. I can't actively see YouTube chat, but I hope you guys are having fun as well. I don't do YouTube streams very often, but I hope that you guys are having fun over there. I'm definitely a little nervous because I don't do a lot of I've never actually collabed with Vox before. I think we've done big group collabs, so we never really talked. So I'm really too nervous. But I hope he's having fun. Love your hand cam setup. Thank you. This is all I got. Without this, I am nothing. This is all I'm good at. アンカーの料理を天才。アンカーの料理は何ですか？アンカーは何？今はイギリス料理を作っています。今はお魚のスープ、魚の出汁作っている。そしてパイとマッシュポテト作る予定あります。アンカーは何でしょう？ I don't know what アンカー is.
I'm back. Hello, everybody.
Welcome back.
Oh, we have a new way of doing this thing. That's funny. Hold on. Let me try this.
Oh, I think YouTube gifters. Oh shoot, were there YouTube gifters? I'm so sorry. If there's gifts on YouTube or memberships or super chats, I really appreciate it. I can't really see it though, but I feel bad. But thank you. There was quite a bit. Oh shit, am I getting one guide? Is it true? I'm so sorry, but thank you, YouTube. I appreciate it. Don't worry, if it's any consolation, I'm ignoring the Twitch gift subs just as much. So, you know, I'm equally ignoring everybody. If it's any consolation. How dare! I gotta focus on my guest. Okay, that's why. I'm focusing on my guest. Equal treatment, exactly. A $20 super chat, $2 super chat, and I think I was like 20 gifted memberships. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Guys, I care, but I can't just talk to everyone. Obviously, I have to give my co-host priority, okay? Oh, there he is.
Hello.
Oh, welcome back.
Hello.
Hello, Governor.
Hello, Governor. What's all this then?
Make it chicky pie. Nice a bit of mash.
Oh, got a license for that chicky pie.
Wait, so maybe we should start the cheeky little pie, huh? The soup stock is rendering.
Yes, very nice. So yes, with the pie. So if you've got the dish, the way it's very simple. Essentially, you take the suet pastry. So the butter pastry is the lid. Suet pastry would be the shell for the pie. So you get your little pie dish, line that with the suet pastry, fill that up with the make sure you push it down into the sides of the tin. You know, obviously you've baked pies before, I imagine, and then fill it up with the beef mixture. And from there, what you would need to do is to use apparently a lot of water, sort of wet down the edges of the pastry so that it sticks to the pie shell, to the pie dish well. And from there, you put the lid on, chop off the outside, and then it's ready to go into the oven.
Okay, all right. So maybe we can make the filling.
Right.
then?
Yes. I couldn't remember because I tend to forget things. Couldn't remember, but it's beef. Yeah, beef mince ought to be ready in like sort of just a few minutes.
Is this hot? How hot is it? I want to move. Can I just? No, it's okay. No, I don't want to burn myself in front of people. I will save that for private when I burn myself. Let's just. That doesn't sound right. Anyways, I didn't mean anything by that. Let's put that over here. Ooh, what's going on with my pan? It's looking a little dusty. 50 on YouTube. Oh my God, 50 on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, I am ready for the beef. You're gonna have to walk me through the steps, Governor. He left. Oh, he's back.
No, it's all good.
Okay, I cleaned up my pan. So how do we how
For
are we?
the beef mince, very simple. So medium-low heat, and you're just going to want to chuck the beef mince in on a medium-low heat for around about 7 minutes and just brown it through.
Okay, and any like aromatics and stuff like that?
Well, we've got beef stock and browning, and that's it. But I imagine that if you wanted to add some sort of aromatics, if you wanted to add onion, I imagine you totally could. If you wanted to add something else, I imagine you totally could. I mean, we've already got the vegetables are already a part of the, you've already got some onions there. So, I don't know, if there's something you fancy adding that kind of goes well with sort of, you know, beefy, savory, umami-y tastes, might be good. Nothing will ever suffer with a little bit of MSG, you know? I'm a big proponent of putting MSG in everything.
Nice. YouTube gifted. Oh shit. Okay, no, guys, I see the YouTube gifted, but I can't ignore Vox. Okay, thank you for that. Ooh, I just threw my garlic in the garbage by accident.
What?
I was.
How'd you manage that?
Oni bro was like, "Oh, you got 100 gifted on YouTube," and chat was like, "Oh, you got 100 gifted," and I'm trying to keep a conversation with you. I'm trying to cook, and then my hand slipped, and my whole bulb of garlic went down the garbage. It's deep, Fox. It's deep. I can't fish it back out. It went all the way in. You ruined the dish, chat. You ruined. But
Well
thank you for
done,
the
chat.
100 gifted on the YouTube
Pathetic.
side. I appreciate
Ruin the
it.
dish.
You.
Perfectly good pie and mash.
Well, I guess there's no more garlic. I have realized though, for a lot of like the British cooking or traditional British cooking or whatever, when I look into the recipes, there's very few spices. It just tends to be sugar, salt and pepper. They don't really do too much with anything else.
Yeah, to be honest, salt and pepper is kind of all you need a lot of the time. And again, it all falls back to just, you know, a limitation with how many ingredients we had. I mean, in the sort of the late 1800s, early 1900s, like access to sort of spices and stuff beyond salt and pepper would have been very difficult to come by. Obviously, at that time, you know, spices that would come from other countries. Obviously, some people in the UK would have had access to them, you know, like the rich would. But
Right.
I imagine that at the time, you know, the people who were eating pie and mash in the East End of London most likely didn't have access to anything but salt and pepper, really.
I know it's like a running joke or whatever, but I do find it funny that like the English like invaded all these areas to grab their spices, but they don't actually use any for themselves. I know it's a very old and reused joke, but I do kind of find it funny. They never really learned to use it
We
for
have
themselves.
very what is it? We have very weak palates usually. We have very sort of like a lot of the time. Do you know what was it? I think it was the UK. They opened like some kind of Mexican restaurant, like a Taco Bell somewhere in the UK, and they needed to have because I can't tell if it's Taco Bell, if it's Chipotle or something, but they added extra mild sauce because mild was too spicy still for British people, so they added extra mild.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so depressing.
For the record, I love spice. I did the Hot Ones
good,
challenge.
thank God.
It was fine. I love spicy food, and I'm always making my food way too spicy. Do you know I had the worst idea ever once when I was cooking? I wanted to make chicken breast, and I didn't have anything to like properly season it with. Like I was out of a lot of stuff. Do you know the only thing I had left was chili flakes, and I coated this entire chicken breast in nothing but chili flakes.
Oh, no.
It was very crusty and crispy on the outside, which was quite nice, but it did kill me.
Oh no!
You know, it was very. It was a bit of a silly idea. I remember while I was making it, I was like, "This is a stupid idea," and I thought, I just kind of put it in the oven and saw what would happen. And the chicken itself was good. Do you want some chicken with that spice? You know, maybe.
Okay, I mean, hey, as long as it's good and you liked it, then that's fine, I guess. Like I like the spicy food also just because it does taste good, but I like how it punishes me afterwards too. It makes me like I can like taste it twice, you know. I can relive that moment 2 times. Which is also a nice reward afterward. I don't. But my parents love to eat spicy, so that's why I grew up eating it. But even in Japan, I find that it's very, very hard to find spicy food. And if they do offer like different spice levels, you do have to pay extra to get it spicy. It's not really like a free thing, just because no one orders it. I guess it's
I'm usually nervous around getting spicy options in other countries because I always think like I'm gonna go for like I made a terrible mistake almost once. I remember the first time I was in Japan. You must have gotten what is it, kokoichi, the spicy curry?
Right, cocoa curry. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When I first went there with Luxium and the boys, we got kokoichi delivered one day, and there was like the spice levels, and I didn't know that 5 used to be like the maximum level, and they've just added more intense spice levels on top over the years. So the first time I ordered it, thankfully they stopped me. I saw like it went from levels 1 to 15 at the time, and they're now up to level 20. I was looking at it and I was like, well, a little bit under halfway, and like sort of halfway. 7 sounds fine, and they were like, no, you don't want to do that. And so then I had 3, and 3 was quite spicy on its own. So.
Yeah, 3 is my go-to.
I think I did, last time I went, I did have a 7, and it was very spicy, but I did enjoy it.
I feel like Coco does do it well, where like even if it is spicy, you can still get the curry flavor. It's not just blinding like heat or whatever. I think Onibro's go-to is like 6 or a 7 when we do like takeout or whatever. For me, it's a 3. But I know takeout now. I think I've never actually seen level 20 for cocoa curry. But I think 10 was the maximum for a long time. And then recently they had like level 12 and then level 15 that you can order for Uber Eats. And he's tried that before, but that's like you're no longer enjoying the food at that point. It still tastes good objectively, but you're not happy while you're doing it.
No. Yeah. And that's the thing about spicy food is that sauce is always so delicious. Recently we had, for our 2nd anniversary, we played Mario Party, and like you had to bring some kind of spicy or gross food for Batsu. If ever someone else got a star, you needed to have spicy food. And I have, from the Hot Ones challenge, Cosmic Disco spicy sauce, which, how many Scoville is this? This is like, I think it's like 80,000 Scoville or something like that. And I was sat there and I was dunking like chips in it, and I was eating that, and it was so spicy, but it tastes amazing. And so I was sat there just in so much pain, but I was like, it tastes amazing. I want to have more of it, but God, it fucking hurts.
That's the beauty about spicy food, though. It's like it's so oddly like punishing, but at the same time so fulfilling. It's really weird. Like, but you have to really be like a masochist question mark, or just really
Yeah.
enjoy the pain to really find like a joy in that kind of suffering, I guess.
It's weird because like I don't think I am. Like I don't think I enjoy it when I have a spicy thing and it's like aggressively spicy. It makes me go like, oh, ha, ho, ho. Like I don't enjoy that. But when something has just the right level of spice, it is so nice. Like just from a flavor perspective, it is so good. So I don't know. I guess maybe just I love that spice is a defense mechanism that those plants have. Like peppers, capsaicin is a self-defense mechanism to stop animals from eating it. We eat it, fucking, people eat it, and we're like, actually, this is really good. This defense mechanism meant to kill me. This is nice. And we start putting it in everything.
Are you the type of person that would do anything for a challenge when it comes to spicy food? Wait, hold on. I don't think you heard me.
No, I didn't.
Are you the type of person? I was like, oh, okay. He's about to answer. It's not awkward at all.
I'm leaving it go. But then what was that? What was?
I was just asking if you're the type of person that would do almost anything for a challenge or for content.
Used to, yeah. It really depends on the thing because I used to do that absolutely. Like I would one of my New Year's resolutions this year, I just on my stream we talked about it. One of my New Year's resolutions this year is to get better at saying no. Because with content the way it used to be, I would so a fan would ask like, can you do this thing? And even if it made me a little bit uncomfortable, I would immediately do it because I just felt like I needed to do my best in this very lucky position that I was in. But aside from that, when it comes to like, especially with charity streams or with like something like that or endurance and stuff like that, yeah, I would do a lot of stuff. Even if it's embarrassing. Batsu is fun, doing stuff like that. I think I just need to learn like what my limits are. But I'd say overall, I think I'm fairly open to doing lots and lots of interesting things.
Because I think for one of my goals, I'm actually quite scared about it, but I want to try the spicy chip challenge. Have you tried that before, or do you know what it is?
I have done the hot ones one, but I have not done the one chip challenge. I heard somebody died from that.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, I mean, okay, so the product is intended for people aged 18 or older, and it was like someone under 18, like, who had a particular weakness to spice. So it's not as though a perfectly healthy adult does the one chip challenge and instantly dies. But, it's like, I hear that and I'm like, oh shit, that's rough. I don't know if I want to do that.
Oh, because I saw a friend do a little while ago. She was doing it for her stream, and then she was like gassing me up, and she's like, "Oh, Giri, you gotta try it." And I'm like, "Yeah, well, I will. Yeah, but I still haven't tried it yet because it's impossible to buy it in Japan. But I'm curious how spicy it actually is. My friend was able to do one bite of it. I don't know if it was half or one bite of it. But I have heard that some people responded very badly and was sent to the ER. Some people fainted. Some people were able to finish it, but obviously it was very painful. But I'm curious.
So you don't just stick it in your mouth. You like nibble on it. You nibble little bits of it. You don't just put the whole thing in your mouth.
What? I guess because it's one Dorito chip, like shape of it, basically. So you can eat it however you want. But my friend on stream, I think she just ate like a nibble to try it out, and she had to like BRB, and like apparently she went to like barf in the washroom. And then she came back 10 minutes later, like, okay, guys, I'm ready. She took another bite, and then she left BRB again. And she was like literally like typing from her toilet, like, guys, I'm okay. Just give me 10 minutes. I'll be back.
Oh, it sounds nasty. Oh my goodness.
So I wanna try, but it's very, very hard to buy it off Amazon and stuff like that in Japan. I think I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
But I'm curious to try. I'm actually a little bit worried that this beef looks a little less. Is the pie supposed to be like super full and super voluptuous meat, or?
What? Let me have a look. I think so, but I'm sure it's fine. I mean, I think what you've got right there is probably enough. If at the end of the day, you've only got enough for one pie, it's not, but then again, I imagine Onibro needs to eat as well.
Okay. Well,
But
Oni
at the end
Bro
of the
and
day,
I
would
will
say
have some frugal, or
I
frugal
think
sharings.
this is enough. I think this is enough.
All right, I'm gonna put. What did Oni Bro do? Oni Bro went to get pudding. What? He went to get pudding without me. He went to get like the cute little Japanese pudding stuff without me. What a jerk. Why did he go get pudding? I want pudding now. Vox is so considerate of Oni Bro. Ugh. Okay. Anyways. Let's not worry about Oni Bro.
we need to talk about him.
He's not that important. Okay, I think if I remember the recipe correctly, you're supposed to let it kind of reduce and like simmer a little bit. I think to maybe give
you've got to
more
let it. You've got to cook
body.
it gently. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's to give it a bit more body if I really need to. If I'm desperate, I'll put in some
You add the
cornstarch
stock,
to like
add
thicken
the
it a little.
browning.
Oh, that's
Add the
one
browning,
thing.
Add.
Browning. So browning, I don't know what that is. That could be like a British thing, but I remember trying to find browning in Canada for another recipe. I didn't find it, and obviously in Japan wasn't able to find it. However, I did some research, and apparently molasses can be a reasonable substitute. I heard browning is literally used just to make things brown. What do you think
that's funny.
browning does? Well, you
I'm
can,
gonna
you
be
can
real
let
with
me
you.
know.
I also do not know.
Okay. Perfect. Well, we're off to a very, very good start with the filling. This is going to be great. So I think for browning, obviously it gives it a brown color, like a darker color. So we can either use dark soy sauce as a substitute. I did hear that browning also gives more of like a molasses or like caramelized flavor. So I heard that molasses.
I think molasses.
is
Molasses is
a-
a better idea because I'm not sure. I know that a lot of beef mince in the UK is quite salty already. You know,
Right.
it's got like a lot of inherent salt. So I think soy sauce might make it a little too salty. So I think molasses is the right call.
Okay, let's try. I've never really put molasses in savory applications, so I don't really know how much, but it didn't look like they put in that much of browning.
Yeah, just a little bit. I reckon that's
Let's
fine.
try. Let's try and see. Ooh, it smells.
Ooh, that on it, I'm getting really hungry. That actually is so good.
It smells very caramelized, but we'll see. How did you find like your love for cooking and things like that? Did you always were you always an interest?
Not really. There was a long time where I was very bad at cooking, and I just assumed it was one of those things that I would never really be able to do all that well. So when I was in university a few years ago, like I tried learning how to cook, and I'll always remember the first time I tried learning to make stir fry, and it was going fine, but then I dumped some soy sauce into the pan on a very high heat, and it went whoosh, and my tiny little studio apartment filled with just fumes from the soy sauce, and I was choking half to death, and I took it off the heat, and that was just ruined. And after that, I didn't cook for a long time. My motivation had been ruined, and before then, I hadn't cooked all that much either. But then later on, while I was still at uni, I moved in with some roommates who coincidentally I lived with when I first debuted as well.
Right.
And while I was there, I think having the kitchen be kind of like a communal area where everyone met up and we all tended to make dinner at the same time, I suddenly felt this urge to like, you know, I'll try some stuff. And it started with steak, with like cheap sort of flat frying steaks. And it would start with that and finding a way of seasoning that. And I would look up like ways of making steak. And after a while, I just kind of developed this passion for it. And I just kept cooking a lot of stuff. One thing that really helped me was a subscription to Gusto, which is this service. I'm not sure if it's just a UK thing or if it's elsewhere, but you can get a box of every week. It sends you a box with different recipes and all the ingredients you need to make those recipes. And you make some really, really good food with that. It's like HelloFresh, but a little bit different.
Yeah. I was gonna say I've never tried those before, but I would love to try one.
It's very good food. It's very good food that you learn how to make. And my favorite one was like for the Queen's Diamond Jubilee or something like that.
Right.
It was like the Jubilee dinner, which was like venison burgers with a vinaigrette and like a cranberry reduction. And I was making all of this, and I was like, damn, I'm cooking right now. Now I'm cooking with gas. It was mad.
Well, I feel like it just has to be like that one dish where you're just like, oh shit, I did that. That was. It doesn't have to be very complicated, but it's one thing that you're just like, genuinely having fun with, you're like, okay, I think I like to cook or something like that. I feel like a lot of people shy away from it because they're worried about fucking up or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm kind of like going off the rails a little bit, but I noticed I had a little like nub of onion, so I'm just like, you know what? Like, I'm just gonna use the onion and soak up some of that beef fat
No, I was
because I,
gonna say,
realized that there's a lot of
if you're
beef fat
worried
in
about
there.
not having enough, if you're worried about not having enough beef mince, including some onion and like a bit of diced onion, lots more sort of like that great oniony flavor, savory flavor. That's a really, really nice way of using up some leftover onion. I love it. Mushrooms.
Also because like it's greasy. Like I don't know if this is because of the Japanese beef or whatever. Like the fat is not
I think
rendering
this
out.
should be greasy.
I'm gonna be using some mushroom to kind of absorb some of that extra grease. Mushrooms
we need
is
some
a
of that,
great
some of that
flavor.
umami, some of that meaty flavor. The
Yeah.
mushrooms are gonna go so well in this.
Some body, but it's like a fucking sponge. Especially things with like king oyster and whatever. It just like soaks up everything. So I'm just gonna. I'm going a little bit off the books right now, but hopefully it'll be okay. Just dicing it, nice and small, like the beef. And now we'll cut it. Do you have like a dish that you're well known for, or like if it's at a potluck, like this is a dish that you're gonna bring? Like this is Vox's
first
dish.
dish that I ever cooked for stream was steak and eggs, and
right.
I still to this day think that's one of my favorite things. When we started talking, I was thinking of suggesting that as a dish to make, but it's quite fast. Like it's quite easy to make and goes quite quickly. I don't know if it's easy. I'll give myself more credit than that. But it puts a lot of stuff together. Like you have to. The first time I learned that you could season steak with coffee, that was a really, really nice discovery, and it tastes brilliant. So season the steak with coffee and salt and a little bit of like smoked paprika as well. You cook up some big thick slices of onions, and then it's basically just a bed of really nice flavorful onions with a sliced ribeye steak over top of it, and then some fried eggs with some parsley on top as well, and getting it right, it's so brilliant. It's lovely.
That sounds
It's
really good. Steak is definitely one thing that I'm still like a little intimidated by, because when I make steak, it's always by sous vide, which is like the safe
brilliant. Yeah,
way.
no, it should be just sous vide and then slap it in a pan, and you're done.
But I haven't really like I'm not very confident when it comes to just like dry searing it on a pan and knowing exactly when to stop and chucking into the oven and all that stuff. That's when I kind of lose all my confidence. So when it comes to like actually searing it on a pan and doing the oven cook, I'm like, okay, you actually know what you're doing, because I do not know what I'm doing. Sous vide is a cheat way of doing it. It sounds fancy, but I think it's very much a cheat way.
I'd love to get around to sous videing. I've never done it that way before. I don't have like a sous vide machine thingy to do it with, so I need to figure that out. I've heard that the dishwasher steak is a way of kind of sous videing, and
oh my
Shu
God,
is
please.
a big proponent of the dishwasher steak.
Oh God, every time I hear people say dishwasher steak, I think about that TLC show. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, where it was like the frugal, what is it called, poor families, or like frugal living or whatever. And then like the lady literally was like saying how she's trying to like pinch pennies in her daily life by like using one light bulb, and if she's in that room, she would screw the light bulb in, and then she's not in that room, she would take the light bulb and take it with her to the next room that she's gonna go into and screw it in. And for the cooking portion of it, they will literally, like, if they don't finish the lasagna, she will like leave the sauce together, and then she will combine it with new sauce to make more sauce for the next day, and like to try to like stretch the sauce as long as possible, and to like minimize like time, she will wash her dishes in the dishwasher the same time that she was making her like meatloaf or something, and she was, it turns out perfect. What do you mean? It uses the same electricity because it's all in one round or whatever. And I was like flabbergasted. That's what it reminds me of every time when people say they use their dishwasher to make steak.
I feel like the thing about the light bulbs is stunning to me. Like that, I feel like with the amount of effort and time and worry that you would go through just to pinch that many pennies, I feel as though that extra time and energy could then instead be spent on, I don't know, working a little bit longer to earn slightly more money so that you wouldn't have to pinch pennies quite that hard, you know?
Yeah.
I mean,
it was very funny.
You save energy. Unscrewing a light bulb is inside. You don't save any extra energy from that. If the light bulb is off, it's off, surely.
Yeah, I think so. I think they were just like, instead to like not buy extra light bulbs, Question mark? And
I don't know.
They
I don't know.
they
That's
would
weird.
use the same. It was very, very bizarre. But I'm just like, hey, if it works for you, I guess. I'm not gonna yak your yum. But making meatloaf in a dishwasher at the same time as like you know, washing your dishes, that was very, very bizarre to me. That was pretty wild. Okay, so the saute is done, or the mince is done. Should we assemble the pie and then make the sauce and potatoes and everything?
Yes, please. Gotta
Okay,
make the
let me
liquor.
grab-
Gotta make the mash.
Okay, so I'm gonna warp time and space once again, guys, because I am an Oni warlord and I know magic, so don't be too deep into it.
Ah!
Thinking appliances.
Oh God! No, my bones. Soup.
It's actually not here. Okay, we're gonna go this way now. We're going this way. This time, the magic is very secret, so you're not allowed to look at my magic.
Ooh. Oh God. Oh, that looks so nice.
It's secret magic. There you go. I manifested a dish. Yay!
Amazing how you can do that.
It's amazing what Onis can do. Do you know any magic that sometimes you would like show off to the chat?
Not that I would show off magic. Well, I guess you could call it magic. I mean, I can breathe fire, but it's very painful. So I don't do that very often. The main thing I've got. How many years?
Did it take for you to know how to magic? Oh, sorry, breathe fire.
It was very, very inherent. Sort of happens like without really much input from myself. If I'm in a particularly angry state, it just kind of pops out of me, and I'm like, oh,
right,
this bitch, you know.
Of course. Yeah, I'm an Oni warlord, but I only know how to swing an axe around. I don't know how to breathe fire. Does that make me
That's
less
pretty
than?
cool. That's pretty cool. I'm personally proficient in swinging a sword around, so maybe we should swing our sword and axe respectively around more often, you know?
Just swing it around. We're just
swing it
gonna
around
go
in
into our yard
circles.
and go like, yo, look at this, guys, look at this. Like, yo, look at me.
Damn right.
Just two old dudes showing off our sword and axe swinging skills.
Look at this. Whoosh, whoosh.
I like how none of us said our like sword fighting or axe fighting skills. It's just our sword swinging and
I
axe
can
swinging.
wave it. I can swing it pretty cool. I mean, the use cases for sword fighting, axe fighting, not quite so common in our day and age. Got into quite a bit of sword fighting over the last week, and that was always good to whip out the old sword arm. But most of the
Right.
time, it's just kind of like an ornamental piece. You know, you wouldn't really use
Right.
it all that much. Once every few years, you might get into a situation. But
little
usually, it's
scuffle.
just kind of a cool party trick to be like, hey, look
Yeah.
at me, I can swing this around. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Okay, now I'm kind of like, I don't know if we're like going to the land of euphemisms or not, but I'm getting a little confused on how I should be reading into this. I'm just like, is this supposed to be a euphemism, or am I just like
no. This
thinking
is
too much about
don't
this?
worry. Don't worry about it. This is all true. I don't speak in metaphor. This is all true.
Okay, cool. Cause yes, okay. So I also like to practice my axe swings and things like that. You know, I gotta keep the invaders away potentially, and like I gotta tell the neighbors who's boss. You know, I compete with very like they're not rude in any way, but they're very spicy grandmas of the neighborhood. They're like part of the neighborhood watch. They got the special stickers and everything, so you know that like they're important in my neighborhood, you know. And one of them doesn't live that far from me. Like every time I pass by, I can see her special little star, and it just like threatens me every time I walk past. She's a very sweet lady, but I feel like the moment I tick her off, that's when I get deported. It's gonna be like Keisatsu is in my door, going like fucking, you know, onigiri, irashimasu senka, and then like fucking send me back to Canada, and I'm just gonna cry. Maylin's gonna cry, and everyone's just gonna cry. And then, yeah, it's not gonna
sad.
be good.
That's so sad.
So I gotta watch myself. So every time when I pass, and if I do see her, I say hello, which is very like gaijin thing. Gaijins do not say hello, so she kind of looks like I'm crazy, and I'm like, oh no, and maybe I pissed her off. But let's hope I will remain in good standing with her.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. That's how I would feel if I'm ever like, even in a place like America, where if I feel like the culture is a little bit different, I get very nervous when I talk to people because I feel like I'm gonna cross some unknown cultural taboo. Worst thing I did when I went to America earlier this year, I was in a state with or in a city that was completely and utterly not walkable at all. So I do not drive. I'm one of my New Year's resolutions is to learn to drive this year, but I made the foolish mistake of walking out my hotel and thinking I want to go to Target and get a US plug adapter, a power adapter, whatever it is. So I walk out the front and I start walking and I'm like, huh, there are no sidewalks anywhere. What's going on? And I'm just walking, like, basically to stay out of the road. I'm just walking across the front of people's yards, and I'm like, I don't know how like the what is it, like the defend your fort law works. I'm like, I don't want to get shot out here. Like,
get off my lawn.
Walking along, like, hey everybody, and something about like talking to. And then when I got to Target, suddenly I was like, I don't know why I'm really nervous to ask where the power adapter is. Like, I was just walking around like, I don't know why, because America has a big thing, like, especially states like those have a big thing about like being very hospitable. And if I went, I was like, hi, excuse me, especially with a British accent, you would think that most Americans would go fucking nuts and being like, oh my God, are you British? Of course, hey, come with me. No, we've got it over in this aisle over here. But like, for some reason, I was just weirdly nervous. And I was like, you know, I'm just going to keep looking until I find it. And it took me a while because, I don't know, I'm blind. But it took me a while to find it. And then eventually I did. And it was fine.
Okay, that's good. I feel that. I felt like when I went to New York, and I also had a really big culture shock because going from Japan to Canada, Japan was already a big culture shock because in Canada everyone's very friendly. You say hi to your neighbors. There's no like prolonged conversation or anything, but at least it's like friendly, I guess, superficial level friendly. And people like maybe there's conversation, but it's nothing too crazy. And then when I go to Japan, it's like you don't make eye contact, you don't say nothing to nobody, you keep to yourself. You don't look people weird or anything like that. And then I already got used to it. And then I went to New York and I went to Shake Shack. And then I remembered this. His name was Jesus, not Jesus. Jesus specifically. And then he was so happy and making conversation and like going like, oh, what do you want on your burgers? Like, oh, cheese. I love cheese. About that cheddar, right? Cheddar is the best. And I'm like, can I just get my cheese and go? Because I don't know what, I don't want to be rude, but I was so taken aback. And that was like the day I landed, the first meal in New York, and I got bombarded with just like conversation and very like friendly demeanor that you do not get in Canada. Not to that level in Canada, but definitely like not at all when you're in like Japan. So I had like a culture shock and then reverse culture shock.
It is really bizarre. I mean, I think the thing about the UK is that the culture from city to city, like region to region, differs so much. I think it's the same way in. I'm not sure how it is in other parts of the world, but I know it's this way in America as well. But further north and kind of like the Midlands in the UK, people tend to be very sociable and friendly. You know, you'd be walking up and they'll be like, oh, hello, lovely weather we're having, isn't it? So that's more Welsh, but you know, they were sort of walking around like that. And then you get further south, especially London. In London, nobody fucking talks to anybody. And there's a great meme I saw, which was like a Londoner going up north, and it's this guy walking around, and then someone comes up and says, are you enjoying the weather today? And they just go like, ugh. They just kind of look like, what the fuck are you talking to me for? Like they're so scared and confused by actual hospitality and friendliness. It's really quite funny.
Oh no. Yeah, I feel like it's definitely very different. Even in like Toronto, where I used to be from, like people are friendly, but they still kind of are. You can tell that there's like kind of a guard up, I think. But once you go to like the suburbs or more of like the country-ish areas, or maybe like the prairie provinces or maritime provinces, that's when people truly like open up and relax and are not so like wide uptight kind of thing. I feel like even in Toronto, it's only very superficial, but they don't like engage extra in like things and stuff, in like conversation and stuff.
No, that's true. I think really it's a big city thing, you know. It reminds me of this video of these two people who were on a sidewalk in New York, and they were like filming themselves sort of walking slowly on the sidewalk, and then this lady behind them walks up and fully just shoulder checks, just boom, as hard as she can into them, because they're slowing down and taking up the whole sidewalk. And in New York, yeah, you know, if you take up space and you slow people down who are walking, you're gonna get shoulder checked. You're gonna get pushed out of the way, which makes sense.
We did that.
I mean,
we got shoulder checked
Yeah.
by like the oldest grandma with one of those like pull buggies kind of thing, and she's like, "Oh, excuse me, I gotta go in front." It was a fucking red light. I don't even know where she was going. Everyone was waiting, but she was like, excuse me," and then she got in between me and my friend, though we were traveling together, and she just had to always be in the front. And then when it's a red light, we walk faster than her. So I'm just like, what was the whole point of all of that? I don't even get it. But she was very
so funny.
adamant that she was in the front of the line.
When you said grandma, I just imagined like this little old lady being like, "Get the fuck out of my way!" You know.
And no, it was a very
Yorker
old. It was a very
That's so
small
fun.
white-haired grandma. She was like very shriveled and like glasses and everything. With a little push buggy.
I'm walking here. Get out of my way. I'm an old white-haired New Yorker granny. Oh my god, with like the Italian American. Hey, what's going? Hey, bada bing, bada boom. Hey, I'm walking here. Boom.
It really was like that. I feel like in New York, outside of like hospitality sector, so like the person who was very friendly with me, it was Shake Shack. So it was you're supposed to, I guess, be kind and friendly and stuff. But when it came to like walking down the streets, everyone in New York looks so miserable. They look so angry. They're always like eyes in front or eyes down, just marching like single-mindedly to wherever they gotta go. No one's kind of like looking around or perusing. They always look like they're very upset at things, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, right? But something about me, I'm a when I can go out, I'm a very fast walker. And if I'm ever walking somewhere and there is a crowd of people who aren't moving at the speed I'm going, or if there isn't a clear space to walk past, I'll never get irate with someone and I'll never be rude to them. But in my head, I'm like, I'm going to explode. Like if I need to slow down while walking for more than like a few seconds at a time, I'll be like, in my head, I'm like, think of the people around you, make space, move. You know, but like, obviously I don't have the balls to go up to a person and actually challenge them on that. So I'm just like stood behind them waiting, like, all right.
I have terrible road rage, and I also walk very fast. So all my friends walk so fucking slow. Oni bro walks like a fucking snail, bro. He was born with long ass 6 feet legs, but this man walks slower than that grandma that like I see on you. He's so slow. Anyway, it drives me fucking wild. So like whenever, like even in Japan, I have really bad road rage. Like, especially in Canada, I drive a lot. I drive like every day, whatever. I'm the type of bitch where like if you're driving too slow, I'm always looking for the next lane that's faster. Like, you know how sometimes you merge lanes, but that lane turns out to be slower, and then you merge back again, and then it's always the current lane that's like slower, and it drives me insane, but that always happens because karma like checks you like that. But I would also be the person where like if I pass you, I'm giving you the dirtiest look ever. I'm literally just like slowly looking just to see like why you're driving so slow. I'm like, ugh, on her cell phone. Or like, oh, though, you know, I can't believe it's a green light. I can't believe they didn't see that. I'm like the one that's like slowly like staring at them while I pass them.
Oh god, I think that like I get so many pet peeves around like this sort of thing. So with public transportation, for example, in the UK, if you're getting on like the train or you're going to anywhere that's busy, with an escalator, like when I've been to London, for example, on the underground. If you're getting an escalator, you must stand on the left-hand side of the escalator because people who are in a rush want to walk down or up the right-hand side of the escalator. Right. If I've ever been in a rush and I'm going on the underground and I'm going on one of these escalators, if someone is stood idly on the right-hand side, not thinking about other people, I get so fucking angry so fast. I will literally go up and be like, excuse me, like they probably don't even know. But there are signs all over the fucking place that say, please stand on the right. But nobody listens.
That is your God-given right, Vox. You say excuse me with all the heart and fire in your soul. Okay, you let them have it. Okay, that is your God-given right. Why are they not standing correctly? No, you should just let like all hell go.
Exactly.
All hell,
and
let them have it.
I remember once it was like when I came back from traveling. And I needed to, and I was going through London. I needed to get on a train, and there was one train left. that needed to get. And there was this one lady on the escalator, and she was stood not on the left, not on the right. She was stood legs spread in the middle of the escalator, taking up both sides. And she wasn't carrying anything that required that. She wasn't stressed out looking at something. She was on her phone, and she was browsing Spotify, picking, which song should I be a fucking public menace to? And this was like, I felt like this was like my moment that I fantasize about constantly. I just thought, now is the time to get mad at someone in public. And I walked up, I was carrying 2 heavy fucking suitcases, and I walked up and I shoulder checked, shoved her onto the right hand side, and I was like, you need to stand on the right! And I went down the escalator, and I felt so fucking alive after that. I was like, yeah, like all of the
I did it!
Into that.
Yeah!
So I know if I do manage to get my license this year, if I'm ever out on the road and I see someone texting, I feel like I'm going to have to fight the urge not to crash into them deliberately, just to make them think twice.
You might be a road rage menace. You might be kind of like
I
me.
think I will. I think I'm going to be a complete road rage. I'm going to follow the rules of the road so closely, so to a T, but if someone breaks those rules and if someone drives unsafely or if someone's going stupidly slow, I will honk my horn. I'm going to get so fucking angry constantly, I swear to God. And I will not apologize for that. I'm looking forward to it, honestly.
In Japan, the rule is like in Tokyo, not Japan all around, but in Tokyo specifically, or like the east regions of Japan, standing is on the left side and fast walking is on the right side. I've never done this before. I've never been like guilty of this because my Asian ass could never. I would never be able to fall under social pressure like that or break social pressure like that. But I have seen like, let's say younger people who are just kind of like standing willy-nilly on either side, and you get the very curt Japanese, すみませんですけど, like you basically just saying excuse me, but you know that すみません, it was like fucking inside, it's sharp enough to cut rocks, bro. It's like it's not すみません, it's すみませんですけど. Like when they add in the ですけど, you know that they're like they're pissed. They're ready to like fuck with
when
you.
I'm already so nervous being in other cultures, like if someone said that to me and I realized I was in the wrong and stood on the wrong hand side of the escalator, I would just be bowing rapidly, just be like, oh, come in a second, I see what I'm saying, and I would just start like backing away and like bowing my head, and I would be like, oh, I'm so full of shame.
Yeah, like I feel like because I'm also like I said, I like to walk really, really fast, but I'm still not to the point yet where even if I feel like it's justified that I can maybe say sumimasen and allow people to pass me, I still wouldn't say it because I'm still kind of a pussy. I'm not very confident, and also I still feel very much like a foreigner, so I don't want to like bother people and like, you know, expect people to follow me and like know that I'm in a rush and stuff. But if this was in Canada, I would be like, excuse me. I'm a really big bitch when it comes to like being in a hurry. I'm just like, I am entitled as fuck. I know when I'm in the right. I know when I'm in a hurry, and you better get the fuck out of my way. So I'm like, excuse me. I'm really bad.
It's a basic thing. Having respect for the people around you. It is not that hard to consider. Someone might want to go past me. Someone might be in a rush. I will make sure that there is space. It's not hard to do, and if you are considerate, that is something that if someone's walking slowly and taking up the sidewalk, especially if it's like not a very busy area, that I can understand. I'd be mad about it, but I wouldn't get mad at a person. I'd just be mad in general.
Yeah.
The thing that grinds my gears more than anything is on public transportation is if someone tries to get onto the train, the bus, or whatever before people have a chance to get off. If someone I'm waiting for one of these times to watch a person do that and to go up and be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I want to stand there and fight a person who tries to do that. I remember once I was getting a train and there was this guy on the platform, and he seemed really chill. Like he had like a really cool outfit on, he was dancing and he had like his tunes on, he was blasting his tunes, but it's like, it didn't feel like he was being obnoxious. Like he was just in his own little world, and I was like, man, this guy seems cool. I was like, this seems like friend goals. Like this guy seems really cool. Right. And then the door for the train opens and he actively, boom, straight through 2 people trying to get off. And I was like, oh, right. Okay, never mind. Nothing is sacred and now I'm upset again.
You see that in Japan, but very, very rare. Like I remember seeing like there was like a middle-aged person that pushed through like one side was an elderly person and the other side was a younger person, and the cut eye they were giving this middle-aged person who was cutting through. Oh man, I felt so bad, but I also felt like he deserved it. But I'm right there with you. Just like fucking wait, bro. Like everyone's gonna come off. You're not gonna lose your seat because everyone who wants to come off is still coming off. Like
unless
just, like,
the train
wait,
is
bro.
incredibly crowded, you will get your seat. And if it's incredibly crowded, even more the reason to be patient, because otherwise no one's gonna be able to get off and the train will still be full. You fucking fool.
Yeah,
it's just it's a really bizarre, like, selfish thing to do, and every time I see it, I'm just like, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna do it. I don't care when it happens. I'm gonna find you.
It's really bad. Like I also had really big culture shock. Something very similar was when I went to the first time I came to Japan was about like 8 years ago or something. It was like with a trip with like friends or family. I can't quite remember. But Japan was great. You know, my first experience. I was like, this is the land of anime. I fucking love it here. I'm gonna move here one day. You know, I had nothing but good memories of Japan. And then I went to Beijing to visit my family. And I should not have done that. I should have went to Beijing first. And then came to Japan, okay? My whole Beijing trip was fucking ruined, bro. The minute I landed in Beijing, and you had to take an elevator to go from, you know, one floor to the other, baggage, whatever the fuck it was. I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna wait for people to come out, and then I'll go in. And there was another like Chinese family beside me. The minute the door slid open a fucking crack, they were already trying to shove themselves in, and I'm just like, the elevator is full, dumbass. It was literally full of people trying to go from up to down. We're trying to go from down to up. I'm just like, where the fuck are you going, bitch? Where the fuck are you going?
God.
I was like, just squeeze in right there. Squeeze in there right now. I fucking dare you, piece of shit. Oh, I was just looking here like so flabbergasted. Like, where is she going with all her luggage when the elevator is full? And that was my first like time where I was like, fuck this shit, man. I want to go back to Japan. If it wasn't, my grandparents are so lucky they live there. They're so lucky. If they didn't live there, I would not go back to Japan. I'm sick of it.
That's fascinating.
But yeah, it's definitely very
I've
selfish.
never been, but that sounds like a really funny experience.
Only the strong survive. No, you guys put it actually. It's very competitive. Like my chat knows this, but the reason why I immigrated to Canada was because my mom thought I was growing up too soft, and I would not be competitive enough for the other Chinese children. So they literally were like, "Oh no, Daddy, this is not good. We got to do something about this. Daughter no survive in China." Like we go Canada. So that's why we went to Canada.
So funny. That's so funny.
But I think it's true. I think it's a very wise choice. Looking back now, there's no way. I don't really have the competitive spirit. I don't really have the drive either. I'm very much just like, go ahead. Like I don't want the toy. It's fine. It's whatever. I'll play with it later, I will literally let people butt in line, and my mom is like literally like slapping herself because she got so like fed up that I would just
like, no, you go in the line. You get in front of the line. This is your place in the line. No, place in the line unless you fight for it.
No, but it was really bad when I did it. So when people tried to butt me, I was like 6, so like I'm very young. I didn't really understand what butting was. So for me, I vividly remember I was waiting for the ice cream truck. My mom finally said that I can buy an ice cream. I was super excited. So I was waiting in line, and a person cut in front of me. So I was like, oh shit, someone cut in front of me. So my train of thought was like, well, that's not fair for the person behind me and behind me and behind me, because the person in front of me chose to butt in. So to make sure that they're not waiting any longer and to keep it fair, I will remove myself from the line and go all the way to the back, so that at least just because that person butted, it doesn't mean that the people behind me have to wait one person longer. So my mom saw this and she's like, what the fuck were you doing? Why did you leave that line? And like, why did you kick that? And I was like, but mommy, like, it's not fair to the people behind. It's like, I don't give a shit about the people behind. My mom was so angry. She was so pissed off. But that's how I was. And that's why I was just like, oh God, thank God you're here in Canada. I would get eaten alive in China.
Your mother sits you down and says, listen, you're not going to survive. We need to toughen you up. It's the equivalent of sending your kid to military school. You know?
No, my mom, like, after that incident, my mom literally, like, sat me down for dinner and she's like, daughter, you listen, okay? If a person buds you, first you tell them you're not allowed to bud. But if they bud you, you stay in line. Don't worry about what people behind you think. You don't know them. They're not your mother, okay? You stay in line and you wait. If they really bud you, it's okay. We don't fight. You know, we don't fight in Canada. No fighting in Canada. But you stay in line and you don't leave. You understand? And I'm like, okay, yes, mommy. Yeah. Like 6-year-old Giri, like during dinner time, she's like, okay, you may eat now. because my mom was like, she saw me just jump out of line. She got so fucking pissed. Yeah, I'm very much
how is
a
the
pushover.
meal going at the moment? So what point are we up to with the meal
Oh, we
now?
should
I'm
probably
curious.
make the gravy as the liqueur. The liqueur, and we
that
can
is
probably
correct.
get the mashed potatoes going as well at the same time.
All
We can
right, let me go
probably
ahead and check the recipe on that.
multitask.
Ah, yes, the liquor. It's lovely,
The
typically
liquor.
made with fish stock, of course.
Yeah, the fish stock is
eel
done.
stock.
Stock is
So,
on the
for the liquor, so the recipe is about fish stock from cubes, but you've got the fish stock from, I would imagine, from the eel, right?
just no, not the eel. I actually got like some scraps from like the
Oh, good.
seafood
Okay.
butcher guy. So I just have the stock that's like sit. Oh, you can't see it. You can see it on the main camera, but it's just
Excellent.
sitting
I mean,
there.
that's pretty good. So it begins with that, and then you would thicken it with some flour, making sure that it's not lumpy, and then you would need some parsley. Do you have parsley, or do you have something else?
I do. Let me just wipe down my hands a little
Very
bit, but I'll show you. You might have to walk me through the steps a little bit because I haven't really made this before. But I have parsley here. I'm not sure what kind you're looking for, but this just says
That'll do it. That will
paseri
definitely
ko,
work. Paseri. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah,
which
definitely.
is like little parsley, baby parsley, paseri ko. And
I
potatoes
love-
is for whatever.
I love katakana so much, like loan words, and how in Japanese you would pronounce foreign words. It's so adorable to me. I love reading the names of movies in katakana and the way they're written. Like The Hobbit would be like za obito or something like that. Or
Yeah.
I remember, what was it? Is it Toy Story? It's like Toy Story. There's something about the way it's written is amazingly cute to me, and I'm one of the first things that I learned to read. Well, the first things I learned to do with Japanese was learning the alphabet, hiragana
Right.
and katakana. And so when I've been in Japan and I see katakana, I start reading it, and I feel really kind of chuffed with myself when I can figure out what the katakana is supposed to be referring to.
Right.
And so we had, in Japan, we had the rikutazumi curry, and I read it, and it was like, I can't remember what it was, but there was some katakana on the front, and I read it right, and everyone was like, whoa, because I don't think I can speak any Japanese. And I can't, but I can read the characters, even though I can't read the words themselves a lot of the time.
Yeah. I feel
I
like
don't know any kanji either.
I feel like if you're in Japan, and you just want to like live like a regularly enjoyable stay while you're here, maybe learn the hiragana and katakana. I would say that's the extent that you would really need to know if you're a tourist, or if you're even just living here and you're just trying to like kind of find your footing and stuff like that. Bare minimum, I would recommend learning katakana and hiragana, because a lot of the recipes, the restaurants, grocery stores, even with the labels and stuff, the majority is just that. And if it's kanji, it's like one or two sprinkled on the side. It's not like overbearing where you just feel like you don't know anything. So if you know hiragana and katakana, you actually are pretty kind of like a solid foundation. And yeah, you should be able to kind of get by quite comfortably and kind of know where train stops are, you know, and what you're ordering and things like that. Because even if it's like you went to an Italian restaurant, let's say, they'll still write that shit in like Alfredo or like bacon Alfredo or like rigatoni, and like it's just like I was like, oh, rigatoni, I get it. You know, everything is in katakana. So if you do know it, it'll make your stay a lot
very
smoother.
sweet. One of my favorite things about it is the way that certain letters or sounds don't translate. For example, my name, Vox. There is no V sound, to my knowledge, in katakana, and so it's in katakana. It's written and pronounced boxu, and so for a while after my debut in Japan, my nickname was Hako-sama or Lord Box, which is really really sweet to me.
That's cute. Box. That's really cute though. That's very endearing.
Lord Box Hako-sama. I love that one. And then I've seen some people who are like who have me as their oshi. They call me Hakoshi or like Hako Oshi or something like that, which is really sweet as well.
Oh, that's really really cute. Yeah, it's some sounds don't translate. I think like F is more like a who instead of a foo. Like there's no like hard F sound. It's more like just air kind of blowing out of your mouth kind of thing. So even if it's tofu, it's not tofu, it's tofu. You're kind of just tofu. Yeah. So there's it's and the R obviously like lip my stocking, like you know, like that everyone kind of knows that one already.
Tofu.
Yeah, tofu.
I don't think I'll be able to stop myself from tofu.
And the R and the L sound, which like everyone kind of knows already, like the lip my stocking. But yeah, but it's true though. I feel like the meme does stand. If you go into like a McDonald's, let's say, and you think that people in McDonald's know how to speak English, they don't. If you go like, oh, can I get a, can I get like fries? They don't know what you're talking about. You have to be like fried potato. You can't just say fries in English. If you say I want cola, they're like, what? They give you like a dumbfounder, like cola. Like it's cola. It's cola and cola. What's the difference? But you have to really like cola. And fried potato, Big Mac. You can't just say Big Mac. It's Big Mac, or they don't know what you're saying.
So you know, one of my favorite experiences I had when I was in Japan, I got quite good at communicating with when I needed to get a taxi. I got quite good at communicating with the taxi drivers, and I actually cannot remember any of the phrasing now, but I had it at the time and I've forgotten it all. But I remember once I was doing pretty well with this one taxi driver. I was communicating pretty much entirely in Japanese, but he knew I was English. And when he dropped me off at the hotel and I got up to leave, I had dropped some change, and he waved at. He said, "Sumimasen," and he picked up one, like it was like about maybe a 50 yen penny off the floor, held it up, and he said, "Riteru coin," and I was like, oh. And I was like, "Arigatou gozaimashita," and I took the riteru coin, and I took that, and I remembered that. I thought it was the sweetest thing ever. I don't know.
I feel like I don't have any negative experiences with the taxi drivers here. I think they're very, very sweet. They're always eager to have conversation. They're very patient if they know that you're a gaijin and you don't really speak Japanese well. They're very eager to have conversation with you and try their best to kind of find middle ground and find things that they can talk about. But the taxi drivers here are very, very sweet. Only rarely do you get one that's a little bit more like impatient, maybe like late night or whatever. But generally, I think it's always like A+ experience with the taxi drivers here. But I don't know.
Definitely.
Japan is the best.
Japanese taxi drivers were really, really sweet. I enjoyed every experience, and even though it's quite intimidating to think about it's quite intimidating to think about like how to even the little Japanese that I understand, for me, especially like at the airport, the instant I'm in a situation where I need to actually use it, my Nihongo immediately becomes no Jozu, and all knowledge of it just completely vanishes in an instant. And I need to like pull up my cue cards and be like, konnichiwa, Vox Akuma desu, arigato, and I just completely forget what I'm doing, where I'm going, and all of it.
I'm exactly the same. Recently, like, well, I guess it's not it's late last year, I had a bunch of friends, like Vtuber friends, visit me, and if they were at a grocery store or like a convenience store, they would look at me, they go, "Oh, Gary, what did they say?" And I'm like, "Oh, do you need a bag? Do you need change or whatever?" Right? That I can help them with. I'm very comfortable with that, very confident. So I think they were like, "Oh my God, Giri is fluent in Japanese," where every single time I said, it's very, very basic, barely conversational, but it's enough to get by, you know? But I always tell them that, but they just always say that because I know if I need a plastic bag or not, that I'm completely fluent. So every single time something happens, they just look at me, and I'm just like, "Bro, this is like a fucking ticket gate, bro. I don't even know what they said. How am I supposed to know? They didn't ask for a bag. I know that." Like, I don't know how you want me to help with it. So they always just go like, "Giri, Just instantly, anything happens. Like a Japanese person open their mouth, they're like, Giri? And they always just look at me. Like I hold the answer to everything, and I'm like, bro, I can't help you, man. I don't know what they said. I don't know.
Is quite interesting. You know what that's made me think about? It's made me think about the difference in hospitality. Like we've been talking about Japan. Earlier this year, I went to Canada, Montreal specifically, and so, for French Canadians, I mean, you guys are great, but the airport staff were just unhappy to see everybody. I mean, especially I went through Charles de Gaulle in France, and the difference in like a British airport staff, not famously hospitable, but still like, all right, love, you go ahead and get your, you need to unpack your bags now. All right, very good. In France, sir, need to put your bag on the bed. No, what are you doing? What are you doing? Over here. Like they're immediately mad at you over the littlest thing. And the thing I noticed about Montreal is that the instant you speak English and not French, they're just like, ugh. It's just really funny.
No, 100%. As a fucking Canadian, 100%. I mean, like Montreal is one of the better places for English-speaking people. Okay, like if you're going to like Quebec, and like Gatineau is infamous for like hating people who speak English. Apparently, like there's a place in Quebec called Gatineau. Like they're scary. Like I don't even have the balls to go there. I know very very rudimentary French, but like even in Montreal, they're like, oh, she speaks English. And they will like treat you differently. They will look at you differently. 100%.
You can't sit here. You speak English.
No, actually. Actually, the service becomes much more shit. Like I went to Montreal to visit a family friend, and prior to actually meeting up with that friend, I was with my family, and my family doesn't speak French, so we were just kind of barely getting by and being kind of like, oh, they speak English, blah blah blah. And the moment I met up with the family friend, and she speaks Canadian French very fluently, and she took us to like restaurants and stuff, I was expecting to go in to get the exact same treatment since I was when I landed there, but no, she came in there speaking. So they see Asian faces, they assume we don't speak French, and as soon as my family friends started speaking French, the relief and happiness in their eyes was like palpable. You can see that, you can taste that, you can feel that. And all of a sudden, yes, may we, come on in, may we, yes, we have all the food and all the wine and everything that you need. I'm just like, okay, damn, bitch, I didn't realize. I didn't realize they hated us that badly.
I made the mistake in the airport of because when I do go somewhere, I try to use as much of the language as I can. And so in the airport, I opened it with "Oh bonjour," and I wanted that to be like, "Hey, I'm trying," but they immediately assumed that I spoke French, and then they rattled off like, "Oh, we need your passport," or whatever it is in French, and I went, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't," and it just literally, ugh, like they were just so mad that I'd like mess with their expectations like that, and I felt terrible.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I suddenly thought, I don't know if you ever watched this. It's this clip from an episode of the Conan O'Brien's talk show where Norm Macdonald is on, and he's telling this joke, and he's talking about French Canada reminded me of this. It's the fucking ridiculous joke, but it's his delivery that sells it every time. He's like, I remember this guy who was called Jacques Ekemen Quebec or something like that, and he made this. It was like, by golly, he was going to be the next. He was going to be one of the greatest guys we'd ever seen. And he started going on, and then he says his name wrong. He's like, Jacques de Gatineau, and Conan goes, I think he just changed his name. And he goes, well, a man grows, And then he just kind of moved on. And this joke goes on for ages, like a good 5 minutes. He's talking about this guy's life, what happened to him. He traveled the world, and people loved him. And then he's like, and then I was back in Montreal, and I went into the zoo, into the aquarium. And this guy, and then I look over and I think, by golly, there he is. It's Jacques de Gatineau, and he's got some food and he's feeding a dolphin, and I go, what? It's like, hey, you were gonna be the next big thing for us. What happened? Why did you go? And he said, no, listen, I'm serving a youthful porpoise. That was the whole joke. It was like 10 minutes of build up for that one thing.
I would have been like, just like, Okay, and then like shit.
I know I can't do it justice, but it's the length of the delivery and the fact that he just turns it into this whole thing, and just the way he's telling this mundane nothing story is funny in and of itself. There's something to that. It's so funny.
Oh, no. Bless his soul. At least he tried. Okay, hold on. Before we get Gerald again, can you walk me through the liqueur recipe again? I have the parsley
Absolutely,
chopped.
I can.
You mentioned the stock and the butter.
Mm-hmm. So you put the stock in, and so boiling water in a pan, and you make up the. If you've already got fish stock, like you've already got the liquid, that should be good. So now you need to sieve flour into cold water. Have you done that?
Oh no, I have not. So flour.
Okay, so if you get a little
cold
mixing
water.
thing of cold water with some flour, and then while whisking the stock in the boiling pan, you would then slowly mix in the flour mixture, and from there just chop up the parsley and add it in, and that's basically it.
Oh, okay. So did it say how much water? Because water and flour tends to make a dough, unless we're adding in like a lot of water.
I think it's like...
Or like a smidge
It's
of
not
flour?
much. I mean, remember this is supposed to be quite a thin sauce in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah. Let's I'll do 2 small teaspoons of the flour, but I'll add in a bunch of water just in case. I've never usually used flour to thicken. I've only used cornstarch typically. But let's
Yeah,
give it a
something
go.
like that, sort of mixed in with the stock. I think that'll be all right. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that should be good.
Just to
I
sort
don't
of
think I
thicken
should
it up
add
a
in.
little bit. Yeah, that'll be all
Hopefully
right.
that's gonna be enough. And you said it was fish stock, right?
Fish stock,
Fish
yeah.
stock, boil it down, and then add some butter and parsley.
Boil it down. No butter, I don't think.
Oh, okay.
When you're
Okay,
positive there are no lumps in the flour, pour while whisking into the stock. So yeah, make sure there are no lumps in that. And then basically all you do is add the parsley, you've already chopped it up, and salt and pepper to taste, and then simmer it for 5 minutes, and the liquor is done.
Okay. Okay. I think that's good. Let me start the pan. Get the oh, maybe I should sieve some of the what should I do? How should I go about this? Where did my Odie bro, where did my soup spoon go? Where did my ladle go? You took it! I know you took it somewhere! You're always stealing my okay, well I'm just gonna okay, thank you. That was not helpful at all. Okay, let's get a little bit of the soup stock. I didn't put any salt in here. I kind of purposely did that. Hopefully that is okay. Maybe not too much. Okay, I'm a little hesitant. Let's leave it there. And it's gonna boil. Oh my god, I should check on my pie. Hold on.
Oh yeah.
I didn't set a timer. Let me go check on that pie. How long was
You
I
check the
supposed
pie.
to
I'm
be baking it
gonna
for?
grab some. I'm getting a bit of a dry mouth. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. I gotta check my pie. Oh no. Ooh. Okay, it's looking pretty good. I'm gonna let that finish. Oh, my ladle's right here. Why didn't anyone say that my ladle was right here when I was looking for my ladle? It was literally right here, you guys. Chat. When I ask you for help, you gotta fucking help me out here. Okay? When I'm in the middle of something, I tend to have tunnel vision and I don't see. If it's not where I typically put it, I'm like, oh my god, where is it? You know? But if I saw it, if you see it, you tell me where it is, and that will be most helpful, chat. Most helpful. You didn't read chat. I could have swore you blind. You don't read my message. Well, maybe you should learn how to time your messages better so I can actually see them. Okay, that sounds like a you issue, a little bit. Okay, I'm waiting for this to boil. Actually, maybe I'll just whack that in. That's a lot of parsley. I'll keep the rest to the side. That looks like a very lot of parsley. Yeah. It was right in front. How am I supposed to see that? Clearly, I didn't see that. Okay. Oh my god, my potatoes. My potatoes are tumbling. Turn it down. My potato. Ah! so strong. Okay. I'm gonna give that a little bit of a. I don't think I need this anymore.
Now I have
Alright, thank you for the
returned.
8. Welcome back.
Hello.
I chucked in the parsley into the stock,
You chucked it in,
Yeah.
lovely.
and I'm gonna whack the. I wanted to say it in Berkshire, but I lost it. I'm gonna whack the flour mixture
A
into
whack
the
is good. A bung is good. It's like bung that in
Bung.
there
I'm gonna bung it in there. Bung it in there.
with
the flour
with a
mixture.
liquor. All you gotta do is get
the
a parsley, bung it in there, right? With your fish stock, typically made with
Right,
fish
right.
stock. Yeah.
Right. Right. It's gonna be bloody bloody lovely, love. Bloody lovely, bruv.
Oh mate, having a pie mashed jellied eels this time of night, I'd be bloody lovely or fantastic.
Oh, he lost me, guys. Is he speaking English anymore? I got confused.
Fantastic.
He lost me with that one. Now I got confused. Do you like fish sauce? Wait, like Asian fish sauce? Yeah, I guess it's fine. But in terms of like this, I haven't really tried it before. Do you wanna? I was wondering when I should show you, but maybe I can show you now since we're kind of like waiting for things to kind of like be ready. Do you want to see the jellied eel that I managed to get my hands on? I think you're gonna love it.
Really?
Okay.
Let me see.
But you promised me you're not gonna like just drop off the call and unfriend me right away.
Of course, of course.
You gotta give me
I
a
will
fighting
forgive
chance,
you-
okay?
Of course.
Okay. Okay.
Let's have a look, chat. What's it gonna be? The jelly deal.
So I tried my best. I really did. I even went to like the Western grocery store that specializes in like different countries, ingredients, whatever. No jellied eel whatsoever. Not on Amazon. So what I did, because I'm a chef, okay, what do you do when we don't have the ingredient? You make your own, right? But in Japan, it's actually really hard to get raw eel, even like live eel. It's very hard. So what I did was I made my own jellied eel out of unagi. So I did some research, right? So apparently the jellified thing is the natural gelatin that comes out of eel skin. Because the eel's already cooked, I can't really extract that into the gelatin anymore. So I thought it would be appropriate, being the chef that I am, to because it's already like seasoned the like Japanese unagi way, I want to keep like the flavor profiles consistent. So I actually, instead of using like lemon juice, I think traditionally for jellied eel they use like lemon juice or something. Instead of that, I got some dashi and I gelatinized it, and then I put the unagi inside. So I'm sure it's gonna be exactly the same. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. I think it's gonna be perfect. What do you think? Are you confident?
I don't
You like it, right?
really know what I was expecting. I will say this. I really have to applaud your ingenuity. Jellied eel, not easy to come across, definitely. I really do. I am very proud of your ability to try and create something totally unique. That said, so you added that in with just gelatin. Like that's just store-bought like powdered gelatin that you have imprisoned it in, like
Yes.
jelly, basically.
Yes, I got some dashi powder and like flavorless gelatin to make it into like a dashi gelatin.
It's almost like, so you're not gonna eat it with the gelatin. The gelatin is like flavoring it almost, and it's like you're gonna pull them out, and then there'll be a bit of it on the side.
Oh, I thought I thought that's like, look how like it's so like boing boing boing.
That
Boing, boing, boing. As bouncy as your mama's ass, chat. Look at that. Boing, boing, boing. That's good, right? That's jellied eel, right? Let me taste it.
the jellied eels that I know, I don't know if that's how it works. Well, it might. I mean, it's close. I will give you that. It is close.
Right.
Typically not eaten in, a big tub of gelatin. But they do like that, the natural gelatin, you're right there. So I think it's close. You know, I think it's quite close.
Okay, okay.
You know
So
what?
you like it? It's good.
You have done. This is very far from the jellied eels that I'm familiar with, but you know what? I will give you the benefit of the doubt on this one. I think that you have done the best that you could have with
Yes.
the with what you with the instructions you were given. You did your very best, and I have to applaud you for that. So well done.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot. Thank you. I think it's gonna go great. So how do you eat how does one eat gelatin eel?
Well,
I've actually never
a
had it
jellied
before.
eel usually now most places in the East End they would be sort of like a side dish. So you would have a little bowl of jellied eels with the gelatin on the side. But at what's it called? At where is it? It's Cooks at what's it called? Is it R Cooks? At F Cooks in London, which is one of the oldest pie and mash shops in London and one of the oldest fast food restaurants in the world.
Right.
They actually serve the eels with they remove them from the gelatin and then they will just serve them with the sauce, like just with the liquor. So they would just slice them up and have them in the liquor with everything else, which makes sense because as the liquor used to be made with the stock from jellying the eels, they go quite well together.
Oh, because I was very confused when you originally gave me this because you're have a side of jellied eel and I was like a jellied eel can be like a side dish. I thought you just kind of ate it as like a snack or something. I didn't really know what to expect when it comes to jellied eel.
On the side, very much an acquired taste. A lot of people have tried in this day and age to eat jellied eels, and a lot of people really don't like it.
What does it taste like?
but-
Can you describe it for a
Well-
person who hasn't had it before?
Well, the thing is that for a long time I also thought like, no, I don't really want to try that, but I've tried it recently, and surprisingly, pretty good. You know, like
Okay.
given a lot of people like look at it and think, ugh. I think it's pretty nice. It's very nutritious. It's very sort of hearty. Like, I'm interested to see what you think about it because this obviously was a big thing back in the day, especially for people who, you know, eel was easy enough to come across in London at the time. So I'm really curious to see what you think about it because obviously I think that the pie and mash, that's just a really classic, reliable flavor. You know, it's going to be very savory, meaty, delicious, and very, very filling, which is what that food was meant to be. It was meant to just fill you up so that you had enough energy to get through the day by any means necessary. And it's a lovely coincidence that it happens to taste really savory and wonderful. So the eels on the
I'm
side,
curious.
more of an acquired taste. So I think you're going to really like it, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, you're a fan of seafood, right?
Yeah, I don't like love it, but I'm definitely like very, very much okay with it, and I'm just kind of particular with some, but I'm okay with eel. Jellied eel, again, never tried it. If someone can like, you know, send me some, if I have any friends going to England, maybe they can like bring me back some, so I can try, but...
Yeah, if you like normal eel, I imagine you'll probably like jellied eel as well. I don't know if there's going to be too much difference. Then again, I don't think I've had normal eel. I remember a few years ago I went fishing with my dad and I caught an eel, and that was a lot of fun. I didn't think you could find them out in the canals where we went, but it was.
Look, not to interrupt, but
no, not at
look.
all, not at all. Ooh, wow, very nice.
She a beauty.
I love that you've got the scoring in the middle is very, very good. I like that a lot. You know what's interesting is that in sort of the fast food restaurants, they wouldn't score the pie at all. They would just kind of leave the lid completely untouched, and I imagine that would sort of retain the heat for a longer time. But from what you've done, this looks that pastry looks very crispy. I like that a lot.
I literally just touched it with my bare hands, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm a chef. My hands can withstand actively boiling water. No problem.
Asbestos fingers, legendary. We love to see that.
I definitely. Do you have asbestos fingers?
After all the years working with fire, I'd be quite remiss if I didn't have some very tough fingers. You know,
Nice.
it's that or it's a guitar player's fingers after they sort of toughen up the
Yeah.
calluses on their fingertips from playing guitar.
Do you
for a long time.
play guitar? I didn't know that you played
I
other
don't
instruments.
know. My dad does. My dad plays a lot of sort of strum instruments, and he's quite funny
Nice.
with it. And I know a few people who do. I've been wanting to learn an instrument, but I want to do a lot of things. I feel like if
Right.
I'm doing a bit of singing, and I'll focus on that first. But if ever there comes a day, I'd want to learn an instrument. I don't know if I would learn guitar. Would I want to learn guitar? Maybe
What
I'd
would be
wanna
the
learn something
first
else.
instrument that you want to pick up?
You want to know something?
Hmm.
I think I'd like to learn to play the drums. I feel
The
like that would be a
drums?
very cathartic instrument to play. Also, Whiplash is one of my favorite movies. So I don't know if you've ever seen that.
No, I don't think I know that movie.
Oh, that's like my number 2 favorite movie of all time, and it's about drumming, and it's about this main character who's like really ambitious, and he wants to be one of the best drummers in the world, and he goes to this school in New York that's like a very prestigious music school, and then there you've got J.K. Simmons, who is this teacher, and this teacher is a absolute psychopath maniac who just wants to break his students into shape and turn them into the best musicians they can be in. But
Okay.
what he doesn't account for is the fact that this student is also insanely driven, and so it plays out almost like a boxing movie, like a classic 1v1 of them trying to push each other but also trying to defeat each other, you know.
Oh,
It's brilliant.
That's kinda
It's
cute.
really brilliant. And what's funny about it is that a lot of it is like my interpretation of it from the first time I saw it is wildly different now from my interpretation watching it a few years on. Like, I think men have this tendency to watch this person go to the depths of hell to be the best drummer they can be. And a lot of men will watch this and think, man, I've got to work harder, you know, so I can live up to this level. When really watching it now, I'm like, man, yeah, like all of this film happens and it's like, you know, this great battle and all that, but really it comes at the cost of his soul. It's an insane film, but a fantastic commentary on the music world and really on the nature of competition as it is. A big commentary on masculinity as well. I think it's a fascinating film. And a big commentary on masculinity is the fact that I fucking fell for it at first. You know, I was contributing to the issue by thinking like, man, this is all about how I need to work harder to feed the system. And then watching it nowadays, I'm like, man, this movie's fucked up. It's really brilliant. So I'd highly recommend checking it out. It's a lot of fun to watch. Very funny in parts too.
What was it called again?
Whiplash.
Whiplash. Okay, I gotta check that out. You seem like you have a really genuine interest in like filmography and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
You seem to like really try to like interpret or read into what the director might be like trying to convey and things like that.
I love it. I love it so much. It's one of my favorite. I mean, because I think that film has a chance to. Really, it's this way with a lot of art, but I think for me personally, film is what I resonate with the most, and especially with personal projects, like you can really feel for what a director or really anyone involved might have been going through, because obviously film is a collaborative process. I want to go on about this kind of thing a lot. One of the biggest things that makes me both very happy and very sad. Have you seen Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, love it.
Of course. Lord of the Rings is such, like the films, the Peter Jackson trilogy is such an artistically pure, beautiful thing that we are so lucky to have experienced. And it makes me so sad that most likely a film like that will never be made again. Like,
I think so,
I don't know
too.
I don't know how familiar you are with like the behind the scenes of what it was like to work on that film for those for like that crew. But all 3 films were shot at once. So instead of shooting each one and then
really?
making it, or because they wanted to release them year by year, you know, 1 year apart each. Every single one of them, all 3, shot in the same shoot period over the course of an entire year.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It was like, it strangely for a high budget thing. By the way, all 3 films had a combined budget of about 200 million, which is less than half of the budget of The Flash, right? One
the
shit
hell?
film compared to 3 of the greatest films ever made on that budget. So relatively, for a film of that size, a relatively small budget. And it's so practical because so much of the film was shot on location. And so they were dealing with the same kinds of trials and tribulations as a lot of independent filmmakers would be as well. And at every single stage, if you watch the behind the scenes, the people who made Lord of the Rings cared about it so much. And the set had such a strong feeling of community and family. And from the way it turns out, every single element of the film comes together, or all 3 of them, comes together in such a brilliant way. And I think it sums up really the clip that I keep watching, going back to, and I well up and I almost cry every time I watch this, and I feel myself getting emotional just thinking about it. On the last day of filming. It was one of the last scenes chronologically in the story, and it was a pickup they were doing, and this was going to be their last ever shot that they filmed together on Lord of the Rings. And it was just Frodo, it was Elijah Wood, Frodo, and Peter Jackson, and they were just filming this. And after it ended, Peter Jackson said, "Right, we got it, great job." And he walks up to Elijah Wood, and he hugs him, and Peter Jackson just erupts into floods of tears. And he keeps repeating over and over again, "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you." And he cannot let go, because the experience of making that with him and of doing all and what they had achieved and having been as successful as they were and having had such a wonderful sense of community on set, he couldn't believe that it was over. And I don't know, for me, that should be what it's all about. You know, getting down to it and making any kind of art and making any kind of working with people on any kind of collaborative process. It should be about that pure love of it, and you can really tell when you watch those films. And saying that, I really want to watch them again. To be honest, I could sit down and watch all 12
I watch it
hours of them.
I rewatch it every year. I watch the extended version, including The Hobbit. I watch it every. If it's on the airplane, I'm watching it.
Like, I know The Hobbit's nowhere near as good. I still love watching it. Like, I just love going back to that universe. Yeah.
I don't care what no one says. I know objectively it's not the best film, blah, 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 blah. But I fucking love that movie. I think Thorin is so fucking hot, and no one can change my fucking mind. I will marry him if I can. But I fucking love The Hobbit. Because, like, The Hobbit is, like, more of an action movie. It's no longer kind of like a moody drama type of thing that Lord of the Rings was. I feel like
Hobbit's a lot more upbeat,
compare it. Yeah, I feel like it's not comparable. If you're comparing it, you're kind of enjoying it wrong, in my opinion. But I don't care what no one says. I fucking love The Hobbit. I think it's really, really good. But
I think the thing about it, like, I do really enjoy The Hobbit as well. And yeah, they're not as good, but I really enjoy them. The thing about it is you notice the difference in the way that it was made, because Lord of the Rings, for the time, so practical. You've got thousands of extras. All of the orcs, or almost all of the orcs, were made with makeup, very convincing prosthetic makeup and all of that. You've got every opportunity they had to shoot something on set with makeup, costumes, prosthetics, props, everything they did. And it made the world feel so rich and lived in and all of that. And also the way that they filmed the different heights, because obviously Gimli is played by John Rhys-Davies, who is the tallest member of the cast, and they had to use that like camera trickery to make them appear smaller. Same with the Hobbit, same with Gandalf being much taller than everybody else. And they did it in a way where all of these actors were in the scene together, but with foreshortening, they make them appear much taller, and it's very clever the way it's made.
Oh, so it's not CGI. It's not
It's not CGI. No CGI, or at least most of the time, it's just very clever camera trickery to make certain characters appear much taller than each other. But in The Hobbit, technology had come farther, and any character who needs to be taller can be green screened in. And it's a sad story. Ian McKellen, who plays Gandalf, obviously Gandalf is much taller than every other member of the Company of Dwarves and Bilbo. And so a lot of the time, Gandalf was not present for filming any of the scenes with them. And Ian McKellen was there's a picture of him sat alone in a completely green room to be CGI'd into the scene later. And apparently Ian McKellen, I broke down crying at one point and said, "This is not why I became an actor." And, you know.
I heard about that. I thought it was in relation to just the fact that the most of the movie might have been in CGI, so he was kind of like lamenting about that. I didn't realize it was because he was physically removed from everyone while
he was
filming.
trying to act opposite no one, you know, and that's really sad. It's you know, and that's why I like these days I really enjoy seeking out independent film, and it's one of the reasons why I don't know if you've ever seen The Revenant as well.
Why does
which
that
came out a
sound
few
so
years ago.
familiar, but I can't quite remember what it's
Leonardo
about?
DiCaprio won his first Oscar for it. It was 2016, I think, 2015, 16. Yeah, that's a film.
Oh, the
that
bear movie.
involves-
Yes.
Yes,
Chad
the one
was
that
saying
gets
the bear
mauled by a
movie.
bear.
Yes, I know. Yes. Okay, I
Yeah.
watched that one.
I love that film so much because, yes, there's some CGI. You cannot have a real scene of a real bear mauling Leonardo DiCaprio to death, but so much of that film is real. Did you know it's all filmed entirely in natural light? There's no artificial lighting whatsoever.
I think I heard about that one, yes.
Yeah. It's fascinating stuff because that means that the film was so much harder to make, but it gives it a really fascinating lived-in feel. And apparently the producers of the film kept saying, "You can't keep doing this. You're so over time, you're so over budget." And the director was like, "Fuck off. I am making this and it's going to be brilliant in this way. And it turns out, yeah, I think it's a masterpiece. And you've got these long, complicated shots and sequences of these of action and many actors moving around. You can tell it's so well directed, so precisely controlled, every single movement, and all of the performances are great no matter how long the shots are. And you know that they can't really do any retakes because, well, if the day passes, it's upshot in a very snowy area. The days are short. They've got about 4 hours a day to manage a shot, and if they mess up the take, well, you know, we're trying to get this specifically in the morning, maybe at 11 a.m. exactly, and if they mess it up, well, everyone go home. We're going to start again tomorrow.
Yeah.
And the fact that it still turned out as brilliant as it was, that is some independent spirit that I just really want to see more of, you know?
Yeah, that's crazy. I did not know that there was like that many finer details to the film. But I remember watching that film and I was like, oh my god. I was just very shocked when I was watching. I didn't even know how to respond. And I heard that like I did hear that he actually ate the raw liver or something like that, and it was like a very tough like shoot for him as well because it was like very physically grueling.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know he was vegetarian.
He's a vegetarian, yeah, and so eating the raw meat that was thrown to him, and then apparently like that moment where he like kind of throws it back up, that's real. Like he actually had that reaction to trying to eat it and he threw it up, but they kept it in because that's real. Same thing as when he goes to sleep by the riverbank and then he traps the fish and catches a fish out of the thing live and just bites it. That's a real fish, and Leo did that to a real fish. I mean, but then at the end of the day, that's acting. You know, you completely lose track of yourself. Hugh Glass, the mountain man, the Revenant himself, he wasn't a vegetarian, so Leo can step out of himself and he does what needs to be done for the scene, and that is really cool. And I love getting to see that kind of spirit with that. I just think it's so wonderful.
That's really awesome. That's really cool to know. So for the sauce, right? Sorry, I didn't mean to like drag you out of that.
I've been on a tangent for way too long. That's okay.
For the sauce, does it go over everything or just the mashed potatoes?
Yep, goes all over everything. Over the pie, over the mash, over all of it.
Okay, I might have gone a little heavy-handed on the flour, so it could be a little bit thick, but it's kind of like gravy, question mark.
Oh, that looks really good. Yeah. And it's
maybe
funny
it's still
because
good.
it's like, it almost feels like you shouldn't, but that sort of that messy parsley all over everything, that's how it should look. You know, you've got it really close down to a T. I love how this looks.
All right, fellow Brits in the chat. Does it look? I don't really know, but does it? I also have the jellied eel. Hey!
Minus the unagi rather than eel. This looks pretty good to me. Honestly, I'm quite satisfied with how you've done this. I can't wait to hear how it tastes.
Let's put that right there. Yay! The Brits in the chat. How did I do? Fucking smashing out of 5. I'm gonna take my retainers out so I can try it too.
Oh mate, that is minted. That is. Whoa.
I feel like the pie would be yummy. The pastry is like holding together. I literally turned it upside down to take it out, and it didn't fall apart or anything like that.
It's a good pastry. I was impressed when you did that. I saw like a couple flakes come off, and I was nervous, but nah, it looks pretty damn good.
I was worried that the lid was gonna come off without the body, but everything came out, so thank God.
Oh, I love how oily the liquor looks. Like that looks so savory and rich. I really want to eat this. This looks so good.
Okay, let's try it. Oni Bro is quite picky though. He knows what he likes and he does not like what he does not like. So, I already know that he's probably not going to be a huge fan of the jellied eel, but I'm curious what he's going to say about the rest of the stuff. Maybe I'll have Oni Bro have the first bite so he can take a picture of it too. And then Oni Bro, you can pass it back to me when you're done, because I would like to try it too. The speck is bothering you? Oh, my bad, fam. My bad. Let me just... Speck is gone.
The speck
no more,
is gone.
No more speck.
Sorted.
Just take the picture with the top down. Oh, okay. All right, mods. Can you take a very aesthetic editorial piece, like, you know, zoomed in like this, or this way? Oh yeah. A little bit of everything.
Wow.
A little New York Living magazine kind of shot. Oh, sorry. Let's do it
this
this
is
way.
making me so hungry. You've done amazingly well.
Oh,
I have to say, this looks so nice.
Our body is covered. Yeah. Let's do it this way. Okay, adjusting for the camera. Right there. not bad. Let me zoom out a little bit. Oh, no, not zoom in. Zoom out. There you go.
I have to. I have
not
to say,
bad.
I'm really impressed. Really impressed with your camera setup as well. You've got you've got like such good. Yeah, but like,
I can't take any credit for this.
The way it stays in focus. Like I know you've got like Onibro helping you out, but still like the quality of the camera and the setup is really something. I'm so impressed.
He literally, okay, this doesn't, like, I will admit, okay, because I'm very much like a non-believer until like proven guilty. Like, show me that I'm wrong, and I'm just like dragging my feet, going like, I'm wrong, I'm sorry. But so when we first started, we obviously only had the one camera, and then Onibro goes like, we need another camera, and I'm like, bitch, why are you wasting my money? Why do we need another camera? And he goes like, oh, to show the people like what you're cooking, so you have a different angle. I'm like, fine, maybe you're right. So then we have two cameras, and we had the two cameras for the longest time. And then Onibro comes up to me and goes like, yo, Gary, I need like 6K so I can buy another camera. I'm like, bitch, you are not. Why do you need what else are they gonna look at? What, like the fucking sink? And they were like, oh, but they look at what you're chopping. And I'm like, they can see what I'm chopping from the main camera. They don't need like an up-down camera of the chopping board. But I say no. I'm very adamant, no, right? And he buys it anyways. And then the delivery comes and he goes like, yo, look at this. Look at my new toy. Look at my new camera. It's like a lens that's like this fucking long. I can't tell you what it is. I don't know.
I love getting my hands on camera equipment. You know, last year I actually bought myself a camera. I definitely got more than I needed. But it's the Ursa Mini Pro 12K.
Okay.
I don't know.
Sounds impressive. I don't.
I took a really artsy black and white photo of it, and I love this. I love this thing so much. I haven't been able to use it for all that much yet because practically like there's not a lot of application for me in streaming to use a camera, but I love it. It's one of my favorite prized possessions, and I'm very eager to get to like really try it out someday.
That's her next camera. Oh no, Vox! Look what you did! I make all this money, so he just spends it on fucking camera. I don't need more cameras, God.
Crack the budget, get more cameras. You know, he's gonna buy so many cameras. You'll be able to do that shot from The Matrix using all of like 30 cameras in a ring when Neo jumps into the air, and then it does the spin around freeze frame.
Please, boys, please stop talking. You're driving me crazy right now. You need to stop talking. I don't need. We just spent 8K on another camera, albeit I am using that for half IRL content. So yes, it's useful. It has a cool little controller. Blah blah blah. I was more of a cynicalist, whatever. I didn't like it. Cynic. Until it was proven useful. So I'm just like, oh, fine, it's actually kind of a nice camera. Obviously, this third camera is very, very nice because it's very high quality. Like, look at the fucking, like, the food looks better in this camera than it does in real life. And there's no denying that. That is just literally the truth, you know? So as much as I hate to give Onibro, you know, what is it called? To agree with him, it is what it is. Oh, no, the flaky.
This looks so good.
Oh, it's so flaky.
So nice.
It's flaky. It's falling apart.
It's okay. Flaky pastry is good. It's gonna be nice. Do you sure you don't want to like get a knife and fork or something like that? Oh, there you go. There you go.
Oh no, chat.
Pick it up. I thought.
Oh no, someone wanted like someone wanted a cross section, so I wanted to like lift it up to show you.
Oh, clever,
but the bottom
yeah.
was like very flaky, so it's kind of falling.
I never think
it's kind of like falling a little bit. Can you? No, you can't. I literally angled the camera.
I can see a bit of it. I can see the mince. The mince on the inside looks very good. Looks very, very good.
The pastry is very flaky though. It's like holding its shape. Let me grab a little. Let me try to get it at the camera.
Make sure you get plenty of mash on the spoon as well, on the fork as well. I think you got it. That looks. Oh, I'm actually gonna go. I want that so bad. I'm so hungry now. Oh, you've slayed this. This is so good.
It's got like a pool of that
ain't she
that's
a
in
beaut?
Here.
Ain't she a beaut? Look at that. Wow.
I love it when my mashed potato has like a pool of it. Let me. This is gonna be a big bite, so just give me a second.
Mash, lekker, jelly deals, simple as.
You know what? It's good pie. It's seasoned beef, mashed potato. No one's ever had any qualms with mashed potatoes. It's a really good fucking parsley gravy, if you will. We don't talk about the eel. Forgot about that. But everything else is really solid.
I really want to know how that tastes. The eel.
The pie crust is actually so crunchy. I just got a bite of it, and it was actually like, kind of like not fighting back, but it's holding its shape amongst all the like the mashed potatoes and everything. Okay, Oni bro, you don't have to try the eel if you don't want to, but try everything else. I actually think you'll quite like it. I think for Oni bro's picky palate, he might quite enjoy it. Let me pass this on, and he can let me know his thoughts. Although I'm kind of curious about the eel. Maybe I should
We need
try
to
it.
hear a review. We need to hear this review.
This is where it's at, guys. This is it's make or break time. Will Oni bro like it is the question, and you guys can stare at my jellied eel because I'm gonna try a little bit of it. Eat the eel, Giri. I am. Oh God, it's so like hard. This is why I became a VTuber, to eat cursed jellied eels. Have you ever tried stroming before? Speaking of like cursed food or like.
Nope, and I do not plan on it.
Never.
Something that smells so strong it can be classed as a weapon on public transport. I am gonna give a hard no to that. I've seen a video of I think it's is it Danish or is it Finnish? I think it's Finnish. I've seen a video of a Finnish man.
Swedish.
No, it's not Swedish. I'm pretty sure it's Finnish, but I've seen a video of someone from, you know, from a Scandinavian man showing how to prepare surströmming. Is that not it? Is that not it?
It's so chewy.
So chewy. How does it taste?
Why is it so chewy? Oh, that is not. Jellied eel. I can taste the British. It's so good.
It's good, is it? You don't sound like you like it.
It's so good. I love the British. It's so good. Oh, Onibro gave the rest of the dish 8.5. Pretty good. Pretty solid.
Very nice. You like it?
Onibro seems to like it very much. 8.5 is pretty good. He's a very tough marker. I like it.
Wow.
The flavors actually go very well. Like, you know, it's only, honestly, it's just salt and pepper. God forbid I put a little bit of garlic powder here and there. I kind of snuck it in. It wasn't really part of the recipe.
You definitely could. You could have gotten away with a bit of garlic powder, but salt and pepper, you know, salt and pep as we call it, is all you need. You know, don't need anything fancy. Salt and pep is good. Simple as, mate. All right.
Yeah. I'm surprised how far a little bit of salt and pep carried this dish. It's actually very, very well rounded. And I remember watching a TikTok video where it was literally this. So it was like a pie, and it was mashed potatoes and this like green mushy peas maybe, and some kind of like green gravy. I don't know if it was like parsley liqueur to be specific, but it was like a green gravy, and they just ladled that shit all over the plate, and everything just looked really wet and mushy, and they were like, I cleaned the plate, it's so good, and it's supposed to be kind of like making fun or taking a jab at like British food. And I was looking at it and I was like, oh, that's all wet and mushy, you know, how good can it be? Typical food. But now that I'm actually having something that's very, very similar, I get it. I'm a believer now.
See, guys, British food is not the joke you think it is. It is cheap food that is savory and delicious and hearty and filling, and it is great. And I need you guys to stop ragging on beans on toast, because beans on toast is actually really good.
It actually is good.
You've tried beans on toast, thank God.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone makes fun of beans on toast. Beans on toast is so good. It's not like amazing or anything, but the fact that you just make some beans and put them on toast, it's the easiest thing to make in the world, and it's good for you, and it's hearty, and it's filling, and what else do you need? What else do you need but beans on toast? But beans are fantastic protein. It's a great, great breakfast, lunch, anything. I don't know why are people so mad at beans on toast, huh? What's the problem, huh?
You're not selling it, dude. My chat is kind of like, right. We'll let Vox speak. We'll let him say his piece. But they're in their heart of hearts, they're not believing it right now.
Some bread. If you've got a toaster and a microwave, you can make beans on toast, and it is so easy. You can, if you really want to, you can shred some cheese on the beans, and they'll melt it, and you got nice cheesy beans. It's really good. What you're looking at is, if you Google it, you see some pictures of beans on toast that don't look good. Like, there's one, Australia's best recipes beans on toast. That looks vile, but like, it's good. Okay, what's wrong with beans on toast? You guys have had beans, right? Chat. You've had baked beans. You've had toast. Put them together. What's the problem? What is the problem? Right? Why are you so opposed to this idea? It is so simple. It is good, simple food, cheap as anything. Right? Student food, beans on toast. Can you imagine being a student? You know, you're sort of moved away from home for the first time, or like a lot of my friends were at the time. You don't know how to cook. You've not looked after yourself before. Beans on toast is cheap as shit, and it is so easy to make, and it is good for you too. What is the problem? What is the problem with beans on toast? Huh? Grow up, guys. Come on. You eat your beans, eat your dinner, or you better clean your plate, or Santa Claus is not going to bring you any presents this year.
Well, Christmas kind of passed, but yeah, next year.
It's Christmas every year. It's never too early to start being a good boy / girl or other. Yeah. Whichever you
that should be your New Year's resolution. Eat your fucking beans on toast, chat. Okay, enough is enough.
Add it to your New Year's. Eat your beans on toast, or I personally will find you.
Vox is right, Giri is wrong. I'm agreeing with Vox. I said that beans on toast is actually pretty good. I don't I'm sure it's like Mimi, whatever, that's all they eat, hearty har, but it's fine. Beans is very healthy, fiber, protein, vitamins, minerals, whatever you want. And
I dare you, anyone crunchy toast. I dare you to say that a full English breakfast is bad. That's like one of the best things you can possibly have for breakfast.
Has anyone ever said that though? That's basically an American breakfast, but just like Englishified. Like it's the same thing. It's not very different.
Yeah, I wonder which one came first. It's probably a full English breakfast. I'd like to give my own people the credit on that one. You know, but I always have when you have like an American breakfast or a full English breakfast, how do you take your eggs? Do you have them sunny side up? Do you have them scrambled? I always have them scrambled myself.
I like them. I'm an annoying bitch, so I like it over medium.
Oh.
So I'm always the one like, excuse me, can you do over medium? And they're like, over hard or over easy? And I was like, you heard me. I said over medium. And they were like, ma'am, we can't do it. And I'm just like, if I can do it in my own kitchen, you can do it too. So I'm adamant on over medium, and they give me over hard, and I'm just like, whatever. Like I don't like send it back or anything, but I'm like the one that's always like over medium, please.
You're literally walking in like Bubble Bass from SpongeBob with the copy pasta. I'll take a double triple Chungus Deluxe on a ref, 4x4 animal style, extra shingles with a shimmy, light squeeze, light axle grease, whatever. Wait, what does he say? I got the copy pasta.
I know what I like, okay? And if I can make it, I like to have my fried eggs over medium. So it's just like jammy. Basically, it's like ramen eggs, so jammy yolk, but it's like fried on both sides. It's not that hard, but apparently it's either over easy or over hard. And I always just get either or. I don't make a big fuss when I do receive it, but I like to make sure that they hear that I would like an over medium egg.
Extra shingles with a shimmy and a squeeze, light axle grease, make it cry, burn it, and let it swim. And the squid was like, we serve food here, sir.
Exactly. I don't like to admit that I'm that bitch, but sometimes I am that bitch. Like, yeah. Do you have you ever like
you deserve to eat better?
Have you ever like sent food back because there's like hair, or if maybe it's not over medium, over rare steak, medium well steak, or whatever?
If I'm in a place that's like fairly sort of cheap, like fast food, never, not once, because I know the employees there, they're just trying to get through the day, just get through life. Like that's completely fair. And I'll be like, you know what, it happens, whatever. I'll order something else, or I'll eat something else elsewhere. If I'm in a place that is somewhat expensive, if I'm in a place where the idea is that like it's supposed to be good food and they mess something up, then I will, you know, I've never usually 86 something, but I have 86'd a steak twice. I went to a so in the UK we've got this there's this restaurant in London called the Ivy, which is a very famous restaurant, and a lot of celebrities go there, and it's like a very classic sort of well regarded restaurant. The Ivy happens to also have a chain where you've got the main one, which is very, very good, and then these chain restaurants which have the same style throughout the country, which are of varying quality. I went to one of these and I ordered a steak, and as you might imagine, I ordered the correct doneness, which is medium rare.
Right.
The steak came in and it was just boot, like well done. And I was
Okay.
like, okay. I was like, okay, listen, I paid a good amount of money for this steak. I was like, I'm sorry,
Right.
this steak is like, this is practically burnt. I asked for medium rare. I'm sorry, can you please try this again? And then it came back, and much like my Oshi Gordon Ramsay would say, it's fucking raw. It was absolutely red. It was like they stuck it in the
Blue.
pan for 2.5 seconds. Blue rare, bloody
no.
and everything. And then I just sat there and I just kind of dispassionately ate that. I was like, I mean, I guess blue steak is a bit better than well done. Sure, why
Right.
not? But it was just not a good experience at all. The sides were good. They had a nice peppercorn sauce, nice chips came with it. But yeah, the steak itself, I don't know. Because I think in a lot of these restaurants, the employees don't really have the ability to take their time. Like they're kind of rushed more than they should be, and that's why like when I go for a nice meal, I don't mind waiting a while for the food to be ready, because if it's going to be made in a certain way, it's going to be made in a certain way. But like I think the problem is with steak, for example, if you cook it straight out of the fridge, then it's going to be, you know, raw on the inside and burnt
Yeah.
on the outside. And I think that's the problem, is that when you order something, they're under so much pressure to get cooking right away that they will just not really have any other option. Take it out of the fridge and get it on the thing.
Right.
When you know, it's a problem. It's why I like, if you know, like the rare opportunity when you get to go to a really nice tasting restaurant or something. A lot of the time when they have their own herb garden or something like that, and so everything's fresh. And at a seafood restaurant, if they go to local fish markets and source their fish locally and bring them in from the day, that's an experience that really is kind of second to none. And I love watching Gordon Ramsay, like on Hell's Kitchen or Kitchen Nightmares or Hotel Hell or whatever it is, when he is eating something else. Is that frozen? Oh fuck, mate. Fuck me, what are you doing now? Why have I paid this much for frozen fucking fish or whatever it is? But he's right, because if you mass order a load of frozen produce from however many miles away, it's a shame, because you're not supporting your local food industry, supporting local farmers, local fishermen. That's really important stuff, and you know, and I really care about that. So when I go to a restaurant where I can tell, it just makes me feel like I'm happy to be paying that much for a really good experience, and I'm glad to be supporting those people. You know, it just feels good.
Yeah.
I care a lot about like the high street, you know, about independent businesses, because I think in the UK especially, there's a worrying trend, especially in somewhere like London, where today, I guess it's kind of a nice kind of you know, full circle topic to talk about now that you've made, you know, this food, because Pie and Mash is all independently run shops. Some of these shops have been running for more than 100 years, all independently run, and that is a really important tradition to keep going. But so often, a lot of these independent restaurants are either bought by big companies, or they transform into chains, or they're replaced by chain restaurants. And the reason why chain restaurants succeed is, of course, because they are reliable. No matter where you go, if you go to McDonald's, you know exactly what you're going to be getting. Obviously, different countries have different types of McDonald's, but at the same time, you know, it's so much easier to go to a chain and support some giant faceless corporation than it is to support little local family-run businesses. And so if I ever have the opportunity, you know, going somewhere local, it feels so much better, and there is so much more of like a personal sort of feeling to it. There's a thing about the UK is that, you know how many pubs there are? There are so many pubs in the UK, but so many of them are chain owned, like Green King, Weatherspoon. Weatherspoon is kind of a part of British culture in itself, but Young's, all of these different things. So a lot of the time, a pub will look perfectly independent, but on the inside, all the food is shipped in from these warehouses, and it's frozen and just heated up on the day, instead of a pub that is a part of its local community. And it's kind of heartbreaking, honestly. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't mean to sound preachy, but it's nice, really, to have made food that is kind of, at least from my country, is a really important part of independent food production and independent kind of restaurant ownership. And I don't know, getting to talk about it has been really nice for me.
Yeah,
So I've just really enjoyed today.
Yeah, I'm glad. You want to fuel the economy. I think that's one thing that Japan does really well as well. Like, you want to go to the mom and pop shops, and people take care to visit them because they love their food, like, local. Even if it's, like, a more established restaurant or whatever, they do try to find, like, butchers that are local, or order from, like, a soba place that mills their own buckwheat, you know, and they have it all shipped in. And, you know, they definitely take a lot of pride in domestic ingredients and products, and, like, they care about how it's made and respect to the taste of the pure taste of, like, the ingredients and whatever. I do really think that Japan has that, like, down pat or done very, very well. Canada is very similar to Britain, I guess, where it's just like half of them are mom and pop shops, half of them are like more chains and everything. But where they really source their meat, we don't really know. They tend to all come from like one general big butcher, is my experience. They don't usually go to like the local butcher or like the local seafood market and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. It's a fascinating thing, and it's really good to know that there's like a good sense of like local local businesses being supported in the Japanese food industry. And I guess probably one of the reasons why I've had such great experiences with Japanese food. And I think honestly I've heard some experiences of people coming to the UK and saying they didn't like the food very much, probably because, you know, it's these little family-owned businesses who make some of the best food in the country. Kind of difficult to come across sometimes, you know, especially most people who come to the UK come to London. London is full of chains, you know. Even places like there's a pizza restaurant Zizi, which began in London as a little place, but it suddenly was bought out, became a massive chain restaurant, and now it's like, you know, it's just one of the many restaurants like it where it, you know, no real ethical practice, no sort of like fresh ingredients, and also employees who clearly are not paid very well and don't enjoy being there. I think one of the nicest things about going to a good restaurant is when you can tell that the waiters and the wait staff, they actually care about being there. It's like there's a family
so
feel. Low
happy.
turnover
Yeah.
is so important. If they really care about the success of their restaurant, it's so endearing and lovely, and it makes me want to tip out the ass and keep coming back and keep ordering.
I love that.
It's so nice, because service, especially as an industry where people more often than not are just miserable all the time, and for good reason.
Yeah,
but there's so much abuse
really
and so poorly paid a lot of the time as well. I think across the board, I really think the service industry should be so much better paid. Like literally from the ground level up. It boggles the mind, because it's such a difficult job. It's such a stressful job to be in service all day. And I don't know, but hey, that's the world we live in.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, I feel like some of the best service and more of some of the most homey service comes from the local mom and pop shops. I like to go to one in particular, and they remember my name, they remember my order. They're always like, they know that I don't speak Japanese very well, but they always try to, and try to like learn where I'm from, what I used to do before, and communicate very slowly and simple Japanese to me and everything. And at one point, I took my friends there, and like, this is my favorite spot, check it out. And she was so happy that I bought friends over. She gave us like free fruit. I know it's something super, super small, but fruits in Japan is quite pricey. And she gave us free fruit for dessert. And she kept on like refilling our tea. And then she was just like, oh, come back. And then she like, well, like, not in a weird way, but she kind of like slapped my tushy a little. She was like, oh, like, come back and visit. And I was like, oh my gosh, she touched me. Oh my god, she likes me.
That's how
she
you
really
know.
likes me.
They treat their customers like family. They treat their customers very well, evidently. Oh my God.
I know that sounds so like maybe kind of weird, but really silly. But I've been going there like very regularly, like 2 to 3 times a month kind of thing. And Japanese people, they're not very touchy-feely, you know. They'll say things, but they won't touch you. But when I brought my friends and we were having a lot of fun and ordering a lot of food, and they left and they were like, oh, have a good night. Thank you for coming. I hope your friends had fun, and like make sure you come back and visit soon. And then she like slapped my tushy a little bit, and I'm just like, oh my god, oh my god.
It's like,
I was so happy.
I haven't felt the touch of another in such a long time. You turn around, it's like, are you free this week?
I was so happy. I would die for that grandma. That grandma is the best. But yeah, I hard agree. I feel like local is really hard to come by back in Canada anyways. So in Japan, it's very different. And I'm just like, oh my god, like this is a small shop. People are actually happy to be here. They really seem very passionate about what they're doing, or they're taking care with the ingredients and everything, which it's really, really rare to see back in Canada for sure.
Yeah. Oh, it's good to know we're on the same page. I've loved getting a chance to like really go off about this, because I talk about this a lot on my own stream. I think like learning a lot about food and about how the difference in quality in going from the UK to Japan for the first time last year, or last year, it really kind of opened my eyes. Like, man, you can do so much more with with good quality ingredients, and it's just nice to see that independent spirit is alive in some places, and it's nice to try and seek it out.
Yeah, for sure. I 100% agree.
Hell yeah.
I actually, well, guys, I had a lot of fun. Vox, I hope you did too. I was telling Chad
I
when you
did.
went to sneak off to the washroom, I was like, guys, I'm kind of nervous because I never really talked to him before. we had a big collab, but we literally just like, hi. And then we kind of like just pieced out, you know, like we didn't really say anything.
Just zoned in. Like, no, this was so much fun. You were so easy to talk to, and it was really nice to just kind of go off about all of these different topics and like really watch you work, because I'm sorry that I haven't been able to like be more helpful with the cooking process, because this is like, it's a local dish, but it's more restaurant made, and I'm not much of a baker myself, but you've done so well, and getting to talk through the whole thing, like this is really new for me, but I honestly had so much fun. This is a really nice time.
I always enjoy learning like regional dishes or dishes that like my collab partner is like passionate about or whatever, because I don't get a lot of chance. Like, when am I gonna go in Japan and eat this? Like, never. And I've never really been to Europe, so like I don't even know what to order now. At least I know that, hey, if I ever go to England, at least I know one particular dish that I would like to try and things like that. And I know you were
simple as
exactly, and try the jelly deal. But I know you were really busy and like you had a lot of things going on, so I appreciate you taking the time out to like hang out, even though you had a stream earlier.
I got it all
figured
out. I got it all figured out in the end, and I'm glad we kept it on with the with the stream, because I've just had so much fun, and it all worked out in the end. So I'm just having a really great time. And
I'm glad.
Yeah, if you're ever in my neck of the woods, if you're ever around in the UK, we can definitely go and try some real pie and mash. I think it'd be a lot of fun, because it's also not even just the food, it's the local, it's the environment, it's the restaurant, it's the people you meet, it's the people behind the counter and getting to know them and all the people there. And in this documentary about it, I'll send you the documentary because it's a lot of fun to watch. There are these ladies who are sat eating the pie and mash, and they're going, I've been coming here since it opened 60 years ago. I've been around South London, I've tried the other ones, not as good as these, not as good as this one. And I don't know, there's something so sweet about that.
That's so cute. Yeah, send it to me. I would love to watch that. But I had a lot of fun. It was actually really fun to kind of just chit chat and like see what you're passionate. It's actually really fun just to listen to someone really passionate about a topic, and it's really refreshing to like just hear you kind of go on about something that you want to talk about. But I hope the chat had fun as well. Yeah, but Vox, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to join us.
Thank
and we'll do
having me on.
something
It was
like this again.
Such a pleasure. I would love to do something like this again, and it was such a pleasure to be invited. I had an amazing time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your dinner.
I will. I'm glad. What time is it in Japan right now? 1 a.m.? 2 a.m.?
Oh God! Right, it's really late for you.
Yeah, no, but I'm used to it. Don't worry about it. I'm used to
10 p.m.
it.
JST. I didn't think we would be running this long, and so I'm really okay. I hope you managed to get.
Oh no! Outro. Fuck me! I forgot the outro. Oh my God. Okay. While the raid is going on, we'll just do the outro really quickly. Okay. 3, 2, 1, and here we have our completed dish. We made not bangers and mash. What did we make? We made pie and mash with Giris spin on jellied eel. Vox has been absolutely great. And make sure to check out all his links in the description down below, and follow him, do all those things, watch him on YouTube. And Vox, thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you had fun.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a wonderful time, and I'm really jealous that you're gonna get to eat the rest of this, and I really hope that it makes me want to pop out and grab some pie and mash myself. It's been wonderful to be here. Thank you so much.
All right, I'll see you in the next video, chat. Bye. Okay, that's the outro done. Now I don't know how long the raid is gonna be, so that's like the awkward stage where we're just kind of just look. You look at me, everyone. I look at you, and like, so.
Stare.
So. How was the weather in England today?
How's the weather? It is
good
windy.
weather?
It is windy as shit. It is very windy today.
Is it true it always rains there? Is that a meme or is that true?
No, it's not a meme. It's true.
Oh.
The weather in the UK is very unpredictable. Like, sometimes you will get very sunny, not very sunny, but quite warm, nice days in the middle of winter. And then sometimes it will rain and be cold as shit in the summer. It's very odd.
Really?
Some summers, it will just rain, like, every day for the entirety of the summer holidays or whatever it is. It will just rain nonstop. And but for someone like me, I like rain. I find rain very calming. I mean, not if I'm like out in it and it's making me very wet. But you know, you bring a brolly and it's fine. Do you guys say brolly?
No, I don't know what that is.
Oh, that's a British word for umbrella. A brolly.
Oh, a brolly. That's so cute, brolly.
Well, make sure you bring a brolly. And it's you know what's quite funny is that a lot of the time, like when it starts to get cold.